This is what it's all about. He got it! Win the pennant! The Blue Jays win the pennant!
What a moment for this city. That was incredible.
They're going to the World Series! We won it all!
We need the energy every day. That joke's not finished.
It all comes down to this. Game 7 of the American League Championship Series about to take place in Toronto with a trip to the World Series on the line. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto ahead of this matchup between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Christian Chiniti, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle are our technical directors. Looking for the first out of Game 7. Bieber with a 3-2 pitch. Foul tip, strike 3. Went up on the hands with a fastball, kind of off the playbook, and maybe that surprised Raleigh. 1 out.
Yeah, that's a big out. You could tell that they were challenging him with that fastball, but it was perfectly located up and in right at the hands. Impossible to hit. Perfectly located, a pitcher's pitch, and a big first out here in this inning.
Naylor overall in the postseason hitting .341, 15 for 44. 2 doubles and 3 home runs. 3-1 pitch. He hits it on the ground right side. Dive, and it's under Guerrero at first, a base hit. Rodriguez gets the wave. Here's the throw from right by Barger. It's offline, and Josh Naylor has started the scoring with an RBI single in the top of the first. 1-0 Mariners in Game 7. Is 3-2. On the ground up the middle. Clement gloves, goes to second, and the throw bounces off the runner Naylor, who might have thrown himself in the way. Ernie Clement looks confused out to Ben May, and John Schneider wants an explanation. If you're in the base path and you happen to get hit, that's one thing. I'll have to take a second look before I say anything definitive here, but Clement seemed to feel that Naylor unnecessarily got in the way, at least from his reaction. We know there's at least 2 outs in the inning and a runner on first. The umps are going to conference. And they are going to call him out. So that'll be a double play as Josh Naylor threw himself in front of the throw. That ends the inning, but the Mariners do get one. Julio Rodriguez with a leadoff double. Naylor singles in a run to make it 1-0 Mariners. Middle of the first, Game 7 of the ALCS. Kick in the 0-1 pitch. On the ground, up the middle, base hit right center. Springer gets the wave around third. He'll score easily. Into third, Vladdy, and Varsho ties it in the first. RBI single, it's 1-1 in Game 7.
What a fantastic piece of hitting. It was another slider from George Kirby. Dalton Varsho recognized it, kept the hands back, did everything he could to barrel it up and snuck it past the dive of second baseman Leo Rivas. We have ourselves a ball game yet again, 1-1 here in Toronto.
He's set, and the 2-strike pitch. He got him! Swing and a miss, strike 3 on a breaking ball down and in. Shane Bieber with a huge punch out, 2 down, and the corners can back up. Second and third, 2 down, Bieber's pitch. And it's chopped back to the hill. Backhanded by Bieber. Time to go to first, and he delivers over there to get out of the jam. Credit to Shane Bieber. Gives up 2 hits to start the inning. Works out of trouble. Keeps it tied 1-1. Middle of the second. Clement still chatting with Marquez. Here's another 2-2. And it's lifted to left center and deep. Going back, Lucas, so is Varsho. That ball is gone. Julio Rodriguez with a go-ahead solo home run, and it's 2-1 for the Mariners in the top of the third. Righty shakes his sign, wipes sweat off his face with his right arm, now sets. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, he got him. Arozarena chases in the dirt, and that'll do it for the top of the third. J.P. Crawford on deck. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Good slider down and away. Got a chase from Suarez. A little over-eager was the right-handed hitter. One out.
That's the spin that you want on that slider. He's thrown a lot of spinners to the top of the strike zone. Eugenio Suarez swung and missed on one that he probably should have hammered. But that strike three slider right there, perfectly located, down and away. Not much Suarez could do with that pitch.
Runner on second, one out. Bieber's 1-2 pitch to Leo Rivas. He got him right back to the off speed. Had him out in front on a slider. 2 down. His 0-1. And it's hit high in the air, deep right field. Barger going back, turns at the fence. Raleigh has put one into the right field bullpen. Home run, Cal Raleigh, and the Mariners are in front 3-1 in the top of the fifth.
You can't let him beat you. If you're going to throw a changeup, especially doubling up with a changeup like that, you have to get it down. You have to tell yourself that if you're the pitcher out there on that mound. And Louis Varland just left a fat one right over the middle, and Cal Raleigh hammered that thing into the bullpen in right field.
Ground ball would do a lot for the cause of Kevin Gausman because Cal Raleigh is on deck. 0-1. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. Jimenez gloves. Throws to second one. IKF to first, double play. Just what the doctor ordered. 6-4-3. And the bases wiped clean. 2 down.
That split finger got in on the hands of Julio Rodriguez. Perfectly located. What a turn from Andres Jimenez, and a perfect throw from IKF to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base. You have to look for your pitch over the heart of the plate if you're Addison Barger.
The 3-1. Inside, ball 4. Barger goes down to first, and the tying run comes up to the plate. 0-2 count, no outs. Barger on first, and the pitch. On the ground, up the middle, base hit center field. Barger makes the turn. He'll go back to second, and sticking with IKF pays off. Again, what do we know? It's first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th.
That's a great approach from IKF. 2 strikes on him. He's just trying to get the bat to the baseball, and it was a hanging slider, a sweeper. Brian Wu missed his spot by quite a bit. They were trying to throw it off the plate outside, missed on the inner third, and IKF ends up at first base with nobody out, runners at first and second, and here we go. This is a ball game.
Corners crashing. The pitch, the square from Jimenez. He bunts it back toward the hill. Wu fields. He will take the sure out at first base. Rivas covering the bag. Good sacrifice, Andres Jimenez. He throws his arms in the air to try and fire up the fans. Now a base hit to the outfield could tie it with second and third, 1 out, and George Springer coming up to the plate. First real scoring chance for the Blue Jays since the first inning. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Arozarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger. 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. One knee, no problem. You have to have that guy in a big game, and he crushed a pitch out to left center.
You have got to be kidding me, Ben. That is the best moment in sports I have ever seen.
And listen to this place go.
How do you pitch to that guy? I said before that at bat, there's an open base. You have to be careful. Edward Bizzardo threw him a heater right down the middle. George Springer was waiting for it. What a moment.
And they were going in all game, so he did a little bucket step. Kind of flew that left shoulder to try and get out in front of it. My goodness. is 3-2 again. He got him! Curveball freezes Suarez, who's incensed at Quinn Walcott, screaming in his face. There are 2 down, 4 outs to go.
Well, Eugenio Suarez was given a gift early on in the count, and that was a strike. Was it a perfectly located pitch? No, but it did clip the inside part of the strike zone. Suarez will probably look at the iPad and think it was a ball, but it was a pitcher's pitch right on the inside part.
Either way, the Blue Jays have 2 outs. Space is empty. 4-3 lead. The 1-0. On the ground is short. Jimenez backpedals. Gloves on the edge of the turf. Throw across to Guerrero. That's a clean 8th. Scream from Chris Bassett. He steps over the chalk, and the Blue Jays go back to the bats. Up 4-3. Game 7 of the ALCS. Full count against the 8-hitter Rivas. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. 95 at the top. 1 down, 2 more to go.
What a big pitch from Jeff Hoffman. A little bit elevated, a little bit out of the strike zone, but it looked like a hittable pitch, and Leo Rivas swung right underneath it for a gigantic first out in this inning. I say you challenge him again. You don't want to go 3-2.
Hoffman brings his hands together. He kicks the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Up with the fastball. 2 down, top of the 9th. And with the World Series on the line, here comes Julio Rodriguez. Full count, 2 outs, top of the 9th. Game 7 of the ALCS. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got it! The Blue Jays win the pennant! The Blue Jays win the pennant! They're going to the World Series! It's so good, we must be dreaming! The Toronto Blue Jays come back, knock off the Mariners, and they will take on the LA Dodgers.
And we weren't sure if Jeff Hoffman would be able to come in this ballgame and be effective after throwing 2 innings yesterday. That might have been the best outing of his season. What a moment for him. What a moment for George Springer. What a moment for this city. That was incredible.
No team in the history of the ALCS has lost the first 2 at home and come back to win a 7-game series. Until now, the Blue Jays look down and out so many times in this series, and George Springer hit a 3-run homer. Jeff Hoffman pitched the game of his life. Bassett, Gosman, Dominguez, Barland, Bieber all worked together to get them to a 4-3 win.
How good was Chris Bassett in his outing? My goodness. We had no idea how he would look. I thought it was a good move. I was a little bit unsure, but man, he really pitched well in the 8th inning. Jeff Hoffman came in and nailed it down. Shane Bieber was shaky in this ball game, but he kept the Blue Jays offense close enough, and that's all you need to do. They've been fantastic all season. They were fantastic today, and hopefully they're fantastic in the 2025 World Series.
You've waited 32 years to hear these words. The Toronto Blue Jays are going to the World Series. With me is Chairman Edward Rogers, President and CEO Mark Shapiro, Manager John Schneider. Edward, what a team this is. You came home down 3-2. Game 7, you're down 2 runs with 8 outs left in your season, and you're going to the World Series, winners of the American League pennant. It's my pleasure to present to you the William Harrods Trophy as American League champions.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
Bichette in these playoff games, and it's just amazing what they have been able to accomplish. I'm so proud of them.
Yeah, truly, it's remarkable. You know, there were obviously people in this city who said, yeah, one day the Blue Jays are going to play in a World Series with Vlad and Bo. Imagine telling them that Bo was hurt for the entirety of the playoffs. They'd never have believed you'd see the day. Obviously want to look ahead to the World Series. Do want to do a little teensy bit of looking back with you. That George Springer homer, Game 7 of the American League Championship Series, you've seen all the other biggest moments for this franchise. How does that one kind of stack up for you? I mean, nothing will ever eclipse Carter's unless somebody wants to walk off to win the World Series this year. Maybe that could tie it. But how do you kind of compare that Springer one with so many of the other great moments we've seen? Not even just the homers, right? Even something like the Donaldson dash or Batista's bat flip.
Well, it was amazing, and I have to tell you, when he hit it, and I'm watching in my living room, I said, "By George, what a home run!" I had so much fun watching that, and it captured the moment. And you're right. There are probably 4 or 5 moments in Blue Jays history, and that is definitely right there with them.
Take us back to 32 years ago. This month, the Joe Carter home run, one of the most iconic moments, not just in this franchise's history, but in the history of Major League Baseball. One of only 2 times a home run has won a World Series, and how different the city was, how different it felt being a sports fan in this country, and compare it to where we are about to start another World Series for the first time since then.
Well, it was quite interesting as well, and I was fortunate. In the 9th inning, I was down on the field. My partner, Tom Cheek, was making the call. So I did 3, 4, 7, and 8 as far as play-by-play. And in the 9th inning, I always went down on the field. So I'm right there next to our dugout, and they open the bullpen gate, and Philadelphia brings in Mitch Williams, who had the nickname The Wild Thing. And as I look into our dugout, I see Ricky Henderson at the far end coming along, giving everybody high fives. And I found out later, he said, "Here comes the Wild Thing. We are going to win this. He's going to walk me on 4 straight pitches leading off this inning, and we're going to win this game." And that's exactly what happened. He walked Ricky on 4 pitches. Molitor later reached, and then Joe walked it off. And for me to be there on the field and then see Joe round third base and come home and all those teammates out on the field, it was a remarkable moment and something I'll always remember.
Yeah, man, there are so many just great clips making the rounds, and obviously, the Carter touch them all. But I mean, even just like more kind of lighthearted moments, like a clip that I've seen making the rounds a ton is like Joe Carter convincing, I think it was Derek Bell, that he's going to raffle off his car to a fan. It's like they drove the car out there, and it's like those are just the things that all the memories that kind of come flooding back. And lo and behold, now this team has a chance to make some of those memories of their own. Again, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., it feels like we've all been along for the ride the entirety of the time, and at 26 years old, it's crazy to say this about a guy who's 26. It's like finally we're here for him. But just what is it? What do you think it means for him, for the fan base to kind of, and again, hopefully 4 wins from now, we're talking about a different exclamation point on it. But it just seems like this was always what was kind of hoped for, maybe if not promised in the Vlad era, and here we are getting to see it in full flight.
Yes, and I think too the word is modest. I think Vladimir Guerrero is the epitome of being modest about his success and what he's done so far, and that reflects the entire team. I don't think this team ever envisioned being right here until maybe this last month when they began to realize, hey, we can do this. This is possible. But when you see that kind of stardom, where there's no ego involved and it's all kind of, let's put everybody else first, let's do this as a team, and I've never seen 7th, 8th, and 9th hitters rally so much and be so significant in a team's victory and victories. And that's what's happened here with this Blue Jays lineup. Yes, there's Vladimir Guerrero, but I know he is so proud of the teammates around him, and he highlights everybody else, and in turn, of course, he gets highlighted. And this is what makes it so special for the fans to not only see this, but to come out, and they're so loud and they're so enthusiastic. And whether you're watching on TV or you're at the game or downtown in the city, it doesn't matter. These are special moments, and I use the word special because they just don't come along too often. And for Vladimir Guerrero and others, they're in that clubhouse just savoring every moment as we are.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the crowd noise. It is otherworldly, and man, the noise coming out of the 44,000 plus on Monday after George Springer hit that 3-run home run was unbelievable. This is a far cry from 92, and Dave Winfield said Winfield wants noise. Jerry, maybe you could talk to how different it feels from a fan engagement standpoint now here in 2025 compared to the early 90s.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. And being here for those years in 92 and 93, especially in 1992 and that season right up to that point, I would tell my friends when I was growing up in California, and I saw baseball, I was a Giants fan, of course, but I would tell fans when they asked me about the fans here in Toronto, I would say in 92 and 3, in those games, the fans would start to really cheer and get into it with 2 down in the 9th inning. There wasn't really that joyful enthusiasm from inning 1. Well, that all dramatically changed in 2015 when Alex Anthopoulos, he brought in David Price and Troy Tulowitzki and everybody else, Chris Pennington, and all of a sudden, in David Price's first game at the Rogers Center, there was electric noise from the first inning, the first pitch that he threw, and every strikeout that I had never heard before that early in a game. And that was really the benchmark as far as fans getting into the game in 2015 when all that began to come to fruition. And the Blue Jays that year came to within an out or two of going to the World Series themselves. So I'd say from 2015 on, in July, at the July 31st trade deadline, that's when the crowd flipped from cheering in the 8th and 9th innings, enjoying the game, to the very first pitch. And even when a pitcher would leave the dugout 20 minutes before the game to go out and warm up in the bullpen, I'd be there sitting in the booth with Tom and hear the crowd roar. Of course, in 2015, Tom was not there, but the crowd would just cheer that pitcher going out to the bullpen to warm up, and that was the difference from 2015 on.
And that team definitely had an identity. It was mashing baseballs over the fence with that very fearsome middle of the order. They were incredible. This Blue Jays team also feels like they have an identity, Jerry. This was the team that struck out the least in Major League Baseball during the regular season. They've somehow turned the strikeouts down in the postseason. Their strikeout percentage is lower. They play incredible baseball. Is this redefining what Blue Jays baseball is, this 2025 Blue Jays team?
Well, there's no question about that. And I think, too, not only with what you just said right there, too, but the Blue Jays have been putting baseballs in play on the 3rd and 4th pitch. It doesn't go too long before a Blue Jay has done something to turn the game around, whether it's a first pitch swing and big hit by Ernie Clement, and he's always a noted first pitch swinger. But when you start to put balls in play with 2, 3, 4 pitches, and you cut down your strikeouts, as you mentioned, to the fewest in the major leagues, that changes everything. It puts the pressure on the other team too, but it enlightens you in the dugout to say, let's go, here we go, we got somebody else on. And that's where 1 through 9, they have all done that. This is not just an order with 4 or 5 people who are contributing. 1 through 9 and off the bench. This bench has been one of the best I've ever seen as far as Blue Jays history since I've been up here in 1982. And because of that, everybody feels that they're a contributor, and they are. And that's what makes it so interesting and special for the fans to see that, because no matter who's in the game to start or who finishes, they all are part of that roster that makes the huge difference.
That is the legendary Jerry Howarth on with Ben Ennis and Brent Gunning earlier this morning. Jerry, it's funny, I got to work with Jerry in his very last season doing broadcasts. I was my very first season producing broadcasts. A great guy, and very nice of him to take some time for Ben and Brent earlier this morning. Really cool to hear from this next guest as well, a Hall of Famer. He is one of only 5 players in history with 3,000 or more hits, a lifetime 300 or better batting average, and more than 500 career stolen bases. Again, a Hall of Famer. It's Paul Molitor, of course, the World Series MVP in 1993. Molitor joining Blair and Barker on Thursday.
Paul, thanks so much for joining us on
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Blair and Barker today, and we're going to get right to it because I know your time is valuable. We spoke to Frank Thomas yesterday, and we spoke to Pat Henkin today, and they were talking about how, when you're young and you make the playoffs for the first time, and sometimes you win the World Series, sometimes you don't, but you kind of come out of the experience thinking, okay, I'm probably going to win the World Series at some point in my career. And then, as Frank Thomas said, you get in your 30s and you look up, you go, wow, I don't have a ring. Guys we sometimes lose track or lose sight of the fact, don't we, that you can be a great player. The World Series is not promised to you, is it?
It's a great point. There's multiple people that have had tremendous careers, including Hall of Famers, that never got that opportunity. And, I was reminded of that in my own situation, and that coming to Toronto was my 16th year and had not had the opportunity to play and win a World Series like that. So, I think of guys like Ernie Banks and Rod Carew from earlier generations, that Hall of Fame players who never had that opportunity. So I think the guys in Toronto understand that. There's not a lot of carryover, even experience as far as the playoffs, some of those younger players, but they got hot at the right time. That series against the Mariners was incredible. And hopefully they can carry some of that momentum into the Dodgers series starting tomorrow night.
Paul, whenever you saw George Springer hit the home run, and I know you were a big part of the Joe Carter homer because you were standing on first, and you seemed to me like you were running pretty hard around the bases. But when you saw George hit the homer, did it bring back memories?
Absolutely it did. I think just in watching those last 2 games, getting back to, their home ballpark after winning those 2 out of 3 in Seattle, it just, I could actually feel, some of those things as far as the crowd and the responses and how into the games that they were. And of course, when George hits the home run, that's an electric moment in their history. You talk about Joe's home run, you talk about Bautista's home run, but absolutely the timing of that and the hunger of the fans after a long drought, 32 years, it sure brought back memories for me. And I've said this a couple of times over the last few days. I really think that Springer's jaunt down to first base was very reminiscent of Joe. They were kind of watching the flight of the ball, and they did their little dance step and high-fived the first base coach, and around the bases they went. But, definitely one of the top 5 moments in Blue Jay history.
How can the atmosphere around the Rogers Center help the Blue Jays, in your mind?
Well, first of all, I think there's the familiarity for the players. That's where they play all season long. The crowds have been incredible. They had great support throughout the year. I was up there last year doing some radio broadcasts for the Twins, and that just, walking to the ballpark before the game and coming out after, just the whole vibe that kind of surrounds that stadium, especially now as we've gotten into October baseball. I think they're going to use it to their advantage. The Dodgers are a tall task. They went on the road and won the first 2 games in Philadelphia, which was a very hostile environment. So I don't think they're going to be overly rattled by it, but there's no question the home team should be, boosted up by the response they're going to get once that World Series lineup is introduced tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm. Paul, if you could take a few minutes to talk to Trey Yesavich, who is at 22 years old, is making his game 1 start, what would you tell him?
Well, I hope that amidst all the anxiousness and nervousness, that he embraces and that he can slow it down. The one thing I did in my first World Series when I was 25 was it was such a blur when I look back. I think I would tell him to just try to slow down and take visual pictures and hold on to those because because like you said with your initial question, you just don't know when these opportunities come along. So as much as he's going to be amped up, he has shown a lot of poise here, I think, September, October. But just if he can slow down and really take it in, it will add to his memories being enjoyable ones and not ones where he felt like he succumbed to the pressure.
You were World Series MVP, the World Series MVP in 1993. What's the difference, Paul, between being on a heater in the regular season and being on a heater in the postseason?
Well, some of it's a little bit of luck because I've seen some great hitters that have gone into October, maybe not with their best swing, and it's it can cause you some trouble because it's a smaller sample size, it's more magnified, and it's tougher to get back on track once you have gotten to a little bit of a struggling mode. So hopefully that your good fortune is that you're going into the postseason with a hot bat. We see what's happening with Guerrero. He was critical down the stretch and holding on to that division lead as they held off the Yankees. And then, of course, this postseason has been one for the ages. But, yeah, I just think there's an extreme focus. You're only getting 4 at-bats a night where you're really going to try to maximize. You don't want to get too selfish and try to be the hero every at-bat. You just want to be part of a lineup that, is tough from top to bottom. I think it's going to be a big part of the series for the Jays is going to be making that starting rotation of the Dodgers work, because we all know that if they are efficient, they're going to be tough to score on. It's going to be, important for the Blue Jay starters to hold down the Dodgers offense, which is going to be tough. Yeah. But certainly offensively, the Blue Jays are going to have to try to slow down that rotation of the Dodgers.
Great stuff. Paul, really good of you to join us, man. Thanks so much for this.
Thank you, Paul.
Be well.
We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, man. Good luck to the Jays.
Great to hear from legends like Jerry Howarth, and then, of course, there we heard from Hall of Famer Paul Molitor as well. Before we take the break and get you to Ben and Chris, let's go downstairs for some sound from the interview room from earlier in the afternoon. Of course, today the Blue Jays releasing their World Series roster. Bo Bichette and Ty France in, Joely Perfido and Yariel Rodriguez out. Those are the big changes made from the ALCS roster. Someone who is a big factor in creating those rosters is GM Ross Atkins. We had a rare media appearance from him today. Here's Atkins speaking to the media about the decision-making process leading into Game 1 of the World Series.
Wondering what went into the roster decisions as far as getting Bo Bichette on, first off, and then putting Ty France on with Lo Perfido and Yariel coming off.
Yeah, the Bo one, relatively straightforward, just based on talent and health, and felt like he was in a good enough position to help our team and make us better. Ty's been working tirelessly since his injury. He's gotten back to an incredible position physically, has looked really good in all of his live at-bats, and is a good matchup against this team. And that, contributed to the decision to keep the extra pitcher off.
Can you describe some of the conversations that you guys had, factors you considered in deciding to use Bo at second base, coming back from this, challenges he faces in that transition? What got you guys to the comfort level to make that choice?
Yeah, it was more about what we were seeing and then talking about upside, downside. And then I think the most important interactions were those with Bo and just how he was responding and feeling, his confidence level and hitting that top gear and what that could mean once adrenaline factors in. And, ultimately our confidence in his hands, his athleticism, his instincts, that was the easy part.
And just from a bigger picture offensively, the past couple of off seasons, we've had conversations about how you guys were going to look at different elements of the offense. You guys have also obviously put an emphasis on contact. What are some of the factors in taking some of the contact that you guys have had and this year turning that into contact with damage that's led to a productive offense?
Yeah, it's interesting. The most damage that we added in the offseason wasn't as integral into our season, was a piece of the equation in the playoffs and Anthony Santander. But, we always have believed in this group. We have said that a long time, and the players that are here, and Alejandro Kirk, and obviously Vladdy, and obviously George, and they've continued to get better. They've continued to make adjustments with the league, and we've always felt that contact would turn into more damage, and this year it did.
That is General Manager Ross Atkins with a rare media appearance. We don't often hear from Ross. So there he is speaking with, and you heard the questions being asked from Sportsnet's Ben Nicholson-Smith first, and then a couple from Sportsnet's Shai Davidi. But some decision-making, some insight into the decision-making process on Bo Bichette being added to the World Series roster bowl, of course, back cleanup, and he will be at second base today, something that he has never done in the major leagues. That does it for this side of the pregame show here on the network. Coming up next, Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue will take you through some of the on-field pregame festivities, including the anthems, and we will get the big version of the lineups live from the field. We'll get set for an 8:14 p.m. Eastern, 5:14 p.m. Pacific first pitch. Ben and Chris are on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after these messages on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So, let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think she just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner. On pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
Canadian industries run on reliability, and breakdowns can be costly. ATS Electrolube manufactures automatic lubrication systems, keeping heavy machinery and maintenance running smoothly. Canadian-owned and manufactured for 50 years, ATS Lubricators power the economy. Contact your local distributor, Lubrigard, at lubrigard.com for all your automatic lubrication needs. ATS Electrolube, proudly Canadian, made for Canadian industries.
This ascent isn't for everyone.
You need grit to climb this high this often.
You've got to be an underdog that always over-delivers.
You've got to be 6,500 hospital staff, 1,000 doctors, all doing so much with so little.
You've got to be Scarborough.
Defined by our uphill battle and always striving towards new heights.
And you can help us keep climbing. Donate at lovescarborough.ca.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Donation's super easy, and you'll get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
In Canada, opening a business bank account can take weeks. The fees on your account are endless, and your money earns nothing. Honestly, what the f***? We hear you, but your WTF is also why there's Float. Float is a complete finance platform with business accounts that open in minutes, charge 0 fees, and earn up to 4% interest. It's a business account that makes sense and money. So let's take back our WTFs and celebrate why there's Float. Open your account today at floatfinancial.com.
Hey, Ray Ferraro here. If pain is stopping you from moving, footwear and orthotics are really the simplest way to get you back on track. And Kintec does it better than anybody else. I've no question that Kintec has helped me stay active, taking away any barrier to movement that I might have. It's made such a positive impact in my life, I've brought my whole family to Kintec. Book your assessment today at kintec.net.
Everyone's got a pro. Need tires?
I've got a pro.
Car making a weird sound?
I've got a pro.
So who's that pro? The pros at Tread Experts. Until December 7th, get a $70 Bridgestone prepaid MasterCard when you buy 4 eligible Bridgestone tires. Or save up to $120 with 4 eligible Blizzak or Winter Peak tires. Find a Bridgestone Tread Experts dealer at treadexperts.ca/locations.
From tires to auto repair, we're always there. TreadExperts.ca.
Too many students are packed into overcrowded classrooms in Ontario schools, and it's hurting their ability to learn. But instead of helping our kids, the Ford government is playing politics, taking over school boards and silencing local voices. It shouldn't be this way. Tell the Ford government to get serious about tackling overcrowded classrooms, because smaller classes would make a big difference for our kids. Go to buildingbetterschools.ca. A message from the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario.
Great play. Let's go down to Jim on the field.
Unbelievable game, Rob. You had a rough start this year. What changed? Yeah, getting more sleep, not snoring all night. What a huge difference it can make.
Problem snoring? Suffer from sleep apnea? Invest in yourself. Call Dr. Paulette Pillersdorf. She'll use her laser to help treat your snoring and oral appliance like a sports mouth guard for your sleep apnea. Your partner will thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Book an appointment with Dr. Paulette Pillersdorf. Call 647-243-2006.
Golfers, the Golftown Demo event is almost here, and you don't want to miss it. This is your chance to save up to 40% on Canada's largest selection of demo golf clubs, including top brands like TaylorMade, Callaway, Cobra, Ping, Odyssey, and more. The Demo Club event early access starts online at golftown.com Thursday, October 30th at 12 p.m. Plus, doors open for the Demo Club event at your local Golftown Saturday, November 1st at 9 a.m. Shop early for the best selection. Visit golftown.com for full details.
How do you measure those intangibles in sport? The whole no I in team philosophy.
It doesn't matter who it is. Everyone's going to go out there and put their best foot forward.
What is the value proposition on good vibes?
I love this team, man. I love my teammates.
This year, the Blue Jays have unlocked something extra special.
We are a tight-knit group. Our clubhouse is very intertwined. We do everything together.
The perfect example of it takes an entire team.
Ernie Clement, wonderful, hundreds of minutes. Ethan Lucas delivers again.
Keep it going. Just keep
Swinging a fly ball.
On.
Left field indeed.
Going.
On.
Staying true to what brought us all here.
A Springer. Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins.
And hey, it kind of worked out the last time.
Here's the pitch on the way. A swing and a belt. Left field. Way back. Blue Jays win. The Blue Jays are World Series champions.
Get ready, Canada. The battle begins now. The Toronto Blue Jays are back in the World Series. Game 1 starts now. On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All eyes in the baseball world turn to Toronto. Baseball's biggest stage, the Fall Classic, the 2025 World Series starts tonight at Rogers Center. The home Toronto Blue Jays take on the Titanic Los Angeles Dodgers. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young are our technical directors. Canada's team is making history, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in the Tri-City area, Ottawa, the GTA, and all across Ontario are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. As you just heard the great voice of the legendary Tom Cheek, it's the first time in 32 years that the World Series is in Toronto. All the names, all the faces of the baseball world have descended on Rogers Center right now, and we have an incredible Game 1 getting set up for you. Trey Savage will go for the Blue Jays, a rookie starting Game 1 of the World Series against a two-time Cy Young Award winner, the tough lefty Blake Snell. A whole lot more, though, to go on at Rogers Center before we get to our 8:14-ish first pitch of Game 1. We're going to take a quick step aside. When we come back, we'll continue with some pregame coverage and get you over to the pregame ceremonies and lineups. A lot going on at Rogers Center, so stick with us. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Shane Bieber's retired the last 7 Red Seas faced.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Rosarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger! 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got it! The Blue Jays win the pennant! The Blue Jays win the pennant! They're going to the World Series!
First time in 32 years the World Series comes back to this city and this country. So proud of every one of you. Enjoy every single moment of this tonight because you guys earned the out of it. Let's go!
A couple days and a lot of herbal tea later for me. We are here in the World Series. The Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers getting set for Game 1 of the 2025 Fall Classic. We welcome you back inside Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And I want to ask you, Chris, because I imagine a lot of people over the last couple days, they've been watching the highlight again. They've been watching the full game. They've been looking up what the French call sounded like for the highlight or what another international call not in Canada might have sounded for that highlight. Have you come down emotionally from that win yet? I know the Blue Jays have to have by now. They got more games in front of them, but what a ridiculous way that the Blue Jays have punched their ticket to this World Series.
Yeah, it was a bit ridiculous when it happened. I mean, there's no cameras in this booth. You can't really see what we're doing. But I was jumping around, hugging everybody in the booth as it was happening. You and I are lifelong Blue Jays fans. I know that we're not supposed to be fans, but we still enjoy when this Toronto Blue Jays team wins. You're from Vaughan. I grew up in Mississauga, very close to the Rogers Center. So all this is very special for us. A couple of just Canadian kids up here calling Toronto Blue Jays games. I'm so proud to be next to you. I was proud to be a part of that call. That huge, momentous situation, just moment in Toronto Blue Jays history, Canadian history. George Springer jumping around the bases, looking a lot like Joe Carter did in 1993. What a moment. So in answer to your question, no, I have not come down yet.
Well, now the Blue Jays, they, of course, have to. They're about to get set for their first World Series action since Joe Carter hit that home run 32 years ago. And no World Series is an easy matchup, but this might be a uniquely tough opponent for the Blue Jays to have drawn. The Los Angeles Dodgers, Chris, despite playing in the wild card round, because they had a bumpy regular season by their standards, they've lost one game in the playoffs to get to the World Series. That came in the DS. They swept a 96-win Milwaukee team in the championship series.
Yeah, it's no secret that this is a very, very good Los Angeles Dodgers team. The offense is very similar, I think, personally, to the Seattle Mariners. 6 guys in this lineup can do a ton of damage. There's about 3 guys that you should be able to get out if you make your pitch. With that being said, the starting rotation is absolutely ridiculous, starting tonight with Blake Snell, who's one of the best in the game. The Blue Jays have come up against very good starting pitching in this playoffs. You have the New York Yankees with Max Fried and Carlos Rodon, and then you have the Seattle Mariners, who pretty much everybody in their starting rotation threw 97 miles an hour and was able to locate with that fastball. But there's nobody like Blake Snell, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Tyler Glasnow, and of course Shohei Ohtani. That's 4 of the best, and it's going to be very, very tough. But the Blue Jays can do it. They've shown all season long that they can compete against top-tier pitching. And if they do their thing, if they continue to have good at-bats, work deep counts, I think they can pull this one out.
And at the end of the day, we're not saying they're favorites necessarily as we get primed for game 1, but you just got to go 4-3 over the course of a week and a half.
That's not even that good, is it?
It doesn't sound that crazy when you think about it that way. We're getting set for game 1. Pregame ceremonies kicking off in about 2 minutes. Pharrell is here. There's going to be a lot going on in the field. We'll have all that coverage. But in about a minute and a half before we get there, Chris, your thoughts on Bo Bichette returning to the Blue Jays. Announced today, Bichette and Ty France are both back from injury. They're on the World Series roster. We'll dive into the France move, I think, and its implications a little later. And then Joey Loperfido and Yariel Rodriguez down. Bichette starts at second today. What do you think of this overall?
Well, I was slightly surprised that he was starting at second base, but I'm not surprised at all that he's in the lineup. I thought that he would DH and they would work their way around that. But with Bo Bichette batting behind Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I think that's really, really important just for protection. We saw the Seattle Mariners basically pitch around, or at least try to pitch around Vladimir Guerrero Jr. whenever they could. They can't do that with Bo Bichette behind him. I know that Bo Bichette hasn't played since the beginning of September. He doesn't have those reps in, but he's still a very, very good hitter, a scary hitter. He can go the other way. He can get big hits against elite pitching like Blake Snell. I think it's very important that he's behind Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I think that people have talked about that the protection matters. And at the end of the day, it's Bo Bichette. He's a scary hitter. He's an important part of this team, and he's been absolutely fantastic for the majority of this season.
Leader in doubles on the team, 44. Leader in RBIs, 94. Would have led the majors in hits and doubles had he not been hurt. He'll play his first game since September 6th when he plays in Game 1 of the World Series. And it's easy to forget now, but before this run, no one on this Jays team with the Blue Jays had played deeper than the wild card round. Bo watched along in the DS and CS. These games by a magnitude of about 20,000 are the most important games that Bichette will play in his career. We are getting set for Game 1 of the World Series. Yes, the World Series is in Toronto as about 45,000 fans have packed in to get set for pregame ceremonies. In a moment, we are going to hand it off, and they will take you through introductions. Pharrell will be on the field, potentially a couple of times singing. We'll wait and see for that. They will go through the lineups of both teams, and, of course, what should be an absolutely electric anthem ceremony here at Rogers Center with the Star-Spangled Banner, and then O Canada with, I would have to guess, a gigantic flag across the outfield being featured in that as well. So let's wait no longer. Blue Jays and Dodgers are going in about 30 minutes in Game 1 of the World Series. We send it over to Tim Langton on Public Address.
Good evening and welcome everyone to Rogers Center, home of your Toronto Blue Jays. Tonight, for the first time in 32 years, Canada will host the World Series. It's Game 1 as the Los Angeles Dodgers take on your Toronto Blue Jays. Now, please welcome the 2025 Los Angeles Dodgers, non-starters, coaches, and support staff. your 2025 Blue Jays non-starters, along with support staff, training staff, and coaches. First, our support staff. Major League Director of Health and Performance, Andrew Pipkin. Head Athletic Trainer, Jose Ministral. Major League First Assistant Athletic Trainer, Boom Chong. Major League Second Assistant Athletic Trainer, Drew McDonald. Major League Physical Therapist, John Bigger. Major League Massage Therapist, Todd Earl. Major League Dietitian, Yuka Sanui. Mental Performance Coach, John Lannon. Head Major League Strength and Conditioning Coach, Scott Weber. Major League Assistant Strength and Conditioning Coach, Jeremy Trapp. Associate Manager, DeMarlo Hale. In the bullpen, pitching coach, Pete Walker. Bench coach, Don Mattingly. Third base coach, Carlos Fablis. First base coach, Mark Budzinski. Assistant hitting coach, Hunter Mintz. In the bullpen catcher, Alex Andriopoulos. Also in the bullpen catcher, Luis Hurtado. Hitting coach, David Hopkins. Assistant hitting coach, Lou Ionati. In the bullpen coach, Graham Johnson. Also in the bullpen, assistant pitching coach, Sam Green. Infielder number 2, Ty France. Infielder number 7, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Outfielder number 10, Joey Loperfido. Pitcher number 23, Jeff Hoffman. Outfielder number 25, Anthony Santander. Pitcher number 29, Yariel Rodriguez. Pitcher number 31, Max Scherzer. Pitcher number 34, Kevin Gausman. Outfielder number 38, Nathan Lucas. Pitcher number 40, Chris Bassett. Pitcher number 44, Bowden Francis. Pitcher number 45, Tommy Nance. Infielder number 47, Addison Barger. Pitcher number 48, Sir Anthony Dominguez. Pitcher number 54, Brendan Little. Catcher number 55, Tyler Heineman. Pitcher number 56, Eric Lauer. Pitcher number 57, Shane Bieber. Pitcher number 58, Justin Brule. Pitcher number 63, Braden Fisher. Pitcher number 68, Mason Fluharty. Pitcher number 77, Louis Varland.
Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Get your game face on. I need a seat on that throne. Go. Leave it all on the floor. If there's a knock on the door, don't leave us in. We the boys. Let's go.
And now the starting lineup for the Los Angeles Dodgers, managed by Dave Roberts. Batting first, the designated hitter, number 17, Shohei Ohtani. Batting second, shortstop, number 50, Mookie Betts. Hitting third at first base, number 5, Freddie Freeman. Batting fourth, the catcher, number 16, Will Smith. Batting fifth, right fielder, number 37, Teoscar Hernandez. Hitting sixth, third baseman, number 13, Max Muncy.
Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up.
Hitting seventh, playing left field, number 8, Kike Hernandez. Batting eighth, second baseman, number 25, Tommy Edman. Batting ninth, center fielder, number 44, Andy Pajes. Starting pitcher for the Dodgers tonight, left-hander, number 7, Blake Snell.
He ain't your 3, he ain't your 2, he the 1. He ain't your 3, he ain't your 2, he the 1. Feel the spirit, then they move to it. Then their mind is the first thing they lose to it. Then their spirits just shine with a hue to it. If you think it's that easy, then you do it. When you gotta have it that you can't stop. When the world says to help you, but they stop. They too busy trying to make the rain stop. When there's more galaxies than the raindrops.
Let's count it down.
And now, the starting lineup for your Toronto Blue Jays, managed by John Schneider. Batting first, the designated hitter, number 4, George Springer. Hitting second, the left fielder, number 36, David Schneider. Batting third, the first baseman, number 27, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting fifth, in the bullpen. Batting fourth, second baseman, number 11, Bo Bichette. Batting fifth, in the bullpen, catcher, number 30, Alejandro Kirk. Batting sixth, center fielder, number 5, Dalton Varsho. Batting seventh, at third base, number 22, Ernie Clement. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 3, Miles Straw. Batting ninth, the shortstop, 0, Andres Jimenez. Starting pitcher for your Blue Jays tonight, in the bullpen, right-hander, number 39, Trey Savage. Fans, your 2025 Toronto Blue Jays. We ask you now to please remove your hats and stand if you are able. Tonight's ceremonial flag party is from Royal Canadian Mounted Police Central Region. Here to perform the national anthems, please welcome 500 American and Canadian performers. Voices of Fire with Color of Noise Orchestra.
Anthems wrapping up at Rogers Center, and we are getting closer to Game 1 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays and Dodgers are about 15 minutes away from first pitch. We will end up throwing it back to Tim Langdon and the field in a little bit, but right now we just wrapped up that ceremony. And Chris, if you weren't sure it was the World Series, we had two separate orchestras. I believe a Grammy Award-winning artist in Pharrell Williams, the wordsmith behind Drop It Like It's Hot, and a lot going down on that field. Some big roars for especially the Blue Jays near the top of the order, your Vlads, your Georges, your Bows, even a Teoscar Hernandez, who's on the other side of this series, getting a big reception himself as this crowd starts to get into a frenzy here for Game 1.
There was a big row for applause for Louis Varland. How about that? A guy that really, really deserves a huge applause. He was fantastic in the last series, pitching in big spots. And I think he said, wow. He was surprised by how big that applause was. That's probably a good feeling for him.
Well, there are very few Blue Jays on this team who have played in the World Series. This could be an edge, depending on how you feel about the value of that experience for the Dodgers. When you look at the Blue Jays roster, Max Scherzer's been in a couple World Series. George Springer has been in a couple World Series. Miles Straw, alongside George Springer, has been in the World Series for Houston. And Sir Anthony Dominguez went to the World Series with the Philadelphia Phillies as well. However, when you look across, almost all these Dodgers were in the World Series last year, and a lot of them have multiple World Series appearances before. How much do you think that plays into a series coming up here in 2025?
Well, I think the experience is obviously helpful just because of the environment. There's more media around. You're doing more interviews. But I think that Game 7 that the Blue Jays just played against the Seattle Mariners is going to be really beneficial for them. It was high stakes. They were down 3-1 in the 7th inning. They came back and they won. It was a winner-take-all. And I get it. The experience in the World Series trumps the Game 7 in the ALCS. But I think that Game 7 experience in the ALCS is very, very important and will help a lot of the guys in that Blue Jays dugout.
Don't mean to change the subject too much, but there are two managers in Blue Jays history who have won pennants, and they are taking a photo together right now. Cito Gaston just threw out the first pitch of the game to John Schneider, of course. 2 pennants and 2 World Series titles for Gaston. Schneider winning his first pennant and the franchise's 3rd overall. Schneider had talked about a little bit earlier today, the relationship that they have in Cito quietly in the background has supported him all the while throughout this. Really cool to see those two together on the diamond and to see Cito Gaston back on this field where he produced so many great memories for these Blue Jays fans.
Yeah, it's got to feel good for him, especially being back in the World Series. He's a part of the Blue Jays organization. I don't know to what extent, but you still see him around from time to time, shaking hands, meeting with players, meeting with people, media members, all of that. But it's good to see him out on the field, hugging John Schneider. Like you said, John Schneider mentioned that they've had interactions in the past. Cito Gaston will text John Schneider from time to time, but that's pretty cool down there on that mound.
Blue Jays fans already waving their towels in. We're not even within 10 minutes yet of first pitch. Every seat is occupied right now, although a lot of the fans aren't using them as they strip away the tunnel from the third base dugout that the Blue Jays used to come out for their introductions and start to prepare this field. It's the Blue Jays and Dodgers coming up, Game 1 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, we mentioned a little bit Blake Snell, who will be on the hill for the Dodgers. Before we get into the story video, 60 seconds for you. Trey Savage, one of the youngest and experienced players to ever pitch Game 1 of the World Series.
If there's one 22-year-old that I've seen play that's ready for this moment, it's Trey Savage. The stuff deserves this spotlight. The demeanor, the confidence deserves this spotlight. There are 45,000 people in this stadium, packed into this stadium. I couldn't imagine being that young on this stage with the magnifying glass on you like it is. But if there's one guy that can do it, that can go out there and dominate, especially against a tough lineup like the Los Angeles Dodgers, it's Trey Savage.
You've waited 32 years for World Series action in Toronto, and you'll have to wait about 9 more minutes. First pitch, Blue Jays and Dodgers, is coming up from this diamond in downtown Toronto shortly, but we send it over back to the PA and video board at Rogers Center.
Jays have repeated as World Series champions. These fans, this country, you deserve all of this.
This is for them. We do this for the city, man. We do this for y'all. We do this for y'all. 4 more, baby. 4 more.
We know it's a tough goal ahead of us.
We're here to win.
We're here to win the World Series.
There's no quitting this team. There's a lot of, fight every day.
Blue Jays and the Yankees.
And it's gone! How's that for starting off the postseason with a bang? Swing and a miss, strike 3. A spectacular play. First pitch crunch.
A statement win in their first game of October. Strikes out the side.
This is unbelievable. One win away. Guerrero shoots it down the right field line. Clement just keeps on swinging it.
Shoots one into center field. He's come through.
Got it! They have knocked out the New York Yankees, and they are going to the American League Championship Series.
You got to win 4. All we can do is take it one game at a time. Your back's up against the wall. There's only one way out, and that's to start throwing punches.
Swinging a high drive. Looks him at the wall. It's gone! He's drilled by Barger to right.
The Blue Jays offense has come to life. A 5-run third.
This team specifically, we have a ton of guys that are built for the moment. There's just no panic now. We know who we are. Momentum can be a real thing.
Snakes him out.
It is gone! He gets rallied. Double play! 3 innings in a row. Barger demolishes one. It will be a 7th and deciding game. Exactly the part of the lineup you want in a situation like this. Swinging a fly ball to left field. There goes Rosarena. She's gone! Here's the 3-2. He got it! First time in 32 years, the Toronto Blue Jays are going to the World Series.
That goes not finished. We got 4 more to go.
Let's go get it.
We are about 6 minutes away from Trey Savage's first pitch in the World Series. Fans to their feet applauding him as he walks in with Alejandro Kirk from the bullpen into the Blue Jay dugout. And before we get to game action, let's send you over to set this one up more to today's host. Here is Show Ali.
Thank you, guys. Show Ali with you here at the Rogers Center. We await first pitch between Trey Savage and Blake Snell. Game 1 of the World Series on tap for you in just a few minutes. We have those handful of minutes before the rookie takes the hill. Remarkably, it will be more playoff starts for him than regular season starts with tonight's game. It's just truly really cool stuff. But before Trey Day begins in earnest in the World Series, let's hear one last chat. I saved perhaps the best for last. Major League Baseball's Commissioner Rob Manfred joined Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker yesterday to tee up the World Series in Toronto.
Rob, for the most part, I think we'd all agree the game is in a really good place based on competitive balance, TV numbers, attendance, revenue, things of that nature. What do you think has been the key to this growth? And I'll ask you this: even with all this, what still keeps you up at night as commissioner of Major League Baseball?
Okay, well, look, I think, as most things in the sport, we have been blessed with an influx of great players. Obviously Ohtani's at the top of the list, Vladdy Jr., but Bobby Witt Jr. just kind of goes on. And people look at these players and realize, it's really a uniquely talented group. Number one. Number two, I do think we have made some changes in the game by listening to our fans that I think have brought back certain aspects of the game that people really value, athleticism being at the top of the list. I think the game moves a little better than it did. More action, less dead time. And I think those things have combined to give us 3 years in a row of attendance up over 70 million, which is a number we hadn't been at in quite some time. We are really thankful for the support that our fans have given us.
Rob, you have a true international World Series with Shohei against a Canadian team. How important do you think that is, and what does that say about where baseball is?
I think it's a really important symbol of the efforts that we've made at internationalizing the game. I think international growth is a huge opportunity for baseball. For years, I mean, literally decades, the owners and the players have made investments in growing the game internationally. Players agreeing to go to Korea, Japan, London, Mexico, in an effort to internationalize the sport, and owners funding those efforts. And I think that we are seeing the fruits of those efforts. I mean, we have huge audiences for this World Series in the U.S. and Canada, obviously, but we're going to have huge audiences in Korea and Japan as well. Really, really important to the future of the game.
That's Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred with Blair and Barker. You can catch the whole chat on the Blair and Barker podcast feed. And, of course, B&B will be along for Jays Talk after this game is in the books. I'm Show Ali here at the Rogers Center. Before we get you back to Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue, let's get to those starting lineups. In case you're just joining us now, Don Mattingly handing in the lineup card for the Blue Jays, and the man who replaced him handing in the lineup card for the Dodgers, manager Dave Roberts. For the Blue Jays, George Springer is batting leadoff. He is DHing. Davis Schneider is batting second. He is in left field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., as usual, is at third base. He is first base, He is batting third. Bo Bichette is batting cleanup. He is at second base. Alejandro Kirk is batting fifth. He is catching. Dalton Varsho is batting sixth. He is in center field. Ernie Clement is batting seventh. He is at third base. Miles Straw is batting eighth. He is in right field. Andres Jimenez is batting ninth. He is at shortstop. For the Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani is DHing. He is batting leadoff. Mookie Betts is batting second. He is at shortstop. Freddie Freeman is at first base, batting third. Batting cleanup is Will Smith. He is catching. Teoscar Hernandez is batting fifth. He is in right field. Max Muncy is at third base, batting sixth. Kike Hernandez is batting seventh. In left field, at second base, Tommy Edman is batting eighth, and batting ninth is Andy Pajes. He is in center field. Trey Savage just took the mound for the Blue Jays. They are on the diamond, which means we are just about ready for Game 1 of the World Series. The Fall Classic has arrived in Toronto for the first time in 32 years. Let's get you over to the guys calling all the action on the Sportsnet Radio Network. With the call, here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. 22-year-old Trey Savage just threw his first warm-up pitch as the Blue Jays in their white jerseys, white pants, and blue caps with the front white panel. The throwback caps are on their heads for Game 1 of the World Series. On the other side, it'll be the road grays with blue font for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Savage in this postseason, 2-1 with a 4.20 ERA in 3 starts. That earned run average bogged down by a tough start in Game 2 of the championship series. His other 2 have been really strong. He's 6'4", 225, 4-seam split slider from that high, difficult to pick up angle. And the Blue Jays betting on his resolve at 22, which we've talked about, his great stuff, and the fact that the Dodgers haven't seen him yet.
Trey Savage is about to make his 4th career postseason start. He's only made 3 career regular season starts. That tells you just how green he is. If Trey Yesavage can locate the fastball and stay on top of that split finger, I guarantee that he's going to have some success against this Los Angeles Dodgers lineup. Like you said, they don't know much about him. They haven't seen him. Yes, they have the traject machine. Yes, they have the scouting report, but you don't know what you're up against until you're standing in that batter's box.
Last time the Blue Jays played game 1 of a World Series here was 93. They beat the Phillies 8-5. Devon White and John Olerud homered. Now, Shohei Ohtani steps into the box, and we get ready to start the World Series. Yesavage winds, the kick and the pitch, and it's down and in to begin the World Series. Ball 1. Time of the first pitch is 8:14 Eastern. The roof is closed, and the place is packed in downtown Toronto. Ohtani, an imposing left-handed hitter, waits on the 1-0. And he takes a heater for a strike, 95 at the top. It's 1-1. Home plate umpire Will Little, Mark Wagner at first, Adrian Johnson at second, and Bo Porter at third. The 1-1. Swing and a foul off, shot into the seats left side. It's 1-2. Down the left field line, the umpire is Adam Hammery, and down the right field line, Jordan Baker. And here's Trey Yesavage, Chris, ahead of Shohei Ohtani, who asks for time.
And Ohtani was way behind that fastball that he just threw, almost like a two-strike approach, just trying to foul it off. You can pretty much throw anything you want here.
1-2. Heater up and in. Ohtani freezes and takes it high for 2 balls and 2 strikes. Shohei Ohtani clubbed 55 home runs this year to go along with 25 doubles and 9 triples. He hit in the 280s. Right on left, the 2-2. He got him. Yesavage punches out Ohtani. Welcome to the World Series. He got him on a splitter, 1 down.
There's not many people in Major League Baseball that can make Ohtani look like that. An awkward swing way out in front. He threw a few good fastballs and then at bat, and then mixes in the split finger there. It looked exactly like a fastball right down the middle and then broke below the strike zone. What a pitch.
With 1 out and the bases empty, here is Mookie Betts in the pitch. Taken low for ball 1, close to the zone with that 94-mile-an-hour heater. Betts, the shortstop now for the Dodgers, formerly a right fielder, hits from the right side. 1-0 pitch. In the dirt, 2-0. No score. We're in the first inning. It's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The wind and the 2-0. Betts swings and misses. An awkward hack there on a slider from Yesavage at 88, 2-1.
That tells you the comfort level with that slider, with those off-speed pitches.
The kick and the 2-1. Called strike. Alejandro Kirk rips the slider back in. Might have been a hair outside. It's 2-2. The wind and the pitch. Check swing, pitch down and away. Appeal to first, no swing, says Wagner. Only looked like a little flinch from Betts. Didn't come close to going around. Full count.
Yanked that slider just a little bit. I think it started as a ball, an easier take for Mookie Betts.
Full count, 1 out. Betts at the plate, Freeman on deck. Here's the pitch. And it's bounced towards short. 2-hopper, backhanded. Jimenez throws across to first. 2 down in the top of the first inning.
He's really starting to throw that slider well, getting on top of that pitch. A lot of downward action. Obviously getting Mookie Betts way out in front. A weak ground ball to Andres Jimenez for the second out of the inning.
It's a tone-setting inning in the World Series. The Dodgers, with their top 3 or 4, can blitz you early in a lot of games. But on 11 pitches, Yesavage has gotten Ohtani and Betts. Here is Freddie Freeman, left-handed hitting first baseman, last year's World Series MVP. The pitch. Freeman hits it back foul, 0-1. This will be potentially the toughest matchup for Yesavage because this guy does not swing and miss as much, especially as Ohtani. 295 hitter this year, 24 homers, 90 RBIs. The 0-1. And it's hit foul to the left again. Into the sheets, out of play. It's 0-2.
He doesn't swing and miss much, but he's also never seen anything like Trey Yesavage.
Sure.
He is unique, and he is a unicorn.
0-2 count, 2 outs in the top of the first, no score and the base is empty. The pitch home. In the dirt, Freeman takes his slider that bounced near his front foot, 1-2. Freddie Freeman won World Series MVP last year by homering 4 times in 5 games, including a walk-off grand slam in Game 1 over New York. Freeman hunched over, and the 1-2. Rolled over to second. Bichette charging. Early play for him. He gloves. Throws over to first like he's been playing second base his whole life. A 1-2-3. Top of the first inning for Trey Savage. Punched out Ohtani to keep it 0-0. We go to the bottom of the first where Blake Snell matches up with George Springer. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Global superstar Ed Sheeran, live in Toronto. Ed Sheeran, Loop Tour North America 2026. Due to demand, third show at it. Live at Rogers Center, August 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.ca. The brand new album Play is available everywhere now. Ed Sheeran, promoted by Messina Touring Group.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Game 1 of the World Series. We're in Toronto, over top the diamond at Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali's our host tonight. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Andrew Adams, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young, our technical directors. A 1-2-3 top of the first for Trey Savage. So there's no score in Game 1 of the World Series as Blake Snell toes the rubber and George Springer digs into the back of the righty box. Veteran lefty Snell into the wine, and his pitch. Springer takes high, 96 above the zone, ball 1. Blake Snell, 5-4 this season, a 2.35 ERA in 11 starts. He was slowed by injury, left shoulder inflammation specifically. Southpaw's 1-0. Springer hits it on a hop to short, backing up Betts. Fields on the turf, throws from the dirt a little low, but Freeman over there to pick it up just over top of the dirt, and there's 1 out on 2 pitches.
Snell's made 3 starts in the postseason so far this year, 3-0 with a .86 ERA. He's only given up 6 hits in 21 innings.
His last 2 starts combined 14 scoreless innings, no runs, 2 hits in those 14 innings. The secret to the Dodgers' run this year, it's actually been more the pitchers than the hitters so far. Pitch to Davis Schneider, high ball 1. Only the 5th game of this postseason for Davis Schneider, in there with a lefty starter on the hill. No lefty starters and few lefties overall for Seattle, so he didn't play much in the CS. 1 out, base is empty, the 1-0. Breaking ball, called strike. There's the big curve from Blake Snell. He leads with his four-seamer, but he'll mix in his changeup, curveball, and slider. And the breaking balls specifically have been dominant in the postseason. 1-1. Swing and a flare shallow center. Moving back, Mookie Betts, the shortstop. He'll make the catch on the pop-up. And Blake Snell has 2 quick outs.
He's found the release point and the feel for that changeup. In the playoffs, he has a 65% whiff rate with that changeup. In the regular season, it was just 43%. So he's figured something out, and that's probably part of the reason why he's been so dominant in the playoffs.
You combine that with the fact he is not allowed to hit on a breaking ball yet and getting over 50% whiff. You might want to look for the fastball. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He takes a changeup right on the corner for strike 1. Typically, throughout this season, the four-seamer was the pitch that people would get to Snell on the rare time they got him. 0-1 offering. Fastball high, just missed at 96, a ball and a strike. Only 3 home runs allowed all year for Snell in his 14 combined playoff and regular season starts. All of them came on the four-seamer. 1-1. High with a fastball again. That's pretty close. You could have called that a strike, but he's not getting on top of that heater yet. Everything is missed up.
That was a really nice take. I mean, that was a close pitch. It might have actually caught the top of that strike zone, but Vlad with the confident take.
Now the 2-1 to Guerrero. Bounce to the ALCS MVP. It's 3-1. Guerrero overall in the postseason, 19 for 43, a 442 average, 3 doubles, 6 home runs, 12 RBIs. 2 outs, bases empty, the 3-1. Called strike, perfectly placed change again. Snell has missed 3 times in this at-bat, and he's placed 2 changeups right on the bottom outside corner. Vlad threw the bat away, but he'll gather it back. It's full count.
Yeah, not sure what Vlad was looking at there. That was a great pitch. That ball was actually all the way in that strike box. A perfectly placed changeup in the bottom corner.
Now the 3-2. And it's chopped down the third baseline. Foul. Just wide of the bag and out of the reach of Max Muncy, who mans the hot corner for LA.
It seems like Blake Snell is challenging Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I talked about this before the broadcast, or before the ball game. But with Bo Bichette standing in that on-deck circle, you can't just let him get to first base. You can't.
You can see how they feel about Vlad. Muncy and Betts playing very deep on the left side of the infield. Here's another 3-2. And it's low ball 4, and now Guerrero takes his walk. 7th pitch he saw was a breaking ball in the dirt, a curveball to be exact. And the Blue Jays have the first base runner of the World Series with Bo Bichette coming up. They thought, hey, maybe if we get the bye winning the division, we could get Bo in the DS. Then they won the DS. Maybe they could get him in the CS. They won the CS, and now Bo returns in the World Series. The pitch from Snell. Bichette takes inside, ball 1.
And there's a big hole on the right side of the infield. Second baseman Tommy Edman shading towards second base, and then Freddie Freeman, of course, is holding on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We've seen Bo Bichette shoot that hole on the right side quite a bit this season.
Runner on first, 2 down from the stretch. Snell's 1-0. Inside again, 2-0. Still looking for some command of that fastball right now. Everything else, though, is working for Snell.
Well, you said it earlier. That's his issue from time to time. He becomes erratic with the fastball. You have to be patient here if you're Bo Bichette.
Snell's 2-0. Up and in, ball 3. Bichette was gearing up there, and the 96 went past his chin. It's 3-0.
I'm wondering if Bo Bichette's going to take all the way here.
I'd imagine they don't give him the take sign, but that he could do it himself. We'll wait and see. Guerrero on first, 3-0. Bichette swings and hits a soft grounder through the right side, a base hit. Vladdy makes a turn at second. He'll go to third. Teoscar Hernandez's throw bounces in late. Welcome back, Bo Bichette. A single in the first. Runners on the corners with 2 outs.
Well, right in that big hole. Freddie Freeman, like I said, was holding on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Normally, he would have fielded that ground ball really easily and just stepped on first base for the 3rd out of the inning. But Bo Bichette sneaks it through. Now the Blue Jays have runners at first and third, still with 2 outs in this inning. A big at-bat here for Alejandro Kirk.
Maybe not exactly what he was trying to do. That was a changeup floating over the middle. That was the home run swing from Bo. But being a tick off in his first at-bat back might have worked out for him. First and third, 2 down. Here's Alejandro Kirk with, again, an exposed right side of the infield. No score, bottom 1, and the pitch from Snell. Kirk takes, it's high, ball 1. All of a sudden, Blake Snell struggling for the zone. Walked Guerrero, just gave up a 3-0 hit to Bichette. Snell has thrown 10 balls to only 7 strikes so far in the first. 1-0 to Kirk. Hit off the end of the bat, foul, back into the netting. A good changeup from Snell makes it 1-1.
That was a good pitch, but it looked like Alejandro Kirk was all over it, weighted back, and just missed it, fouling it back. But this is the game plan. You make the guy work out there, and eventually you try to get to that bullpen where it's the weak spot of this Dodgers team.
Snell's 1-1. High, ball 2. Well, not a bad start, guaranteeing essentially that Blake Snell will throw 20 pitches in this inning, barring someone getting picked off here before the 2-1.
It's a good mound visit for Will Smith. They're going to go over what pitch they want to throw. Essentially, they're just slowing the heart rate of Blake Snell, slowing the game down. I'm sure even with the success and the career that Blake Snell has had, the experience, this crowd has to be getting to him just a little bit. It is absolutely electric in here.
Right from the jump, the crowd is up on their feet. There's a Canadian flag waving down the left field line from one of the fans, and tons of powder blue towels circling around at Rogers Center. For what it's worth, it's a small sample, but maybe this is the guy you want up right now. Kirk in his career, 2 for 3 against Blake Snell. And a base hit is all they need with Guerrero on third, Bo on first, and 2 outs, no score. Bottom of the first inning. Snell set the 2-1. Kirk takes up an in, ball 3. This brings on an interesting decision now. The left-handed hitter Dalton Varsho is on deck. Do you even want to go after Kirk if you're Snell? We'll find out right now. Southpaw, 2-time Cy Young Award winner is set. And is 3-1. Kirk smokes it foul into the screen. He went after him all right. A hanging curve right over the middle, and Kirk just a hair off. Hit it straight right. It's full count.
He's been all over a couple of off-speed pitches from Blake Snell. First the changeup, then the curveball. Let's see what he throws here.
And Kirk will ask for time before Snell's pitch. A little savvy from Kirk. He waited for the set and then threw the hand back, time granted by Will Little behind home plate. Full count and 2 outs, no score, bottom of the first. Guerrero will stay put at third, but Bo Bichette should get a running start here from first base. Snell's payoff pitch to Alejandro Kirk. And it's fouled away. Might have been ball 4, 97 above the zone, but too close to take, and Kirk is going to make Snell throw a 23rd pitch of the inning.
Kirk's been very good for the majority of this season with 2 strikes, one of the best in baseball.
A hit and a walk this inning has put runners on the corners. With 2 outs, another 3-2. Kirk smokes a liner foul over the first base dugout, down into the camera well as it ricocheted off the netting. That was 96 in on the hands, and Kirk got inside of it to fight it off.
Yeah, I don't think they're being careful with Alejandro Kirk. They are challenging him. They don't want to walk him here and face the lefty and Dalton Varsho.
Freeman no longer holding Bichette on first. 3-2. And it's lined right field, sinking near the foul line. It drops foul. By about 3 feet, the Blue Jays miss out on taking the lead here in the bottom of the first. Bit of a miss hit from Kirk, almost dunked it into shallow right. Instead, they'll do it again at 3-2.
That was a great pitch. It was 96 miles an hour in on the hands. I think it was in the strike zone, so Kirk had to offer at it. But like you said, just muscled it over Freddie Freeman and missed a potential double and an RBI by about 3 feet down that right field line.
Heavy fastball recently from Snell. His last 3 pitches in 5 of the last 6. Here's pitch 9 to Kirk. and it's in the dirt, ball 4. That'll load the bases. Dalton Varsho coming up, and Blake Snell begging to get out of this first inning. He's already offered 25 pitches.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Mark Pryor thinks about coming out here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. This is a good situation to be in if you're Dalton Varsho. You don't have to be antsy here. You know that Blake Snell is struggling to throw strikes. You can be patient and put the pressure on him.
Varsho hits over 300 with the bases loaded in his career. Bases loaded, 2 down. The pitch. Up and in, ball 1. Big miss there with the curve. Varsho is also the owner of 5 career grand slams. It is a left-on-left matchup, though, and Snell dominated left-handed batters this year even more than the righties. 1-0 pitch. Called strike. Just barely grabbed the edge with the breaking ball. I think that was a missed spot, but Snell back in the zone. It's Guerrero on third, Bichette on second, Kirk on first. No score and 2 outs, bottom of the first. 1-1 to Varsho. Swing and a miss. It's a good slider right there. Dropped just below the zone. 1-2.
Now you have to shorten up. You have to find a way to put the ball in play. Try to sneak it through a hole.
Varsho had a first-inning RBI in Game 7 of the championship series. He awaits a 1-2. And he lifts it high to center, pretty shallow. Pa has started back. Now he's racing forward, gets under it, makes the grab, and Snell barely escapes the jam. He throws 29 pitches. The Blue Jays come up with a hit and 2 walks, but they do not score. Leave the bases loaded, and it's a scoreless game after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rush Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
Global superstar Ed Sheeran, live in Toronto. Ed Sheeran, Loop Tour North America 2026. Due to demand, 3rd show at it. Live at Rogers Center, August 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.ca. The brand new album Play is available everywhere now. Ed Sheeran, promoted by Messina Touring Group.
Mark your calendars. The 18th Annual Primetime Sports Management Conference and Trade Show presented by MLSE returns to the Weston Harbor Castle November 2nd to 4th. Join Sportsnet's own Carolyn Cameron and experts from the Toronto Raptors, New York Giants, Toronto Maple Leafs, Tennis Canada, Toronto Blue Jays, Golf Canada, Toronto Tempo, plus over 50 more speakers. This is a must-attend for anyone in the industry and a chance to learn from and network with the leaders in sports. Register at primetimesport.ca today.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A Springer! Digger!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A 50-50 jackpot, 32 years in the making. Jays Cares World Series 50-50 jackpot is projected to surpass $3 million and beyond. It's already over 1.2 in the second inning of Game 1 of the World Series. Get your tickets at bluejays.com/50-50 from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Top of the second, scoreless game. Blue Jays and Dodgers, Game 1 of the Fall Classic. Trey Savage back on the hill. Will Smith is his opponent, the Dodger catcher who hits from the right side. You know, when you look at this Dodgers lineup, everyone goes top three, almost impossible to beat. Ohtani, Betts, Freeman. They probably should loop Will Smith into that bunch. I know he's not a former MVP, but he's one of the best catchers, especially with the bat, in all of baseball. First pitch, fastball, high and outside, ball one. It's a guy who hit .296 with a .901 OPS in 110 games this year around injuries. Next pitch is low, 2-0.
Doesn't have a home run this postseason yet, but he is 8 for 28. That's a .286 average. Also does have a couple of RBIs.
No score in the 2-0 from Savage. Fastball in there. 93 at the top. Took a little off it to get in the zone. Strike one. Seventh season for Will Smith, a two-time World Series champion, 2020 and 2024. Career Dodger. 2-1 pitch. Outside, ball three.
You want to throw a strike here to Will Smith. I know that you don't want to throw something over the heart of the plate, but you don't want to walk the leadoff batter, especially with Teoscar Hernandez standing on deck.
3-1. Check swing on a high fastball. Peel down to first. No swing, says Mark Wegner, and it will be a leadoff walk to Will Smith.
You have to wonder if the layoff Trey Savage just had. Blake Snell threw 29 pitches. Trey Savage was sitting in that dugout for quite some time. They'll have to find the release point to Teoscar Hernandez.
Here is the former Blue Jay 33-year-old in his 10th Major League season, Teoscar Hernandez. Runner on first, no outs. And the pitch. Low ball one. Constantly a big playoff performer. Hernandez has done it again in this postseason run, hitting .268, 11 for 41. But the headline is his 4 doubles and team-leading 11 RBIs, or 4 homers, I should say, and team-leading 11 RBIs. .1-0 pitch. Called strike. Right on the outside edge with a slider to even the count at 1. Six years with the Blue Jays for Hernandez, 2017 to 2022. 1-1 pitch. Fastball on the inner third. Make that a slider, rather. Either way, it's a strike. It's 1-2, and the fans are cheering on, looking for another strikeout from Savage. He's got one tonight. Long-bearded right-handed hitter Hernandez asked for time, just put his arm around the back of Will Little to ask the home plate ump a question, and now he steps back into the box. Will Smith on first, no outs, no score, top of the second. Savage is 1-2. On the ground is short, backing up Jimenez, gloves, throws to second one, Bichette to first, not in time. It was a slow high bouncer. They couldn't double up Hernandez, but it's a fielder's choice. He replaces Smith at first, and there's one out in the top of the second.
Early on, you're seeing a lot of defensive swings from this Los Angeles Dodgers lineup. We talked about it early on. You can do all the traject machine work that you want. You can look at all the scouting reports, but until you're in the box, you don't understand how unique that delivery is. And even Teoscar Hernandez got a tough slider over the middle of the plate, was way out in front, and almost got doubled up.
Hernandez now leading off first. Guerrero holds him on in the pitch to Max Muncy. Called a strike. Muncy caps off this real dangerous top 6 in the Dodgers order. Not that the bottom 3 are scrubs by any means, but the top 6 are the big names you know. Muncy, a big left-handed hitter. 0-1. And it's lined toward left field, sinking and down for a base hit, charging forward Schneider gloves, and he'll flip it back into the shortstop, Andres Jimenez. Hernandez up to second base. Muncy did not get much of that slider, but got enough of it for the first Dodger hit of the game.
Yeah, it's just a good piece of hitting. He got a tough slider. They were actually trying to come in. It backed up a little bit, ended up down the middle, ate up Max Muncy, but he's so strong, and he was able to muscle that thing over Andres Jimenez and into left field.
I mean, you do see again how crossed up they are there, because a normal guy hangs a slider over the middle to Max Muncy. That ball's in Quebec by the time we're finished with the call, but instead it's a single. It's first and second, one out. Kike Hernandez up and the pitch is high. Kirk stabs at the fastball, 1-0. Kike Hernandez playing left field consistently right now for the Dodgers, also known as his full name, Enrique Hernandez. Swings and misses. A four-seamer up top, 1-1. Another two-time World Series champion and a guy who has been in 4 different World Series before this one. This is the 5th of his career. Right-handed hitter batting over 300 in the postseason. 1-1. And it's lined up the middle of base hit center field. Hernandez gets the wave around third. Varsho gloves, he'll throw into third. And Kike Hernandez starts the scoring with an RBI single. Muncy into second. It's 1-0 Dodgers in the top of the second inning.
He's thrown a couple of hanging sliders so far in this inning. One to Max Muncy and one to Hernandez right there. Max Muncy got jammed. Kike Hernandez ripped that thing right back up the middle. A really nice swing. Staying on that pitch and hitting a good line drive right back up the middle.
So the Dodgers strike first in the 2025 World Series. They lead it 1-0. Still first and second. One out, top of the second inning. And Tommy Edman is up for the Dodgers. The pitch. Inside with a heater, ball 1. A walk to begin this inning, a fielder's choice, and then back-to-back singles. Muncy on second, Hernandez on first. 1-0 to Edman. Swing and a miss. Edman, a longtime Cardinal, World Series champion with the Dodgers last year. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss again. He's gone up with the fastball. That one was letter high, and Edman still offered at it 1-2.
Yeah, you might not want to go that high up again. Edman will probably take it, but he's also shown you that he's going to swing through those elevated heaters. I don't mess around here. I don't speed him up with a slider here or a split finger. I stay upstairs with a fastball.
Muncy on second, and Hernandez still on first. Big lead for him. One out, the 1-2. Bounced in front of home, went to the splitter and skipped it. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
If you're going to throw that split finger, you want to throw it there. Pretty good location. Bounced it behind home plate. A good block from Alejandro Kirk, keeping the runners where they are.
The Savage set, brings the glove from his belt up to his chest. Is 2-2. Chopped to third base, charging forward Clemente, bare hands, and he's got no play. Swinging bunt for Edman, and it works out for a single. Station to station go the Dodgers, who load the bases now with 1 out.
That was actually a pretty good AB from Trey Savage. Pete Walker is going to come out and have a conversation with Alejandro Kirk and Trey Savage right now, but I thought he did a good job locating his pitches, executing the game plan. He just got unlucky. Edman hit a little trickler down the third base line. Ernie Clement barehanded that ball cleanly, but Edman's got too much speed. He was safe by a lot. Ernie Clement didn't even throw.
Obviously, the World Series, the playoffs as a whole are results based, but only one of the 3 hits so far for the Dodgers in this inning was really hard hit. Muncy got an okay piece of his liner, and Edman completely topped that one. It was just the Kike Hernandez RBI single that was well struck. But Trey Savage is in a tough spot here. The bases are loaded with 1 out. And Shohei Ohtani's on deck. So you'd love a ground ball out of Andy Paez right now, so you don't have to face Ohtani in this huge jam. 1-0 Dodgers, top of the second. Pitch to Paez. Called strike. Infield for the Blue Jays plays back. Good news is Muncy's the runner on third. Not a ton of speed from him. 0-1. Fouled away, and you Savage ahead. 0-2. With Muncy leading off third, Hernandez takes a step off second. And off first base is Tommy Edman after his infield hit. Paez asks for time. Savage was set. Will Little waving his right hand from behind home plate to make sure the 22-year-old steps off. The Savage wipes his face with the inside of his left elbow and now sets. Glove pressed into his chest. 0-2 to Pages. Down and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Ideally, you want a double play here, but like you said, Shohei Ohtani is standing on deck. Just got to get an out. That's the most important thing right here. If you're Trey Savage, you want to get an out and keep Max Muncy at third base.
22 pitch innings so far for Savage. 1 out, bases loaded. The 1-2. High, 2 balls and 2 strikes. One nothing Dodgers, top of the second, game 1 of the World Series. 2-2. Low ball 3, barely missed with a fastball. I don't know how you take that if you're Pages, but he did. Full count.
He might have been fooled by that pitch. That was a really nice fastball, about a hair below that strike zone. Alejandro Kirk did a good job framing it. Like you said, I have no idea how Pages took that pitch.
So a full count now with the bases loaded and Ohtani on deck. Payoff pitch to Pages. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pages expecting a challenge pitch. Chased his slider below the knees, 2 down.
And now you still have work to do. Shohei Ohtani is slowly walking to that batter's box. You got him last time. Don't try to do too much here. Bases are loaded with 2 outs. You still have to throw strikes.
Muncy on third, Hernandez on second, Edman on first. 1-0 Dodgers with 2 outs. The pitch to Ohtani. Swing and a miss. Huge rip at 94 up and in, 0-1.
That's the one hole that Shohei Ohtani has in his swing. It's that fastball up and in.
Much like Guerrero, pitchers often alternate hard up and in and then soft down and away. 0-1. There's the splitter. It misses downstairs. Make it the slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. There is already action in the Blue Jay pen. Savage is approaching 30 pitches in this inning. Would be huge to keep it here at 1-0. Ohtani up and the 1-1. High, 2-1. He's just struggling for control right now, Trey Savage. Not unlike Blake Snell. Trey Savage has thrown 19 balls to 24 strikes. Snell is basically 50-50 in his 29 pitches. 14 balls, 15 strikes. 2-1 pitch. On the ground toward first. Over the bag, it stays fair. Vladdy gloves. He'll go to first to end the inning. A lot of traffic, but not a ton of damage. The Dodgers get a run on 3 hits. They leave the bases loaded. It's 1-0 LA, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's 11-9 in the bottom of the eighth.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
TK Hernandez with an RBI single, but Trey Savage bears down, strands the bases loaded, punching out Pages and getting Ohtani to keep it 1-0 Dodgers. Going to the bottom of the second, and here's Ernie Clement leading off against Blake Snell.
I think that was a win for the Toronto Blue Jays for Trey Savage, keeping the Los Angeles Dodgers to 1 run in that inning. They had the bases loaded and 1 out, and Trey Savage was able to navigate through that inning, giving up just 1 run. That's a big inning for him.
Ernie Clement leads off the pitch. Called strike on a changeup. It's 0-1. Snell stranded the bases loaded himself in the first inning. Gave up a hit and 2 walks, but the Blue Jays did not score. 0-1 pitch. Clement fouls it back. 95 on the edge. Better fastball location on his first pitch of the second than he had in the first. It's 0-2. Clement, one of the top hitters this postseason, batting .429, 18 for 42. 0-2. And he shoots the ball out to shallow left, down in front of TK Hernandez. Ernie Clement keeps it going, make it 19 for 43, and he's on to lead off the bottom of the second.
It's a bit ridiculous now with Ernie Clement, that 2-strike approach. The fact that he's able to get to that curveball, didn't hit it hard, hit it off the end of the bat, but that curveball was about 2 or 3 inches from hitting the dirt. He was able to keep the hands back, find a way to get that ball into left field. What a big base hit for him.
Almost looked like a tennis shot there as he threw the one hand down to slice it out to left. Here's Miles Straw, no outs in the pitch. Called strike 94, backs up Straw, it landed on the inside edge, 0-1.
It's really tough to string multiple base hits together against Blake Snell. I'd be shocked if Miles Straw doesn't try to bunt here.
Can I tell you why I think he won't? I'll tell you after the 0-1. Clement on first, no outs in the pitch. High and outside, 1-1. Guy on deck is a left-handed hitter in Andres Gimenez. That's why I think they wouldn't. In a different scenario, they might, but Snell is tough on lefties.
That's a good call.
Outside of that, though, I'm fully there with you. I still think you could do it. After Gimenez is George Springer. No outs, runner on first, and the 1-1. Straw hits it back foul. 95 on the inner third again, 1-2. Not a ton of starts in the postseason for Miles Straw. This could be his 10th at-bat. He's 2 for 9 with an RBI and a walk. Had a big RBI single in Game 4 of the division series in New York against the Yankees. 1-2 pitch. Foul tip, strike 3. Got him on a changeup over the middle. One of the slower changeups you'll see at 83. 1 out.
Yeah, that changeup was right down the middle, about a 12 or 13 mile an hour difference. Then that fastball, really tough to stay on because it looks exactly like the fastball. The arm speed looks like a fastball, and Miles Straw was way out in front.
Left on left matchup now with Andres Gimenez. Clement on first, waddling around in the pitch. Check swing. It was a breaking ball in the dirt, ball 1. Blake Snell's a big strikeout guy, but that was just his first strikeout of the game when he got Straw. He punched out 10 in 8 innings against the Brewers on the 13th in his last start. His 1-0. High. 2 balls, no strikes. I don't know about you, Chris, but I'm probably taking all the way now if I'm Gimenez in this tough lefty-lefty matchup.
Yeah, especially because it's left on left. And because it's Blake Snell, you're taking all the way.
The 2-0. Swing and a miss, never mind, although that was a hung slider over the middle. Gimenez was looking for his 3rd homer of the postseason. Instead, swing and a miss makes it 2-1.
He was going for it. That front shoulder went flying. That tells me that he's trying to go deep here against Blake Snell.
Snell back in the count at 2-1. And his pitch. Grounded foul. It hit the foot of Gimenez, who lost his helmet, and then it rolled into the first base dugout of the Dodgers, 2-2. Jimenez asks a question of Will Little and steps back in the box. 2-ball, 2-strike count, 1 out. Ernie Clement on first and a 1-0 Dodger lead. Bottom of the second. Kick in the 2-2. Checked his swing, and it foul tipped off the bat of Jimenez into the glove of Smith. Strike 3. That is real tough luck. That fastball was way up. Jimenez tried to hold up, but you could hear it go off the bat. 2 down.
Yeah, I think Andres Jimenez wasn't frustrated with the call. He might have been frustrated because it was a little bit of a late call from Will Little behind home plate, but we're seeing the replay very obviously just ticked off that bat and into the glove of Will Smith.
2 down, runner on first, 1-0 Dodgers, and the pitch to Springer. On the ground, a weak roller right side, ranging to the backhand side. Freeman looks to second, no one's there, throws to first, still didn't touch the bag. Clement takes off for third, and he's out. The throw across from Snell to get him and end the inning. On an ugly play, Springer got to first in time, but Clement gambles for 90 feet, and the Dodgers make him pay. That will do it for the inning. The Blue Jays end up with no runs on 2 hits, 1 left. They trail 1-0 going to the top of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the third inning, and it's brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is making history in your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in the Tri-City area, Ottawa, and the GTA, and all across Ontario are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. We welcome you back to Game 1 of the World Series. The Dodgers lead the Blue Jays 1-0. Top of the third about to begin. Trey Savage against Mookie Betts. The pitch. High and inside with a heater, ball 1. Savage coming off a long top of the second inning. Ended up throwing about 30 pitches. 1-0. Called strike. And it all started with a leadoff walk. Betts is tough to pitch to, but you do want to be in the zone here right now against Mookie. 1-1. high with a fastball. Kirk held it there for a moment looking for the call, but it was up. It's called ball 2, 2-1.
Even that ball that was called a strike on the second pitch of this at-bat was outside of that strike zone. He's thrown 3 fastballs in this count that haven't been strikes.
The wind in the 2-1. Down and in, ball 3.
So 26 strikes in this ball game and 22 balls. That's not a very good ratio.
And a lot of pitches so far for 2+. That's 48 total. 3-1 pitch. High, ball 4. Another miss up top with a fastball. And for the second inning in a row, a leadoff walk. Betts is on. Freddie Freeman coming up.
It's a tough at-bat. We saw Trey Savage walk the leadoff hitter last inning. Now he walks Mookie Betts. And as we've seen over the course of baseball history, when you walk the leadoff hitter, bad things tend to happen. Hopefully he can make a good pitch here to Freddie Freeman.
Got Freeman to ground out in the first inning. Is Savage with a pitch, and it's fouled back 0-1. Go back about 5 years ago, Mookie Betts was getting everyone in the U.S. free tacos as he swiped bags in the 2020 World Series run. Not quite doing the same kind of base stealing at this stage in his career. 8 in the regular season, has not attempted one yet in the postseason. 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Doesn't mean he can't go, though, and Betts is taking a pretty good lead over at first. Freeman, the dual citizen of U.S. and Canada, awaits a 1-1, a step off, throw to first, and a dive back in by Betts. It's a good move, but the throw was a little high, so Mookie got in without a tag. Is Savage spinning around his right arm, now tucks the ball into his glove. Long hold, and the 1-1 in the dirt, ball 2. Missed there with the slider. Fastballs are missing up. Breaking stuff is missing low so far in this inning for Trey Savage.
Well, fastball velocity is actually fluctuating quite a bit, too. He's been from 92 to 95 miles an hour. Just can't seem to find that release point.
2-1 pitch. High, ball 3. The fastball missed up top. And it's 3-1 on Freeman after the 5-pitch walk to Betts.
And Freddie Freeman doesn't chase very often, so you have to throw something in the strike zone, even though you don't want to throw something over the heart of the plate. You can't walk him here in this situation.
The 3-1. High, ball 4. Missed way up top with a fastball. And there are 2 on with no outs on back-to-back walks.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Blue Jays start to get somebody loose down there in that bullpen. There is some movement. I believe Pete Walker just called down to try to get somebody up, but Trey Savage is having a big issue finding the strike zone here in this 3rd inning.
And when it's the Dodgers, things can spiral quickly. We'll see if Savage can get one of those big ground balls that he had 3 straight innings in his last start of the championship series. Pitch to Will Smith. Caught strike, finds the bottom of the zone with a heater. It's 0-1. Smith walked back in the 2nd inning. He was retired on a fielder's choice. But then the guy who hit the fielder's choice, Teoscar Hernandez, came in to score for the lone run of the game. 0-1. Swing and a miss. 94 on the outer third. Doubles up on the heater, and Smith was clearly behind that one. It's 0-2.
And now you've shown that you can throw strikes with that fastball. So Will Smith has to respect this split finger, and he can't just have the approach of see it up.
Betts on second, Freeman on first, 1-0 Dodgers. No outs in the top of the 3rd. 0-2. Down and away. Splitter had good action, but he yanked it off to the left. Might have been the slider, actually. It's a ball and 2 strikes. One, 2 on the way. High, ball 3, and a check swing by Smith. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Smith almost offered at that pitch a decent fastball just above the strike zone at 94.
Right-handed hitter spins the bat around twice, holds his hands up high. 2-2. Outside, ball 3. And I think their first instinct is take right now. You're not going to get a lot of chase if you're Savage. A walk last inning and 2 to begin this one. He's in danger of walking the bases loaded here to start the third.
Yeah, you can't do that. And I think Will Smith knows that. He knows that Trey Savage will try to throw a strike in this situation.
Braden Fisher is up in the pen in left field. 1-0 Dodgers. No outs, top of the third. Savage's payoff. And it's hit on the ground right side through a base hit. Charging forward, Straw getting the wave, bets. The throw goes into second. They have Freeman hung up between second and third. Jimenez gives off to Clement, who will tag Freeman for the out. Into second goes Will Smith. Smith with an RBI single to make it 2-0 Dodgers. 1 out, and Will Smith in scoring position, top of 3.
There was a big hole on the right side of that infield, and Will Smith, such a smart hitter. He got that pitch on the outside part, and all he did was try to put the bat on the ball there. That fastball actually was off the plate outside. Didn't try to do too much with it. Just filleted it through that hole. He gets an RBI, and the Dodgers are up 2-0 now here in the top of the third.
Blue Jays get Freeman 7-6-5. Or pardon me, 9-6-5. Straw to Jimenez to Clement, but wisely Smith went up to second. So still a runner in scoring position, 1 out. And Teoscar Hernandez up 0 for 1 with a fielder's choice and a run score. The pitch, fouled off the knee of Kirk. It rolls away to the right, 0-1. Entering today, Teoscar Hernandez had played 30 career postseason games and clubbed 9 home runs in that time, including a multi-homer game in 2022 as a Blue Jay, his final game in a Blue Jay uniform. 0-1, high and outside. Easy take for Hernandez, ball and a strike. Savage sets, 1 out and a runner on second. Is 1-1. High ball 2. Is way up top with his splitter. That pitch almost started over the head of Teoscar Hernandez.
He's now thrown more balls in this outing or in this start than he has strikes. 32 balls to just 31 strikes, 63 total pitches.
2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Looking for a third strikeout of the start. He is Savage. Kicks and deals. And it's down and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He's gone to a 3-ball count now with all 4 batters to begin this inning. Payoff pitch. Hit on the ground up the middle. Backhanded Bo Bichette throws across his body to first. It's a good one right on the money to Vlad. Nice play by Bo Bichette. Up to third goes Will Smith, and Bo was back on the familiar shortstop side of the bag for that throw. 2 down.
Yeah, if there were any questions about Bo Bichette and whether or not he could play second base, he answered them right there. A nice play going away from first base, throwing across his body, perfectly executed, right? I mean, not to the chest of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., but close enough, making a nice play over there for the second out.
He and the defense shifts now toward first base with 2 outs and a runner on third. Max Muncy is up. 2-0 Dodgers, top of the third inning. Savage offers, and Muncy takes low ball 1. It's been a bit bumpy, but we should mention just how ridiculous this is for Trey Savage to start game 1 of the World Series. He's the youngest pitcher to start the opener of the World Series since Ralph Branca did it for the Dodgers. You might know that name. He was Jackie Robinson's teammate. It was 1947. 1-0 pitch, called a strike, 1-1. He's the pitcher for the shot heard around the world by Bobby Thompson. That's a long time ago.
It wasn't even the LA Dodgers. It was the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Correct. 1-1. Swing and a miss by Muncy. There's a good back foot slider as Savage is starting to find it again here. It's 1-2.
Well, it's a good time. You want to keep this a 2-0 ball game. That's an important run, and Will Smith standing at third base. You want to be careful here to Max Muncy.
Smith leads off third. 2 outs. And the pitch. Inside, got a little flinch from Muncy, but he didn't swing. 2-2. Savage home. Swing and a miss. He got him. Got him to fish for a splitter way outside. Gives up a run in the inning, but considering he walked the first two, pretty good recovery from Trey Savage. It's 2-0 Dodgers. Game 1 of the World Series, middle of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A go-ahead RBI double in the sixth. It's 5-4 Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young, our technical directors. The Dodgers add to their lead with an RBI single by Will Smith in the top of the third. It's 2-0 LA as we start the bottom half, but it's the part of the Blue Jays order you want up right now. Schneider, Guerrero, Bichette against Blake Snell.
Yeah, this is when you have to start chipping away at that 2-0 Dodgers lead.
Snell kicks and fires. And it's a big curveball that drops on the outside edge for a strike. 0-1. Blake Snell, one of those guys that can really modify his pitches. That was a much slower curve at 78. He's typically in the low 80s. 0-1. Outside, a ball and a strike.
He's not just a thrower. I think that he's a pitcher. Although not all pitcher, he's not all finesse. Does have some power in there.
1-1. Schneider takes downstairs 2-1. I think first Cy Young Award 2018 Tampa Bay Ray Blake Snell, maybe a little more reliant on his stuff. But he's getting the most ground balls of his career. He's evolved. It's 2-1. Swing and a miss. Davis going for it all, but that change broke away. It's 2-2. I mean, he's in a very small club of guys to win Cy Youngs in both the American and National League because he won in 2023 as a San Diego Padre after winning as a Ray in 2018. Lefties 2-2 to Schneider. In the dirt, ball 3. The others who have won in both leagues, Roger Clemens, Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez, Gaylord Perry, Roy Halladay, and Max Scherzer. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Schneider lost his helmet on a whiff at a change, bottom of the zone, and there's one out.
Well, Blake Snell threw two really good changeups to Davis Schneider. If you're up at the plate, you're thinking, this guy throws 97 miles an hour with a hammer curveball. He's not throwing three changeups in a row. Sure enough, he throws a very, very good changeup at the bottom of that strike zone, and Davis Schneider swings over the top of it.
He's punched out 3 of the last 4, Snell. Here's his pitch to Vlad Guerrero. High ball 1. Lefty wipes the back of his pants, pulls on the brim of his cap, and gets into the line. His 1-0 pitch. Taken at the knees. Change up right at the bottom of the zone for a strike. 1-1. Now at bats for Vlad. He walked in the first. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a foul off. 95 got in on the hands, and Guerrero fights it away. It's 1-2.
That's a pretty good sequence from Snell. Fastball up, change up down, fastball up. Wouldn't be surprised if they go change up down again here.
Snell goes to his left hip to change the pitch signal. And the 1-2. Bounce to the plate. Spiked a slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was an easy take from Vlad. I think that slider actually bounced in front of home plate.
Looked the same to me. Threw it harder than average, too, at 91. Now his 2-2. Outside and high. Missed at 96. Kind of fell off to the right on a wild release. Full count. Infield back and shifted toward third. Here's the payoff pitch. Guerrero swings and hooks a grounder through the left side. Base hit into left field. Past the slide of the shortstop Betts. Vladdy on for the second time in the game. Swirling his finger around as he tries to get the Blue Jays going. Bottom 3.
And that was another changeup from Blake Snell. You could tell that he's very comfortable throwing that pitch, whether he's ahead, whether he's behind. He'll throw it at any point during an at-bat. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. did a good job staying back and ripping that thing through the hole on the left side.
So 1 out, Vlad on first, and again an open right side of the infield for Bo Bichette. Snell kicks and offers. Swing and a miss. 97, top middle of the zone, and Bichette just tried to tie the game. 0-1. Last played on September 6th. Bo hit 18 home runs in 139 games this regular season. 0-1. Poked right side, backhanded at first. Freeman turns, throws to second one. Betts racing over the back, throws back to first for the 3-6-3 double play. Bichette not able to run at full speed, does not beat it out. No runs, a hit, none left. Blue Jays with hits in all 3 innings off Snell, but they trail 2-0 going to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
I want to get something out there that I've been thinking about, and I wonder if you've been thinking about it too. It's how surprised I am when I see a baseball player step up to the plate or watch a hockey player step onto the ice wearing eyeglasses. You hardly ever see it, yet athletes probably experience poor vision at about the same rate as the general population. The difference is, to compete, the elite decide to do something about it. Cherry Tabb, co-founder of the Herzig Eye Institute, calls that moment of decision your I've had it moment. When you say I've had it with glasses and contact lenses, I've had it with cataracts, I've had it being nervous driving at night, I've had it with misplacing my reading glasses. When you have your I've had it moment, Google Herzig Eye Institute. Learn about Herzig's caring world-class surgeons. Call Herzig for a consultation. There's no charge. Cherry Tabb says, look after yourself. Promise me. And I think that's a good idea.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good.
Visit kidneycar.ca.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays are the AL East champs.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the fourth inning, and we roll on in the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We appreciate you tuning in to the first World Series game featuring the Blue Jays and the first World Series game in Canada in 32 years. The Dodgers, chipping away each of the last 2 innings, have taken a 2-0 lead. RBI singles by Kike Hernandez and Will Smith. Trey Savage back on the hill, gets the bottom third of the Dodger order, starting with the aforementioned Kike Hernandez. The kick in the offering. Hernandez foul tips it 0-1. Kike Hernandez is just one of these guys. He's had a very nice career. He's a very solid bench player, but for some reason in the postseason in his career, he explodes. Now batting .324 in this postseason after his hit in the second, 0-1. And he powers it foul out of play right side, 0-2.
How about that? Ahead in the count, 0-2. We haven't seen that from Trey Savage really all game.
Yeah, you do need more strike throwing from you, Savage, and his time might be running out on the hill, even though it's just the fourth. 73 pitches for you, Savage, who's walked 3 and given up 4 hits. He's made big pitches to limit it to only 2 runs.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind that the Blue Jays have an off day on Sunday, so you can pretty much unload everybody in this ball game.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Hernandez swings over top of a slider. 4th K for you, Savage, and 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning.
When you don't get ahead, when you don't throw strikes, the opposing team tends to lay off those off-speed pitches, the split finger, the slider below the strike zone. They're easier takes, but when you pound the strike zone early, you get ahead, you'll see swings like that on the split finger below the strike zone.
Tommy Edman up in the pitch. High ball 1. Edman had an infield single in the second. Savage looked like he had beaten him with a pitch up high, but Edman pounded it into the ground for a swinging bunt single. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And it's popped up, back behind the plate. Foul, that's got enough on it to get out of play over the netting. Into the seats, 1-1. Tommy Edman, after his hit, has an OPS of .824 in the postseason. He's 11 for 36, a .306 average. 1-1 pitch. Edman swings at a very high pitch and hits it foul off to the left. A pop-up behind him. It's out of play, and it's 1-2.
He's thrown 2 fastballs that have been elevated. And Edman hasn't really looked comfortable on either of them. I wonder if they stay up there or they go back downstairs with a split finger or a slider.
Back-to-back Ks for you, Savage, on breaking ball and off speed. 1-2 is fouled back. They went to a splitter. It actually landed at the top of the zone, but an awkward hack fouled back by Edman. Still 1-2.
Kirk actually had the target below the strike zone, so that's another missed spot from Trey Savage.
79th pitch on the way. And he got him. Struck him out on a slider in the dirt. Back-to-back Ks this inning. 3 in a row overall. There are 2 down in the top of the 4th.
That's one of the nastier ones I've seen. It looks like a backup slider, but that's just the movement on that pitch. Every once in a while, it'll almost act like a split finger or like a left-handed slider. That one was perfect right there below the strike zone.
He's bringing back the forkball, Trey Savage. 2 outs, bases empty. Andy Pages up. 2-0 Dodgers. Top of the 4th. The pitch. And it's lifted out to right center and deep. Moving back Varsho. Points over to the right fielder Straw, who calls for it and makes the grab to end the inning. Best look in your Savage inning since the first. He sets down the Dodgers in order. Middle of the 4th, still 2-0 for L.A. Alejandro Kirk to lead it off. When we come back, you're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, you. While we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry. Help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Hi, this is Tyler Heineman.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Trey is Savage with a 1-2-3 top of the fourth. We go to the bottom half of the Blue Jays, trailing the Dodgers 2-0. Game 1 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, and you might be asking yourself, how important is Game 1 of the World Series? Well, over the last 120 editions of the Fall Classic, the team who has won Game 1 has won the series over 60% of the time. Alejandro Kirk up. Blake Snell's pitch is called a strike 0-1.
What was the percentage in the ALCS of a team that goes down 0-2 to win? I can't remember.
This was just 2-3-2 series overall.
Oh, okay.
It was very low. As Kirk swings and hits the 0-1 foul, 0-2, it was 3 of 27 prior teams had pulled off the comeback. Now it's 4 of 20.
Okay. I'm just saying.
100%. It's no guarantee, but it's an important game. Not to mention 24 of the last 30 Game 1 winners have gone on to win the World Series. Kirk with a walk in the first, up now in an 0-2 count. Left on right, the pitch from Snell. And Kirk hits it foul off to the right. Blue Jays looking to get on the board. Not like they haven't been on the base paths, though. The Blue Jays have 4 hits and 2 walks so far off Snell. Just haven't cashed in. 0-2 pitch. Down and away. Good take of the change.
The Blue Jays have actually had some pretty good at-bats against Snell. Coming into the ballgame, like we talked about, Snell has only given up 6 hits in 21 innings. He's now given up 4 in 3 innings.
1-2. And Kirk smokes it on a line foul. Shot that one into the first row of the second deck, way down the line and right. It's a high heater sent away. Still 1-2. .61 pitches so far for Blake Snell. Bottom of the fourth, nobody out. Here's 1-2. And Kirk spoils another foul. That's what he did in his last at-bat when he earned that walk in the first inning.
And that was a tough fastball. 96, right in on the hands. You could tell Kirk just trying to stay alive in the at-bat. That was a great pitch from Snell.
1-2 again. And it's in the dirt. Taken by Kirk. 2 balls, 2 strikes as he bounced the curve. th time Blake Snell has seen the Blue Jays in his career. A long time array. Here's his 2-2. And Kirk smokes it. Right field and deep. Slicing down the line. That's a fair ball off the fence. Kirk thinking about second. Teoscar throws to second. Kirk turns it back to first wisely. No need to take a risk with no outs. But that changeup was pounded out to right. And it's a leadoff 2-strike hit.
How about that approach from Kirk? When he's going well and he has 2 strikes on him, all he's trying to do is go the other way. It was a changeup that was a little bit elevated. Might have actually been off the plate outside. Again, not trying to do too much, just poking it the other way. One hops that wall down in that corner, and he's at first base with nobody out.
2-0 Dodgers, bottom of the 4th. Dalton Varsho up. Snell's pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Center field. Pages turning at the wall. It is out of here. On the board in the World Series, Dalton Varsho with a 2-run homer. 2-2 Blue Jays and Dodgers in the 4th. And they are human, Chris. The Dodgers put their pants on just like everyone else. Dalton Varsho goes left on left and takes out Snell to center.
Blake Snell has been very tough on left-handed hitters. Dalton Varsho doesn't care about that stat. He gets the fastball, and he rips that thing out to center field. What a swing from him. We have ourselves a ball game, and that's why Trey Savage getting through those tough innings is so important. He was able to give this offense a chance, and here we are 2-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning.
That ball went high off the batter's eye in center. A 423-foot blast on a 4-seamer. Ernie Clement up, no out, space is empty, the pitch. And Clement lifts it to shallow left center. Pages racing in, so is Hernandez. Pages waves off Kike and makes the catch, 1 out. You mentioned the subject of Trey Savage. We got to look into the Blue Jay dugout after the top of the 4th. They gave him the handshake. Savage grinded his way through 4 innings. He did well results-wise, but there was a ton of traffic. 4 hits and 3 walks. Looks like they'll go to the pen coming up in the 5th. Right now, bottom 4. 1 out, and the pitch to Miles Straw is fouled back, 0-1. And 45,000 alive again after the Varsho game-tying homer.
You'd have to imagine that there's some fatigue with Trey Savage. Just how erratic he was with his command. The velocity fluctuated quite a bit.
3-0-1. Straw lines the ball left center field. Hernandez racing in to make the catch in the gap. It's a nice play by Kike Hernandez, 2 down.
But literally the only thing that matters in the World Series is, are you getting through innings? Are you not giving up back-breaking base hits? And Trey Savage bent, but he did not break.
It's Mason Fluharty warming up in the pen in left field, and he'll face the top of the order when it comes around for the 5th. That's Ohtani Betts Freeman. Andres Jimenez up, 2 outs, and the pitch down and away, ball 1. Another left-handed hitter up for the Blue Jays this inning after Varsho's 2-run shot tied the game. By the way, that ends an over 16 innings, 17 innings scoreless streak for Blake Snell with that hit. 1-0. Fouled back.
And he's now given up 6 hits in this ball game, too. Gave up 6 hits the entire postseason in his 3 starts coming into this ball game.
2 out, space is empty, the 1-1. Jimenez swings and misses, chased a slider, it's 1-2. They got tough pitching, but the Blue Jays have hit tough pitching a lot of this postseason and through the regular season as well. 2-2 game after the Varsho homer this inning. 2 out, space is empty, the 1-2 pitch. Check swing, pitch in the dirt, 2-2.
Who have they gotten to? They've gotten to Max Fried, Carlos Rodon,
Logan Gilbert twice,
George Kirby.
I wouldn't say they got to Bryce Miller. He was good. Luis Castillo.
Yeah, they've gotten to some good arms.
I mean, they put up 4 on Schlittler. Only 2 were earned, but still, they knocked him home. 2-2 pitch. Called, strike 3. Delayed call, but the slider was well placed on the corner to freeze Jimenez and end the inning. The Blue Jays, though, scored 2 on 2 hits. Dalton Varsho's 2-run homer has tied it up. 2-2 game. We go to the 5th. Game 1 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Global superstar Ed Sheeran, live in Toronto. Ed Sheeran, Loop Tour, North America 2026. Due to demand, third show at it. Live at Rogers Center, August 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.ca. The brand new album Play is available everywhere now. Ed Sheeran, promoted by Messina Touring Group.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Blue Jays win the pennant. They're going to the World Series.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays are in the World Series, and we welcome you back to the top of the 5th inning. 2-2 is the score after a game-tying 2-run shot from Dalton Varsho in the bottom of the 4th. New pitcher on the hill as we start the top of the 5th inning. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Mason Fluharty draws the tough assignment of the top third of the Dodger order. He starts with Shohei Ohtani. Fluharty's pitch. Called strike 0-1. The rookie lefty faced the Dodgers twice this year. Did not allow a base runner in 5 batters faced, including his save on August 10th when he punched out Ohtani and then got Betts to end the game. 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes, a whiff on the sweeper.
Stay right there. Ohtani looked awful on that sweeper. Don't try to do too much, though. Don't choke it off. Just hit that exact same location, maybe even a hair further outside.
Ohtani is 0 for 2 today. Strikeout and a ground out to first, although he's liable to hit it 500 feet any moment. 0-2 pitch. Just outside with a sweeper. It's a good take by Ohtani, 1-2.
Yeah, that's what they did. They just doubled up on the same pitch, the same location. I like that. Now you got to change the eye level if you're Mason Fluharty.
Betts waiting on deck. Fluharty to start this top of the 5th. A 1-2. Outside with a sweeper. That one was a little high out of the hand. Early take by Ohtani, 2-2.
I think Alejandro Kirk tried to fake everybody out, make it look like they were coming upstairs with a cutter.
Cutter sweeper, the 2 pitches for Fluharty. Everything moves glove side. Kick in the 2-2. Called strike 3. Sweeper at the knees. Down goes Ohtani, 1 out.
Ohtani didn't like that call, but that was a great pitch. Maybe a hair below that strike zone. Mason Fluharty has a ton of confidence, even against Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani's now 0 for 2 career against Mason Fluharty.
If the Blue Jays are going to make noise in this series, they need the lefty relievers to come through. Boy, that pitch just barely grabbed the bottom of the strike box for what that's worth. 1 out. Here's Mookie Betts in the pitch. Is a hair outside with a sweeper, ball 1. 2-2 score, top of the 5th. One out and an infield shift toward third. Clement plays no doubles. The third baseman is back and towards the line. 1-0 pitch. Down and in. Just missed. 2-0. This fifth inning is brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. 2-0 pitch. Called strike. Cutter on the absolute edge of the zone. Top outside corner. It's 2-1.
Looks like John Schneider is about to start unloading his higher leverage guys. Sir Anthony Dominguez is getting loose down there in that bullpen now.
Fluharty's 2-1. Called strike again. Cutter right at the top. 46,000, maybe 45.5. Get up once more as Fluharty hunts another strikeout. Funky lefty set at the belt. And the 2-2. Swing and a rope up the middle. A two-hopper into center field, a base hit. Mookie Betts on for the second time today. He has a one-out single.
Actually, it wasn't a terrible pitch. It was a cutter at the top of the strike zone. Mookie Betts does a good job getting to that baseball. Not many guys can get to that baseball. A lot of guys probably would swing through that pitch or pop it up. Mookie Betts ripped that thing into center field. He's at first base now with Freddie Freeman in that batter's box.
2018 American League MVP on first and the 2020 National League MVP at the plate. 2-2 score. One out top of the fifth. The pitch. Check swing by Freeman on a pitch inside. Appeal to third. No swings is Bo Porter. 1-0. You bring in Fluharty because Ohtani hits far worse. He's still great, but he hits far worse against lefties than righties. Freeman's a little more neutral with each sided pitcher. 1-0. Called strike, bend to the knee by Freeman, but he took the sweeper on the inner half, 1-1.
Freeman is just so good at going the other way. That's why he's so good against righties and lefties.
One. Check swing. Did it hit him? Freeman shakes the hand, and the call behind the plate is foul ball. And it'll stick with that call. Freeman not arguing it. I think for a half second there he tried the sell job, but that one hit right off the knob. A big break for the Blue Jays as Fluharty gets ahead 1-2. Betts leads off first, held on by Vladdy. Fluharty kicks the pitch. Swing and a foul off the mask of Kirk. It ricochets all the way to the third base dugout. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
Mookie Betts only had 8 stolen bases this season. Doesn't have a stolen base in the postseason, but it looks every single pitch like he's about to try to take second base. I don't think he is. I'm assuming he's not, but he has a big lead, really athletic. He's low over there, probably catching the eye of Mason Fluharty.
I mean, he's a gamer. He's not going to give Fluharty an easy pitch. That's a 3-time World Series champion, the active leader in World Series titles in the majors. He's on first in the 1-2 to Freeman. Popped foul, out of play, off to the left side behind home plate and into the 200 level seats. Freeman's got 2 World Series rings, one with the Braves and then most recently last year with the Dodgers. Fluharty still ahead of him 1-2. Southpaw's offering is line foul left side again, out of play. Really late swing there by Freeman. Sweeper right on the edge. Couldn't have executed better, and still he fought it off. You Savage out after 4 innings. 2-2 score. Fluharty trying to keep the Blue Jays in it. 1-2. Hit high and deep right center. Varsho on the run. Pulls up just in front of the track. Makes the catch on the dirt. Turns and throws it back in to Andres Jimenez. Nice running catch by Dalton Varsho. And that just might have got in on Freeman enough to jam him a little. 2 outs on a deep fly ball. Betts still on first.
That sweeper backed up just enough to get in on the hands of Freddie Freeman. I thought off the bat it might have a chance to get out of here, but it jammed him. Dalton Varsho caught that baseball maybe about 10 feet from the wall in center field. A huge second out in this inning, and John Schneider is going to yank Mason Fluharty out of this ballgame.
For the most part, Fluharty does the job. He gets the two lefties, the one righty, and Betts with a single. And with 2 outs and Will Smith coming up, here comes Sir Anthony Dominguez. The pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 2-2, runner on, top of the 5th. To check on the out-of-town scoreboard, we go over to our host today, Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let us indeed check on that out-of-town scoreboard. Lots of NHL action underway tonight, including Leafs at Sabres, one of 4 games on tonight. It's a 5-3 loss for the Leafs this evening. Goals from William Nylander, Austin Matthews, and Dakota Joshua, his first as a Leaf. It was 4-3, but a shorthanded goal from Alex Tuck made it 5-3. Leafs did not capitalize with the net empty. They fall to 3-4-1 on the season with the loss. It is actually a home and home for the Leafs. They're in Buffalo tonight. And then back at home to take on the Sabres tomorrow in Toronto. The Leafs actually moving up the time of puck drop in tomorrow's game to 5 Eastern so as to not conflict with Game 2 of the World Series here at the Rogers Center. Elsewhere in the NHL, the Flames are in Winnipeg to take on the Jets. Jets leading 3-2. Goals from Kyle Connor and Jonathan Toews most recently. You can listen to it on Sportsnet 960 The Fan in Calgary. And afterwards, Flames Talk postgame will hit the airwaves. Some finals as well, including the Devils beating the Sharks 3-1. Dougie Hamilton had a pair of goals in the win for New Jersey. Connor Brown scoring the empty netter. And Washington beating Columbus 5-1 tonight. One of those capital goals belonging to Alexander Ovechkin, his 899th career goal. He has a chance to hit 900 tomorrow night in what would be his 1,500th career NHL game when the Capitals take on the Sens in Ottawa. And over in the NBA, the regular season well underway. The Raptors getting off to a great start with a 138-118 win over the Hawks in Atlanta. Tonight they were in action in their home opener just down the street at Scotiabank Arena against the Milwaukee Bucks, but it did finish a 122-116 loss to Milwaukee. Brandon Ingram finishing with 29 points. RJ Barrett, 20 points. Emmanuel Quickly with 19 points as well. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action right here at the Rogers Center. Game 1 of the World Series on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. 2-2 score. Mookie Betts on first and 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Hard-throwing righty Sir Anthony Dominguez is in. He deals home to Will Smith, the catcher. First pitch lifted out to right, pretty shallow. Moving forward, Strzok camped, pounds his fist into his glove and makes a one-handed catch to end the inning. Efficient from Sir Anthony Dominguez. 1 pitch, 1 out. They strand the lone hit from Betts, and it's 2-2, middle of the 5th. Game 1 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. Eyesight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Canada
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
How do you like that? A 3-run blast
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
On to the bottom of the fifth we go. We welcome you back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Otley, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. It's 2-2, Blue Jays and Dodgers. Game 1 of the Fall Classic, top of the order. Third time through for Blake Snell. He takes on George Springer, Davis Schneider, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. These three have combined 2 for 5 with a walk so far. The pitch to Springer. Down and away, ball 1. Springer had an infield hit in the second and a ground out in the first. One of the Blue Jays' 6 hits so far. 1-0. Swing and a liner. Hooking toward left. That's down for a single in front of Hernandez. Kike Hernandez sends it back into Betts. Leadoff single, George Springer. The Blue Jays have hits in all 5 innings off of Blake Snell.
Yeah, Blake Snell has now thrown 74 pitches, so not many pitches. George Springer didn't get all of that pitch. He got it right off the end of the bat, but got enough of it to get it out into left field, get to first base with nobody out in the inning.
Blake Snell hasn't made that many starts this year, but this is the second most hits he's allowed in a start. Davis Schneider up the pitch. Low ball 1 pops out of the glove of Smith off to the right. This is his 15th start, regular and postseason. And Chris, exactly who you think it is, had the most hits off Snell this year. The Pittsburgh Pirates got him for 9. In 5 innings, they scored 5 on him on September 4th. Springer leads off first. Snell with a 1-0 to Schneider. Called strike. Buckled at a change that landed bottom middle. 1-1.
That's the pitch you want if you're sitting changeup. Unfortunately, Blake Snell throws that fastball about 97 at the top of the strike zone very well.
14, 15 mile an hour difference at times. That changeup was a little harder at 86. 1-1. Schneider takes in the dirt, back down to the way of that breaking ball. Curveball was spiked, 2-1.
That's a great take. Might have been a ball out of the hand, so an easier take for Davis Schneider. Now he's in a good count, although Blake Snell loves to throw that changeup behind in the count.
Snell set. He twists and deals. Schneider will take a curve for a called strike. Borderline pitch. Smith helped it out. It might have clipped the outside edge. It's 2-2.
Davis Schneider did not like that call. Turned away immediately, looking at third base coach Carlos Fablis. Had a scowl on his face. I tend to agree. Not a terrible call, but not a great call.
I will say, for the most part, if not the whole game, I think Will Little has called a very consistent strike zone tonight. And no huge misses, at least. Runner on, no outs. The 2-2, no, it's a step in throw to first. And Springer just walks his way back into first base safely.
I would imagine George Springer's not going anywhere, but I've been wrong before.
He did swipe 18 in the regular season. Hasn't even attempted one in the playoffs, plus the bruised knee. 2-2. Fouled off of the glove of Smith. It drops into the dirt. Even Schneider was starting to walk back to home. But now he stays alive. You could see the arm side run on that change because Davis Schneider expanded a lot off the plate outside. Bounced under Will Smith, got him right in the undercarriage, but he's all right. And it's 2-2. 80 pitches for Blake Snell. Tie game, runner on first and no outs. Snell's 2-2. Schneider with a ground ball left side, charging at Muncy. Throws to second one. Tossed to first in the dirt. Dug out by Freddie Freeman for a 5-4-3 double play. Nice turn from Edman.
Yeah, that was a really quick transfer from Tommy Edman at second base. I didn't think they had a chance, actually, to get Davis Schneider, but quick hands, a perfect throw. Get him at first base for 2 quick outs here in this inning.
There's a change again that got Schneider to expand. Yeah, it's a nice play from A Dodgers team that did not necessarily put up a great defensive year. They have some really good defenders like Freddie Freeman at first, but generally Muncy at third not thought of as one of the better third base defenders. Vlad Guerrero up, 2 outs in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Bit of a golf swing there by Vlad trying to uppercut that slider. It's 0-1.
I don't mind that, especially with 2 outs. You're not going to string together many hits against Blake Snell, so why not go for it with 2 outs in the inning?
0-1. Guerrero takes a heater at 96, top of the zone, strike 2.
Vlad didn't like that call, shook his head right after that call was made, but that's a strike.
Vlad 1 for 1, a single and a walk. The 0-2 pitch. Broken bat, soft liner, backs up Edman. He plays it on a bounce, takes his time on the right center turf, and throws to first to end the inning. Leadoff hit for the Blue Jays, but the double play ball means Snell faces the minimum in the bottom of the 5th. No one left. It's a 2-2 game going to the 6th. Game 1 of the World Series. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Get winter ready, Toronto. The Toronto Ski and Snowboard Show is back. Shop till you drop at the Canadian Ski Patrol Ski Swap with exclusive show specials. Plus, purchase your ticket online and score a 2-for-1 lift ticket voucher to 6 Ontario areas. That's over $80 in savings. See their website for details. The Toronto Ski and Snowboard Show. Now open through Sunday at the Better Living Center. Get your tickets now at torontoskishow.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Marlins payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knotted up at 2 as we go on to the 6th inning in downtown Toronto. Welcome back to Game 1 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning in. It'll still be Sir Anthony Dominguez on the hill for the Blue Jays. He came in through one pitch to get the one out he needed to end the top of the 5th.
Yeah, and John Schneider obviously is deploying his high leverage guys. Louis Varland is now warming up down in that bullpen. Sir Anthony Dominguez is still in this ball game after throwing one pitch. Got to throw strikes here.
Meanwhile, no one up in the Dodger pen in right field. Blake Snell's thrown 84 pitches in 5 innings. We'll see how much longer they want to ride their starter. But for now, it's Dominguez against Teoscar Hernandez. The pitch fouled off of Kirk. Kirk gets a new baseball. I think it slipped through him to the home plate ump, Will Little, but everyone's all right. It's 0-1. It's a return to the World Series for Sir Anthony Dominguez, one of a small handful of guys on this roster for the Blue Jays that have been in the Fall Classic. Dominguez lost in the 2022 World Series as a Philly against the Astros. 0-1. Outside, a ball and a strike. In that World Series, he pitched 3 times, gave up 1 run in 3 innings for a 3 ERA. 1-1. Low, 2 balls and a strike. Hard-throwing Dominguez can be volatile. High walk, high strikeout for the veteran righty. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 97 middle in. Just beat a power hitter in Teoscar Hernandez. Beat him to the spot. 2-2. That was the four-seamer from Dominguez. Also a sweeper, splitter, sinker, and curve. Right-hander set at the belt. And the 2-2. Called strike 3. 98 on the outside corner. And upset Teoscar Hernandez talking with Will Little. 1 down in the top of the 6th.
Well, unfortunately for Teoscar, that's about as good as it gets. 98 miles an hour right at the bottom of that strike zone. Perfectly located. What a pitch from Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Big first out of the inning. Now Dominguez will go up against Max Muncy, power hitting third baseman. Right on left the pitch. Outside at 99. Ball 1. Power of Muncy is evident in the Blue Jays' positioning defensively. Vladdy is at the edge of the dirt at first base, near the line, protecting from doubles. Bo at the edge as well. 1-0. Down and away. Swiped at by Kirk. 2-0. This is Max Muncy's 73rd career playoff game. 2-0. And he lifts a ball high in the air. Pop-up playable for Clement. Third base side foul. Over the chalky, backpedals toward fair territory and makes the catch. 2 down in this top of the 6th.
Dominguez just challenged Max Muncy there with a fastball at about 99 miles an hour at the top of the strike zone. Max Muncy was just beaten by it.
Dominguez palming up the ball, licks his fingers, grabs the brim of his cap, and looks in at Kike Hernandez. 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a strikeout. The pitch, foul tip, strike 1. Was talking about this a bit before Hernandez got out in the 4th inning. He's a lifetime 707 OPS hitter in 12 seasons. In the playoffs, that jumps up to 863. 0-1. Down and away, 1-1. That's the difference between an average to below average hitter and around the production that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. had this year.
And he's also fun to watch. He is an absolute fire starter out there for the Dodgers.
Very athletic defender, plays all over the field. 1-1, swing and a miss. Couldn't catch up to 98, up and in on the hands. He chased, and it's 1-2.
Stay right there. Don't mess around with anything over the heart of the plate. Stay right there above that strike zone.
2 outs, no one on base. 2-2 game, top of the 6th. 2 taps to the plate, Hernandez. He looks out to Dominguez. The righty set. And the 1-2. He got him. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Struck him out on a sweeper. 2-2 tie. Middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521. Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. Game 1 of the World Series, bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Jays and Dodgers tied at 2, and Blake Snell's pitch count running up as he steps back on the hill to face Bo Bichette.
In his last start about 9 days ago against the Brewers, he threw 103 pitches, so he's about 19 pitches away from that.
Pitch to Bo Bichette is low ball 1. That was the 85th for Snell. Dave Roberts has rode his starters hard in the playoffs. They're great, and the bullpen is badly injured right now. 1-0 pitch. Check swing. Pitch down and away, and an appeal to first. No swings is Mark Wegner, 2-0. It's actually a bit of a departure for Roberts, who often was quick to go to the pen in the past. They've used guys like Kenta Maeda as converted relievers. But they got great starters. Why not ride these guys? 2-0 from Snell. Bichette takes low ball 3.
And do you take all the way here if you're Bo Bichette? If this was August 15th and Bo Bichette was hot, I'm not taking all the way. But Bo Bichette hasn't seen pitching like Blake Snell in almost a month.
His hit was on a 3-0 pitch, but he mishit it in the first. Got a little lucky on a soft grounder that just snuck through. 3-0 pitch. Called strike, 94 just barely. Got the outer third of the zone. 3-1. I don't think we'll know if he was taken all the way on that one, because you shouldn't swing at that 3-0 even if you have the green light.
No.
Now the 3-1. Swing and a foul ball off to the right out of play. Ida chased ball 4 on a changeup low, 3-2.
Best pitch in baseball is a 2-0 changeup. That was a 3-1 changeup. That's the second best pitch in baseball. Bo Bichette fouled it back.
Snell's full count pitch to Bichette. High and outside, ball 4. Bo Bichette has been on twice tonight in his return to the Blue Jays. He's on first in the bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. And here comes Isaiah Kiner-Falefa with Bichette on first, and that run meaning so much. They are going to run for Bo Bichette here. We saw him try to leg out the ground ball double play in the 3rd. He's still clearly not 100%, so they bring in IKF.
What an at-bat. What an important at-bat. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Louis Varland is warming up in that bullpen. That run at first base right now is a very, very important run in this ball game.
Kiner-Falefa leads off first. Alejandro Kirk to the plate with no outs. Snell's pitch. On the ground, right side and behind the back of IKF into right field. He'll stop at second. Hernandez on it quickly, and it's first and second with no outs.
And here comes Dalton Varsho, who already has a home run in this ball game off of Blake Snell. Mark Pryor, Dodgers pitching coach, is going to slowly walk out to the mound. The whole infield is going to come in and listen to what he has to say, but this is a very important at-bat. You have to wonder what John Schneider is thinking. I know that Dalton Varsho has a home run already in this ball game, but he can bunt. You have to remember that. And those are 2 very important runs standing out on base with nobody out in the inning.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision if you're the Blue Jays. And, hey, Dalton Varsho's a guy with the green light to bunt whenever, so they might not even be making the decision. But do you want Varsho to swing away? He hit a 2-run homer off Snell 2 innings ago. Or do you want him to give himself up and see if Ernie Clement can knock in a run? Be happy. I'm glad I'm not the one making those calls because I think either one has a pretty good argument.
Yeah, and I think the issue is Ernie Clement is very good at making contact. If runners are at second and third and Ernie Clement's up at bat, I'm going to take my chances.
Will Smith going to his right knee to the pitch comm to give signals. The Dodgers are at least pondering that Varsho could lay one down here. Muncy just in front of the bag at third. Freeman plays even with the line. First and second, no outs. Snell, the lefty, is set. A look to second, the pitch to Varsho. Down and away, ball one, and he geared up the swing there. Looks like he's hitting away as he took that one to get ahead 1-0.
I think that just answered our question.
Yeah,
I don't mind this move. I would have sacrificed bunt, but I don't mind this move.
I think there's good arguments both ways. Also, action in the Dodger pen as Snell struggles here in the 6th. Left on left, 1-0. Inside, a little high at 96, 2-0. And Emmett Sheehan warming up in right, could be into this game soon.
93 pitches now for Blake Snell, 57 strikes, 36 balls.
2-2 game. First and second, no outs, bottom 6. The 2-0. Swing and a foul off. That breaking ball floated in there, and Varsho just missed it, fouling it back into the catcher, Will Smith, 2-1.
Yeah, you could see Dalton Varsho weighted back. He recognized that curveball out of the hand, and he just missed it.
IKF the lead runner. Kirk on first. Snell checks on IKF in the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Slider caught a lot of the plate, but had great movement. Got the whip from Varsho, 2-2. Snell comes home. And the pitch fouled back, 96 in off the plate. Varsho fought it off into the screen.
That's a fantastic pitch. You can see Will Smith move in, setting up that target inside really late. Didn't want IKF at second base, relaying the target. And he hit the spot.
Snell's 2-2. In the dirt, ball 3. A lot of confidence to take that pitch. It was a little low out of the hand. Snell missed on the slider. Varsho stayed tough. It's a full count. And now Snell's got to come after him to avoid walking and loading the bases. Lefty's 3-2. Fouled away. Slider right on the bottom edge, outer third, and Varsho just tapped it to stay alive.
It's a good swing, a good pitch, too, from Snell. Will Smith actually pointed out at Snell after he made that pitch, letting him know that was a good location and a good pitch.
Next one for Snell is his 99th. He kicks, and the 3-2. Swing and a deep drive, hooking down the right field line. It hooks foul into the seats, and it's still a full count. Snell hung that curve, and he got away with it this time.
The roof was about to explode off of this place. My goodness. Don't throw another one of those.
Well, we have seen it before in this postseason. 3 home runs and 10 RBIs for Varsho. Full count, first and second, no outs. Snell kicks and fires. And the pitch hit him. Fastball ran up at 96. Varsho spinning away in pain. And he will go down to first. Snell has been a little bit off with command all night. Certainly, obviously, no intent. But that has got to be his night, you'd figure, as he hits Varsho in a full count to load the bases. Dave Roberts comes out of the Dodger dugout. And Blake Snell, the first of the 4 aces for the Dodgers, cannot record an out in the 6th. He's removed from a tie game 2-2 with no outs and the bases loaded. This pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. With Emmett Sheehan jogging in, we go over to Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard. Again, lots of NHL action underway tonight. Leafs at Sabres, a 5-3 loss for Toronto this evening. Goals from William Nylander, Austin Matthews, Dakota Joshua. For Joshua, it was his first as a Leaf. Nylander did actually leave this game with an injury. Craig Berube saying afterwards, and this is a quote, "We'll have to see," when asked about tomorrow's back-to-back against the Sabres in Toronto. It is a home-and-home. They were in Buffalo tonight. The Leafs did move up the time of puck drop at Scotiabank Arena in tomorrow's game to 5 p.m. Eastern so as to not conflict with Game 2 of the World Series. The Flames, that's the only other game going on right now. They're in Winnipeg taking on the Jets. Jets leading 4-2. Alex Iafallo with the most recent goal, the fourth one for Winnipeg. You can listen to the game on Sportsnet 960 The Fan in Calgary, and afterwards Flames Talk postgame will hit the airwaves. Week 8 got underway last night in the NFL. A less than compelling game to kick off the week. A 37-10 Chargers win over the Vikings. Justin Herbert throwing for 3 touchdowns in the win. He rushed for 62 yards on the ground as well. The Vikings on the other side lost consecutive games. For the first time this year, they managed just 12 first downs. They had the ball for just 21 minutes. Quarterback Carson Wentz visibly in pain for much of the game. Some injury updates ahead of Sunday's slate of games. The 49ers will be once again without quarterback Brock Purdy and wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. The Eagles will be without A.J. Brown, wide receiver. He suffered a hamstring injury, so he's officially out. And no concrete news on Ravens QB Lamar Jackson. Has not played since a loss to the Chiefs at the end of September. Still questionable with a hamstring injury. If he does not play, sounds like it'll be QB Tyler Huntley getting the start if Jackson does miss his 3rd straight game. And as it is late October, we can check out some CFL scores. Tom Young's Hamilton Tiger Cats waxed the Ottawa Red Blacks 35-15. The Hammer will host the Eastern Final. It'll be at Hamilton Stadium on November 8th. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action with Ernie Clement at the plate. The sacks are packed for the Blue Jays with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thanks, Joe. IKF on 3rd, Kirk on 2nd, and Varsho on 1st. 2-2 game, no outs, bottom 6. Here's Emmett Sheehan, the righty. His pitch to Clement is grounded foul. 3rd base side, 0-1. 25-year-old, 2nd-year major leaguer Emmett Sheehan, 6'5" from Staten Island, New York. Has a big 4-seam fastball, a slider, a change, and a curve. Was a starter mostly this year. Moved into the pen in the postseason. Here's 0-1 to Clement. Swinging a liner, through into left center. In to score IKF. Station to station go the Blue Jays. Kirk into 3rd, up to 2nd. Varsho. Ernie Clement gives the Blue Jays their first lead of the series. 3-2. Bottom of the 6th of game 1.
This guy just continues to come through in big situations, not trying to do too much. A lot of guys would try for the big hit, that hit in the gap, or even a grand slam in that situation. Not Ernie Clement. He was trying to go up the middle. All he was doing was going station to station, moving the line, and giving Nathan Lucas, who's now pinch hitting, a chance to drive in another run.
Aggressive move by the Blue Jays because they take out Miles Straw while they're leading, but they want to cash in right now. Bases loaded, nobody out. They get the lefty hitter and a guy who hits in the top 3rd of their order typically into the game in Lucas. Looks like the defensive alignment will be a bit different now for the Dodgers. Some of that probably because Kirk's on 3rd rather than IKF. They're playing most of the infield back except the 3rd baseman Muncy. And after an extended delay in between batters, Lucas steps in. He's hitting .333 in the postseason, 13 for 39. Bases loaded, no outs. Sheehan to Lucas. Swing and a miss. Nasty slider. It's 0-1.
Sheehan had a really good regular season. 6-3 with a 2.82 ERA. 12 games started, 15 games total, but that strikeout rate is pretty good. 89 Ks in just over 73 innings.
Righty looks at 3rd at Kirk, and the 0-1 to Lucas. Foul tip, 0-2. Playoffs have been a different story, though, out of the pen for Sheehan. In his previous 3 appearances, he's given up 4 earned in 3 1/3, at least 1 run in all 3 of his previous outings. Not charged with his own run in this one. He's given up an inherited run in this 6th. 3-2 Blue Jays, and the 0-2. Lucas chops it behind the back, foul of Mark Budzinski. Still 0-2.
Freddie Freeman is actually playing off the line, maybe by about 20 feet or so. So if you can sneak one down that line, that's going to score 3. 2 for sure.
Perk on third, Varsho on second, Clement on first. No outs in a 3-2 Blue Jay lead. The 0-2. High, ball and 2 strikes. Lucas holds up on that 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Sheehan sets, tan glove at his belt. Kick in the 1-2. Down and in. Lucas didn't move that right shin in case he could get an RBI the hard way, but it just missed that leg. 2-2.
And I would imagine that Nathan Lucas is looking to shoot that 6-hole on the left side of the infield. Mookie Betts is shaded up the middle, and there's a big hole. We've seen him shoot that hole quite a bit in the playoffs and in the regular season.
2-2. Fouled back. Lucas pops it into the seats out of play and continues his plate appearance in a 2-2 count. That was the first time really they went to the outer half against Lucas. Everything had been on the inner half until that fastball.
Yeah, tough to shoot that hole when that fastball is on the inner part of the plate.
Two again. Outside and high, ball 3.
Have to throw a strike here. Nathan Lucas knows it.
Sheehan has walked 2 already in 3 1/3 in this postseason. The young right-hander sets, bases loaded, no outs. Payoff pitch. Popped up foul. Muncy ranging across the line toward the Blue Jay dugout. He will lean over the camera well, but it hits off the netting and rolls into the seats. Foul to stay alive. That barely got over the net.
I would imagine if there was no netting, if this was 2012, that would have been in Max Muncy's glove.
I tend to agree. That netting slopes over diagonally over the dugout, so Muncy thought he had a beat reaching out, but it just got on the fan side of the netting. Vladdy was waving the air to try and push the current of the ball out of play. 3-2 again. Inside, ball 4. Lucas dumps away the bat. That's an RBI walk. It's 4-2 Blue Jays. Still bases loaded. Still nobody out in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, just like Ernie Clement before him, he is not a selfish player doing everything for his team. He is okay taking the walk, taking the RBI, and getting to first base and allowing Andres Jimenez to come up to the plate with the bases loaded, and still nobody out in this inning.
Dodgers all come into the cut of the infield turf, and the pitch to Andres Jimenez is grounded foul, 0-1. They're in center and left field as well, pretty drastically. But in right field, they continue to play Andres Jimenez deep. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Bases loaded and nobody out. 0-1 pitch. Fouled away, 0-2. Still the runner on third, Dalton Varsho, is the responsibility of Blake Snell. But on second, Clement, and on first, Lucas. Those are both Sheehan's runners. The Blue Jays have now posted 4 runs on Snell in 5 innings, and a fly ball can make it 5-5. Oh, 2 pitch. High, a ball and 2 strikes as Jimenez holds up on the heater. Blue Jays trying to churn this Dodger pen. Anthony Banda, the former Blue Jay, up in right field for L.A. 4-2 Blue Jays, bases loaded, no outs. And the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a liner, down in right field, base hit. In to score Varsho. They go station to station with a late holdup for Clement. Carlos Fabulous watched the throw in, decided not to push it. It's 5-2 Blue Jays. The bases are still loaded. There's still nobody out bottom 6.
Andres Jimenez had a very nice approach there, shortened the swing up. He got a change up over the heart of the plate, didn't try to do too much, got the barrel to it, and absolutely ripped that thing through that hole on the right side. What an important hit for him. You have to keep adding on, especially against this Dodgers lineup.
And Mark Pryor, who's been a busy man these last couple innings, Great former pitcher and the pitching coach for the Dodgers is out to talk right now with Emmett Sheehan. Still no outs and the bases loaded. If you joined us mid-inning, it was a walk to Bichette. They lifted him for a pinch runner and IKF. Base hit by Kirk on the ground. Dalton Varsho hit on a 3-2 pitch. RBI single Clement. RBI walk Lucas. RBI single Andres Jimenez. And with Dodgers pitching on the ropes, here's George Springer with the bases loaded, no outs.
And the infield stays in. This is a very good opportunity for George Springer to lift something to the outfield and score Ernie Clement from third base.
2 for 3 days so far for Springer. The pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball. Backhanded bat stuck in his glove. Throws home for an out. And that is all they'll get. Everyone else moves up. It's a fielder's choice. So out at home is Clement. Up to third goes Lucas. Jimenez into second. Springer at first. Bases loaded, one down.
And here comes Addison Barger pinch hitting for Davis Schneider.
They continue to get their lefties into the lineup, and you like being able to get in Schneider right now in the sandwich between Springer and Vlad. Addison Barger taking rips outside the dirt circle. Walks up to the lefty box with the bases loaded, one out.
And the infield moves back now, so they're going to take a chance here, potentially turn a double play, but Addison Barger's not going to get a chance to face Sheehan.
Dave Roberts was waiting for the Blue Jays to announce the move. Now he will make a move of his own. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Former Blue Jay Anthony Bonda returning to face his old team. He'll be on with the bases loaded, one out, and Addison Barger coming up in a moment. Before then, we kick it back to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's check in on that out-of-town scoreboard. We'll check in again on the Jets-Flames game, which is the only hockey game going on right now. There are 4 games on the calendar. 3 of them are in the books. It's now 4-3 Jets over the Flames. Blake Coleman scoring for Calgary to get one back. It's, again, his the third goal of the game, 4-3 Jets. You can listen to that game on Sportsnet 960 The Fan in Calgary. Afterwards, Flames Talk postgame will hit the airwaves. A 5-3 loss for the Leafs. A 3-1 Devils win over the Sharks. Dougie Hamilton with a pair of goals in the win. Connor Brown had the empty netter. And the Washington Capitals beating the Columbus Blue Jackets 5-1. Again, one of those Capitals goals belonging to Alexander Ovechkin, his 899th career goal. He has a chance to hit 900 tomorrow night, a back-to-back for Washington, in what would be Ovechkin's 1,500th career NHL game when the Capitals take on the Sens in Ottawa. In the NBA, the regular season well underway. The Raptors did get off to a great start with a 138-118 win over the Atlanta Hawks in Atlanta. Tonight, however, they were in action in their home opener just down the street from here at Scotiabank Arena against the Milwaukee Bucks, but it did finish with a 122-116 loss against Giannis Antetokounmpo and Milwaukee. Brandon Ingram finishing with 29 points on 10 of 20 shooting. He was 3 of 7 from beyond the arc, 6 rebounds, 3 assists for Ingram in the loss. RJ Barrett, 20 points and 6 rebounds for him. Emmanuel Quickley with 19 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds in the loss as well. Raptors now 1-1 on the season. They will next take on the Mavericks at 7:30 p.m. on Sunday at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. That game will be on our flagship station, Sportsnet 590 The Fan in Toronto, with Eric Smith and Paul Jones. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action here at the Rogers Center with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Joe. The Blue Jays with a 3-run 6 and a chance to add more. Bases loaded, one out. Lefty Anthony Bonda into the game. Addison Barger, the lefty hitter, just came in to hit for Davis Schneider. And the pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Bonda, a 32-year-old Texan in his 9th season, briefly a Blue Jay in 2022. He's really found his career in L.A. with the Dodgers. Big part of it is his slider. Next pitch, fouled back. Went with a heat at 96 at the top, 1-1.
And he's been absolutely fantastic in the postseason over the course of his career. A .84 ERA in 13 games.
He was one of the most important Dodgers relievers. 1-1, down and away, 2-1. He became that much more important when Alex Vesia, who we hope he and his family are all right, he had to step away due to a personal family matter. He was the highest leverage lefty. Bonda now takes over that role. 2-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Right center field. Hernandez back on the track. Gone! A grand slam! Addison Barger blows this game wide open. 9-2 Blue Jays in the bottom of the sixth. The first ever pinch hit grand slam in World Series history. Barger did it left on left.
And this is just getting ridiculous. It is absolutely insane how many guys come through, how many different guys come through on a daily basis for this team. When it's not Vlad, it's Barger. When it's not Nathan Lucas, it's Ernie Clement. What a fun team. What a fun moment.
Chris, they have a 7-run inning. Everyone's hit except Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They built this whole inning without their best player coming up yet. Multiple pinch hitters and a pinch runner, and they are up 9-2 as many of the prognosticators try and remember who's supposed to be David and who's supposed to be Goliath in this series. 9-2 with one out in the bottom of the sixth, the game won. Unreal. Still only one out. Ninth batter of the inning for the Blue Jays is Vlad, and he lifts the ball to shallow center. Racing ahead, Pages plays it on a hop. Even the miss hits are falling. Vlad bloops a fastball in on the hands into shallow center. He's on for the third time tonight.
And if I told you someone would hit a grand slam in this inning and somebody would get a blue pit, I would not have guessed Vlad. I might have guessed Barger.
Barger's got the power, but yeah, Vlad, I don't know. They got 9 runs on 12 hits. And there's only one out in this sixth inning. Pitch to IKF, swing and a miss, strike one. The Dodgers held the Brewers to a 113 batting average in the NLCS. The Blue Jays have 9 runs in 5 1/3 against their pitching. All earned. 0-1. Down and in, a miss on the slider by Bonda. A ball and a strike. Vlad leads off first with one out in the 1-1. IKF lifts the ball. High to left, but he got under it. Jogging back is Kike Hernandez. Runs into it to make the catch and tosses it back into second to hold Vladdy at first. 2 down.
And this is what the Blue Jays have done for the majority of the postseason and also during the regular season, but they put pressure on good starting pitching, whether it's Blake Snell, whether it's Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, pick your poison. It doesn't matter. They just have good at-bat after good at-bat, and it continues here in Game 1 of the World Series.
Kirk up to the plate, 2 down, and the pitch is low ball 1. He had the first hit of this inning for the Blue Jays, a 7-run frame where they've come up with 5 hits overall. The Barger grand slam being the biggest blow. 9-2 Blue Jays, 2 out, flat on first. 1-0 pitch. Kirk drives it, left center and deep. Racing back, Pages looking up at the fence. See you later! You just can't stop him right now. A 9-run inning, a 2-run homer. It's 11-2 Blue Jays in the 6th.
This is the hole in this team. It's the bullpen. We knew that coming into this ball game. We knew that coming into this series. The Blue Jays are proving that. Yes, Blake Snell was pretty good tonight, and now the Blue Jays have gotten to the bullpen.
First pitch to Varsho outside, ball one.
And they're showing why this Los Angeles Dodgers team is beatable.
11 runs. We're not out of the 6th. 1-0. Varsho pops it up, and this should do it for the inning. Betts back onto the turf, shallow left center, called off Hernandez, and Kike makes the catch. But a well-deserved applause from the Blue Jay crowd. They homered twice, score 9 in the 6th inning, and lead 11-2 going to the 7th. Game 1 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays win an 11th in a row at home.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 7th inning, game 1 of the World Series. It's 11-2 for the Blue Jays over the Dodgers. Yes, you heard that right. If you walked the dog last inning, you missed a lot. 9 runs for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th. And they will go to a new pitcher making his World Series debut. A former Dodger prospect, Braden Fisher, is on for the Blue Jays. His pitch to Tommy Edman. Called strike? No, it's inside. Ball 1. This pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 1-0. High and outside, 2-0.
Now that the Blue Jays are up by 9 runs here in the top of the 7th, they can sit down Louis Varland, who's been overworked in the postseason so far.
2-0. Down and in, ball 3. Varland was up in the 5th and then again in the 6th. Good pitching from Fluharty and Dominguez kept him in the pen for that time, and the Blue Jays offense took care of it from there. 3-0. Edman takes outside, ball 4. That is not how you want to start the 7th. If you're Braden Fisher, I will say, though, you can excuse some nerves for the 25-year-old, even though they're up 9, a rookie entering his first World Series game.
Yeah, obviously, you said it. Not how you want to start an inning after your team just put up a 9 spot and they lead 11-2. You want to pound the strike zone, you want to get ahead, and you want to force contact, early contact from this Dodgers offense.
Here is Fisher against a longtime minor league teammate. Andy Pages, he told me today, was at his level several years in the Dodgers system. And the first pitch is a strike, perhaps the familiar face. Scott Fisher back in the zone. He gets ahead of Pages 0-1. Blue Jays got Fisher from the Dodgers in a trade midway through last year. Traded Kevin Biggio away to get Fisher. Right-handers 0-1. High with a slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fisher has a 4-seamer, cutter, slider, and curve. A lot of breaking balls from the righty, who works from straight over the top. 1-1. Hit away foul, 1-2. That ball lands in the seats off to the right.
Seems like he's settled down just a little bit. Usually it takes 4 or 5 pitches for a guy to settle down in a big situation like this. Looks like he's found that release point.
Here's 1-2. Just high. Kirk trying to rip it back into the zone. Couldn't fool Will Little. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A look at first, the 2-2. Called strike 3. Slider top of the zone gets Pages. First out of the World Series for Fisher. And the first out of the top of the 7th. Runner on first and an 11-2 lead.
A little bit of a delayed strike 3 call from Will Little. That ball actually caught a lot of the strike zone. I was wondering what was taking so long. But what a moment for Braden Fisher as Shohei Ohtani walks to the plate.
11-2 Blue Jays. Ohtani 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Fisher deals. And Ohtani takes strike 1. It's been a weird postseason for Shohei Ohtani. 2 amazing games. A 2-homer game in the wild card round against Cincinnati, and then that awesome clincher in the NLCS where he hit 3 homers and pitch. 0-1. Up and in. Ohtani ducks his head back out of the way somewhat dramatically on the cutter. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. The weird thing for Ohtani is outside of those games, he's hardly produced at all. He's hitting .205 in the postseason total. But the homers have him at a .905 OPS. 1-1. Called strike again. Top of the zone with a slider. Ohtani tilts the head, didn't love it. It's 1-2. Shohei Ohtani asks for time. We can welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. 11-2 Blue Jays. 1 out, top of the 7th inning. Edman on first in the 1-2 to Shohei Ohtani. Fisher's pitch. Tagged foul on a line. It hits the top shelf of the netting and drops back onto the field of play. Still 1-2. Slider was in enough that he couldn't keep it fair, but he hit it 116 miles an hour on a line. Kick in the 1-2 again. And it's lifted out to right field. Barger's out there now. He's backing up toward the fence, looking up, and that ball is gone. Home run, Shohei Ohtani caught a hanging curve for his 6th homer of the postseason. It's 11-4 for the Blue Jays in the top of the 7th.
That just shows the power of Shohei Ohtani. He didn't get that really at all. I think he got it off the end of the bat just a little bit, but he was able to get it out of here just beyond that tall right field fence. I mean, that's pretty incredible. He was out in front of it, and he was still able to get it out of here for a 2-run home run.
Ohtani up to 11 RBIs on the postseason in addition to his 6 homers. And the first pitch to Mookie Betts is a slider for strike 1. Can't count out the Dodgers, even if you're up 9 or up 7 like they are right now. 0-1 pitch. Called strike again, 0-2. In the dirt. By the way, the defensive switches for the Blue Jays. Bo Bichette was lifted last inning. IKF is at second now. Changes in the outfield, too. We'll touch on those in a sec. 1-2 to Betts. Check swing. Pitch was low. Appeal to first. He went. Strike 3. Fisher punches out Mookie Betts, 2 down.
That was a great slider. Probably his best slider of the outing so far. A really nice strike to ball slider, getting one of the best in the business out in front for strike 3 and a big second out.
That'll bring Freddie Freeman up. The outfield changes. Straw and Schneider both lifted last inning. So into the game now in the corners. It's Lucas in left, Barger in right. Pitch to Freeman with 2 outs is a swing and a miss, strike 1. So IKF at second now, Lucas in left, Barger in right. Bichette, Straw, Schneider all out. 0-1 pitch, rip and a miss again. Had him out in front on a curve, it's 0-2. Two runs in the inning for the Dodgers. It's 11-4 Blue Jays. 2 out, space is empty. 0-2. Fouled away. Sped him up to 97, and Freeman was late, hit it behind him.
Yeah, they were trying to elevate that fastball. Actually, pretty good velocity. Some of the best velocity we've seen from Braden Fisher in a little while. You could throw that pitch again. Just make sure you get it up.
The pitch. Check swing. It was in. Appeal to third. No swing, says Bo Porter. 1-2. Freeman hitless, 0 for 2 with a walk. Faces a 1-2. And he hits it high. Right center, not very deep. Moving in, Barger waves off Varsho. One-handed catch to end the inning. Shohei Ohtani hits a 2-run homer, but the Blue Jays still up 7 at the 7th inning stretch. 11-4 Toronto. Game 1 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Everyone's got a pro. Need tires?
I've got a pro.
Car making a weird sound?
I've got a pro.
So who's that pro? The pros at Tread Experts. Until December 7th, get a $70 Bridgestone prepaid MasterCard when you buy 4 eligible Bridgestone tires. Or save up to $120 with 4 eligible Blizzak or Winter Peak tires. Find a Bridgestone Tread Experts dealer at treadexperts.ca/locations.
From tires to auto repair, we're always there. TreadExperts.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, and we are getting set for the bottom of the 7th. Game 1 of the World Series. The Blue Jays lead the Dodgers by 7. It's 11-4 as Justin Wroblewski enters the game And Ernie Clement steps up. Lefty's pitch. Clement takes a strike. 0-1. Ernie had one of the 6 hits in the 9-run 6th inning. 0-1. Foul tip, 0-2. Pitching change to Wrobleski is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Next pitch hit foul, still 0-2. It's a playoff debut for Wrobleski in 2025.
They might have some shaky arms out there in the bullpen, but they definitely have some big arms. Most guys are 95 plus out of that pen.
0-2. Clement flies it out to center. Pages started in, now ranging back. Backpedaling into it, he makes the catch. 1 out. Well, Andrew Friedman, who runs the show over there in L.A., former Rays guy. Everyone on the Rays has to throw 100. Friedman is now just running the Rays on one of the biggest payrolls instead of one of the smallest payrolls. And that's how you get a seeming juggernaut in the Dodgers. They've only lost 1 game through 3 playoff rounds. Blue Jays up 11-4, 1 out, bottom 7. First pitch to Lucas, hit back foul, 0-1.
So this is what the Rays would look like if they had $300 million to spend.
Yeah. Oh, 1. On the ground, a bouncer to third, charging Muncy. Backhands high, throws to first. Good play to get Lucas by a step. 2 down. Chris, let me take you back to that 9-run 6th for a sec. Because that is not something that happens in the World Series very often. In fact, the last time a team scored 9+ in an inning in the World Series, 1968, the Tigers. And then before that, 1929. Wrobleski to Andres Jimenez. The pitch is high, ball 1, 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, and an 11-4 Blue Jay lead. 1-0. Check swing, pitch upstairs. Appeal to third, no swing, says Alan Porter. 2-0.
So the 9-run inning, very rare. The pinch hit grand slam has never happened.
2-0 pitch high. Jimenez taken all the way 3-0.
It's really difficult to do something in baseball that has never happened before.
It's been a lot of seasons. 3-0 pitch. Called strike, 3-1. And Jimenez hits it foul. It's a full count. Justin Wrobleski here trying to go 1, 2, 3. Blue Jays have a hit in every inning in this game. This would be a rare inning without one if he can deliver that third strike to Jimenez. Andres Jimenez 1 for 3. The 3-2. Foul back. 96 at the top, and he fought it off. Long-haired lefty kicks and deals. And the pitch spoiled again, 97 on the outside edge. Hit right back foul. Still 3-2. Wrobleski's the third reliever today. 3-2 is on the ground up the middle. Edman, the second baseman, moves right behind it, throws back across his body left to first, and ends the inning. 1, 2, 3, 4, Wrobleski in the bottom of the 7th. We move on to the 8th. The Blue Jays up 11-4, game 1 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight tonight. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
What a tackle. Let's go to the sidelines.
You're in the zone today, Matt. Really on your game.
Yeah. Getting more sleep, not snoring all night. What a huge difference it can make.
Problem snoring? Suffer from sleep apnea? Invest in yourself. Call Dr. Paulette Pillersdorf. She'll use her laser to help treat your snoring and oral appliance like a sports mouth guard for your sleep apnea. Your partner will thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Book your appointment with Dr. Paulette Pillersdorf. Call 647-243-2006.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Top of the 8th inning, and a new pitcher in for the Blue Jays. Chris Bassett is in relief, trying to protect the Blue Jays' 11-4 lead. He'll start off the inning with Will Smith, right-handed hitting catcher, and the pitch from Bassett. Called strike, 94, right on the bottom edge, 0-1.
We last saw Chris Bassett in Game 7 in the 8th inning. He's not used to these lower leverage situations.
He was nails in that 8th. That was right after the Springer homer. 0-1. Breaking ball hit foul to the right, 0-2.
He's looked very good out of the bullpen. Obviously a smaller sample size in the postseason so far, but the velocity has been up a little bit, and that last breaking ball was very sharp.
Kick in the 0-2. High with a fastball at 93. 1 ball and 2 strikes. (11-4) Blue Jays built their lead on a 9-run 6th inning. 1-2 pitch. Bounced right side. It stays fair for Vlad, and he'll pick it up and go to the bag. 1 out in the top of the 8th inning.
You think Bassett is enjoying coming out of the bullpen?
I've asked him about it, actually. He does like it. He did it early in his career in the minors. He said, you know, the banter with the fans in the bullpen, all that kind of stuff, coming out and being jacked up for 1 inning. I mean, would he like to be in the starting rotation for this team? He didn't say that. I'm sure he would. But you know what it beats? Not being on the playoff roster. And he's contributed in a big way after being left off the DS roster. Here's his first outing of the World Series. Pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. Breaking ball called strike. One thing he did tell me, because he's not used to being in the pen recently, is every time the phone rings, his heart beats like a million miles an hour. 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Well, he doesn't really know his role. I think that's the issue with that heart beating really quickly. So he could be in a low leverage situation like he is right now, or he could be in the 8th inning of Game 7 up by 1. We've seen him in both situations.
To his right hip goes Bassett. Set at the belt. Wind in the 0-2. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Teoscar Hernandez, 0 for 3. He does have a run scored. 1 out. 1-2 pitch. Popped up foul. Kirk pursuing, but he watches it go out of play into the seats foul. Still 1-2.
Little bit of a hanging breaking ball right there. You don't want to throw too many of those to Teoscar Hernandez. He just missed that.
I was close to the Gino Suarez spot, right on the up and in corner, where he punched out Suarez in Game 7 of the CS. Bassett winds, and the 1-2 again. Inside with a breaking ball, missed with a sweeper, 2-2. It's Ganya Savage, Fluharty, Dominguez, Fisher, Bassett. Kick in the pitch. Low ball 3. It's a full count now. Bassett against Hernandez.
They were trying to come in there with that sinker. It's actually pretty good velo at 94. Just missed his spot. Alejandro Kirk had to reach across the plate.
Full count and 1 out. The payoff pitch. Down and away, ball 4. A walk to Teoscar Hernandez with 1 out.
A little bit of frustration on the face of Chris Bassett out there. Obviously, you don't want to walk Teoscar in that situation. I think he was nibbling just a little bit. You're up by 7 runs in the top of the 8th inning. You want to pound that strike zone. Get your defense back off the field and into the dugout.
So it's Max Muncy to the plate now. 1 out, top of the 8th. Runner on first in the pitch. Called strike sinker on the inside corner. When the Blue Jays hit in the bottom half of this 8th inning, it'll be the top of the order up. 11-4 Blue Jays right now. 0-1. High and outside. Will Klein, added to the roster for the World Series, is up right now for the Dodgers in right field. No one up in left. Bassett's 1-1. At the knees, 94 for a called strike. It's 1-2.
I think Max Muncy was fooled by that pitch. Pretty good fastball right at the bottom of the strike zone.
Bassett's pitch. Fouled back. Big rip there by Muncy on an elevated four-seamer just above the zone at 93. Still 2 balls, or rather 1 ball, and 2 strikes.
So Louis Varland is getting loose now again for the 3rd time. I would imagine if you're getting up 3 times, you're going to come into the ball game.
One-two. Just high with a breaking ball. Fell from the sky. Didn't quite reach the top of the zone. 2-2.
That also tells you what John Schneider thinks about this Los Angeles Dodgers offense.
Yeah, you would not typically want to go to Varland up 7 runs. 11-4 Blue Jays, top of the 8th. 1 on, 1 out. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Muncy couldn't wait long enough on the 72-mile-an-hour curve. 2 down.
Perfectly placed. Looked like it was right down the middle and then just broke to the bottom part of that strike zone. Alejandro Kirk was set up right down the middle. That's where you want that pitch. You want that batter to think that's a good pitch to hit, and then it just sinks right below the strike zone. Perfectly placed.
First strikeout for Bassett and 3 batters faced as he places that sweeper well. And here's Kike Hernandez with Teoscar Hernandez on first and 2 outs. First pitch in there, strike 1. Kike's 1 for 3. He singled home the first run of this game. Blue Jays now up 11-4. A 1 pitch. Breaking ball does not come back enough. Lands up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bassett rocks the 1-1. Grounded foul, 1-2. That'll bring 44,000 to their feet. Most of them up already, but the holdouts rise now with 2 outs in the inning. Teoscar Hernandez on first and a 1-2 count against Enrique Hernandez. 1-2 pitch. He got him. Strikeout swinging on a fastball. Scoreless inning from Bassett around a walk. Middle of the 8th, 11-4 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Hey, this is David Schneider
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center, bottom of the 8th inning. The Blue Jays 11, the Dodgers 4. Game 1 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We appreciate you joining us today, wherever you are, coast to coast or even across the border. Thank you so much for tuning in all season and now for the Fall Classic. Dodgers go to a pitching change here. Will Klein is into the game. 25-year-old right-hander to George Springer. First pitch fouled, 0-1. This pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. There was 100 from Klein on that first pitch. Now is 0-1. Bounce to home plate. With Alex Vesia away for a personal matter and Tanner Scott not able to make it back to the roster, Klein is one of the guys that they added. They also removed Ben Kasperius when relating it to the CS roster. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Springer expands 1-2.
That was a wicked sweeper.
This is the thing with Klein. He's in his 4th organization in the last 2 years. The stuff is ridiculous, but he doesn't often keep it in the zone. The 1-2 pitches hit foul, still 1-2. In the majors this year, in 15 1/3 innings, he walked 10. 1-2 again to George Springer. And it's hit high in the air, shallow left center. Kike Hernandez races forward, calls for it, makes a one-handed catch, 1 out.
It's pretty good stuff, though.
It's great
I
stuff.
mean, he bounced a breaking ball about 5 feet in front of the home plate. So that shows just how erratic he is from time to time. But he also just jammed George Springer with a fastball at 100 miles an hour. So you can understand why teams are intrigued by him.
For sure. Split this year between AAA Tacoma and AAA OKC, Seattle and Dodger systems. 1 out, Addison Barger up the pitch. Called strike, and if you weren't with us in the 6th, his grand slam blew this game open. The first pinch hit grand slam in the history of the World Series. 0-1. Shot through the left side, a base hit on the ground into left field. What a day for Barger. 2 hits and 2 at-bats.
What a day, and he's only played about 3 innings.
He's been in this game for maybe 40 minutes.
You think if he was when he was sitting on in the dugout in the 5th inning, you would have thought that he would have a grand slam and a base hit in this ball game?
Off a lefty, no less. He hit the grand slam. Vladdy up, 1 on, 1 out. Klein with the breath in the pitch. Called strike over the middle with a fastball there. 99 to get ahead 0-1. With all the big swings, Vladdy's been a bit in the background, but he is 2 for 3 with a walk. 0-1. Fouled back off the catcher Smith, who immediately asks for a new baseball. Good, he's feeling all right. That must have stung a bit. It's 0-2. Guerrero now batting .457 in the postseason in 46 at-bats. He faces an 0-2, and he takes in the dirt ball 1. This is his first career World Series game. His dad made 1 World Series late in his career with Texas, never won one. 1-2. Guerrero lifts it, right center, curling behind it. Pages waves off the right fielder Teoscar Hernandez and makes the grab. Back into first goes Barger, 2 down. IKF looks to keep this bottom of the 8th going. 2 outs, 11-4 Blue Jays, and a runner on first in Game 1 of the Fall Classic. Klein sets in the pitch. Sprayed foul, 0-1.
I feel like this crowd has exploded already a few times in this ball game, but they're waiting for one more. Everybody just wants one more reason to explode.
It's 11:15 Eastern. They might be a little tired, I get it. 0-1. Foul back, 0-2. And depending on how hydrated you are, this might be the point in the day where the drinks start to work against you a little bit. But what a day it has been for the 44,000 plus here at Rogers Center. For some, they've never seen the Blue Jays in the World Series. For others, it's been 32 years, and they lead by 7 in Game 1. 0-2. IKF loops the ball shallow left, moving in. Kike Hernandez gets under it to make the grab and end the inning. No runs, a hit, 1 left. We go to the 9th. The Blue Jays, for the first time since Joe Carter left the yard, try to lock down a win in the World Series. Eric Lauer is coming out of the pen when we come back. 11-4 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
This ascent isn't for everyone. You need grit to climb this high this often. You've got to be an underdog that always over-delivers. You've got to be 6,500 hospital staff, 1,000 doctors, all doing so much with so little. You've got to be Scarborough, defined by our uphill battle and always striving towards new heights. And you can help us keep climbing. Donate at lovescarborough.ca.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. Eyesight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Springer coming home, and the Blue Jays take the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Van and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ninth inning, game one of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays 3 outs away from taking a series advantage over the Dodgers. Blue Jays pitching change for the ninth brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Eric Lauer is asked to finish off this game 11-4. The Blue Jays lead as Lauer takes a breath and offers to Tommy Edman. Pop up, back behind the plate, foul. Kirk onto the back warning track, makes the grab. One pitch, one out in the ninth. With a sizable advantage here, John Schneider going to some veterans here at the end of this game. Bassett in the eighth, now Lauer in the ninth.
I don't mind that. Like I said earlier, you get to give Louis Varland a little bit of a breather, although he's cutting up a few times today, so I'm assuming he didn't get much of a breather. But it's good to see Eric Lauer getting some work here in the ninth inning.
Andy Pages to the plate. 1 out, bases empty, and the lefty's pitch. Curveball drops in, strike one. It'll be interesting, too, after Pages hits to see Lauer face off with Ohtani. Blue Jays can see how that matchup might play out if they go to it again later in the series. 0-1. Up and in, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And up by 7 runs, you could potentially tinker with some things, throw some pitches that you normally wouldn't throw in a really tight ball game.
1-1 to Pages. Inside, ball 2. Eric Lauer stretches his arms out. Glove down just above the belt. Into the wind, the lefty's 2-1. Pages lines the ball right field. Charging Barger gets there to make the grab on the slicing liner. 2 down. The Blue Jays in out away from knocking off the Dodgers in game 1. I know it's a 7-run game, 11-4, but great theater here as Shohei Ohtani represents the last chance for LA. Lauer to Ohtani. Swing and a miss. Busted him up and in with a 4-seamer.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. That's the hole. That's the only hole that Shohei Ohtani has. Up and in with that hard stuff.
Here's the 0-1. Down and away, a ball and a strike. Ohtani did leave the yard in the 7th inning with the Blue Jays already up 11-2. He made it 11-4 on a 2-run homer. One pitch misses down and away, 2-1 as they chant, "We don't need you" to Shohei Ohtani at Rogers Center. The 2-1. Low ball 3.
And as much as you don't want Shohei Ohtani to go deep again here in this ball game, you also don't want to walk him. You want to pound that strike zone, force him to make contact.
7-run lead, 2 outs, bases empty, top of the 9th. Long look in by Lauer. 3-1 pitch. High ball 4. He will walk Ohtani on 5 pitches. And he goes down to first with 2 outs. Vladdy and Ohtani greet each other at first. 2 outs, top of the 9th. 11-4 Blue Jays. Here's Mookie Betts. Lauer's pitch. Called strike. Fastball at 93. Clipped the top and outer part of the zone. Step and throw to first. Ball is safe. The Blue Jays should look. That to the naked eye looked really close. They might have got him, Chris.
It looked like he was out to me. The Blue Jays are thinking about it. DeMarlo Hale's on the phone right now.
And you got 2 challenges, and there's 2 outs in the 9th. Why not? Hale just kind of threw a hand up and said, sure. I mean, when are you going to save him for? You're up 7 runs in the 9th.
That was a might as well look.
Ball at first base. Still getting the mics working for the umpires in the Fall Classic, but they are challenging the call. I think he's out.
I think this game is over, Ben. It's a great call from DeMarlo Hale down there in that dugout.
It's bang bang, but it looked like his hand was maybe a fraction off the bag. Call on the field is safe, and that's important. A lot of cheering on a replay where I'll be honest, you couldn't see much.
Shohei was actually just shaking his head. He doesn't think that he's out at first base, but I think the evidence is pretty clear. Like you said, though, the call in the field is safe. And there has to be definitive evidence for them to overturn it, but I think there is.
I mean, not that it's the most consequential play in the world, but you can't even really be close to getting picked off down by 7 runs.
Your first move with the left-hander.
Call in the field stands. We'll get those mics working tomorrow. But Shohei Ohtani remains at first 2 outs.
Yeah, like you said, it shouldn't even be close over there. With a lefty on the mound, your first movement should be back down 7 runs in the 9th inning. Not sure what Shohei's doing over there at first base. Also, I think that's the wrong call. I think that should have been overturned.
Eric Lauer back on the rubber. Mookie Betts steps in. It's an 0-1 count. 2 outs, top of the 9th inning. 11-4 Blue Jay lead. Lauer's pitch. High ball 1. Blue Jays lead built on a 9-run 6th, including a grand slam by Barger. 1-1. Popped up foul, back behind the plate, out of play. It's 1-2. The Dodgers down to their final strike for the first time in the World Series. Lauer's set. Ohtani leads off first. A look to first. And the 1-2 to Betts. High. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lauer ready to go 2-2. Swing and a liner hooked foul into the seats down the left field line, out of play.
Little bit of a hanging curveball there from Eric Lauer, but in a 2-2 count, you're up by 7 runs. That's probably the right location.
Not time to dance around the zone. Lauer already walked Ohtani with 2 outs. 15 pitches for the veteran lefty. His first World Series outing. And here's his 2-2. Popped up foul, back out of play. Drove a fastball up and in on Betts, and Mookie chased but fought it off. Still 2-2.
That's some good velo out of that left arm of Eric Lauer. 94 miles an hour right around the hands of the righty Mookie Betts.
Still a runner on first, Ohtani. Still an 11-4 lead. 2 outs, top of the 9th. Lauer trying to finish it off. 2-2 again. He got him. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Blue Jays take a 1-0 lead in the World Series on the back of an 11-4 blowout win over the mighty Dodgers.
Yeah, the Blue Jays did exactly what they needed to do. They put pressure on Blake Snell early. They elevated that pitch count. Trey Savage wasn't perfect in this outing, but he gave the Blue Jays a chance. He made big pitches when he had to. Eventually, the Blue Jays offense came through, and I mean, it's pretty incredible. This was a fantastic game from the Toronto Blue Jays on offense and defense, and they get a very important first win here in this series.
Just as everyone predicted, the Blue Jays win by a touchdown plus the extra point over the Dodgers in Game 1. Their first win in the World Series since Joe Carter's walk-off home run ended it in '93. Stick with us. We're going to hang around as Hazel May starts to talk to some of the big featured players for the Blue Jays in this game. And what a ridiculous contest this was. Close through 5.5 innings. Bottom of the 6th, it got out of hand. Something no one expected, if we're being literal here. No one would have thought that the Blue Jays could put up 9 in an inning against the Dodgers and Blake Snell.
Yeah, I didn't think that it would be that out of hand. But when the Blue Jays forced Dave Roberts to go to the bullpen, that's when you think, okay, the Blue Jays can get to work now. They can continue to put good at-bats together. And eventually those bullpen arms will make a mistake, and the Blue Jays took advantage of that.
Let's go down to the field. Here's Hazel May with Addison Barger.
Addison Barger in his World Series debut just hit the first pinch hit grand slam in World Series history. Congratulations. You were scheduled to face a right-hander, and then the Dodgers bring in the lefty. What kind of adjustment did you have to make, if any, as far as your mindset and your approach in that situation?
Obviously, with the bases loaded, I was just trying to put the ball in the play, to be honest, and get a run in. But it ended up working out better than that.
This place erupted when that ball went into the stands. Describe to me what it was like rounding the bases when the Rogers Center was just in a frenzy.
I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I couldn't feel my legs. I just kind of blacked out.
Dalton Varsho got the comeback going with that 2-run home run. You have credited him with helping you defensively. What was your reaction when you saw Varsho tie this ball game up at 2?
I was in the tunnel with a few other guys taking some hacks, getting ready, and we kind of just freaked out. You know, obviously it was a huge homer for us.
You had the huge homer as well. Addison Barger, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
And now Dalton Varsho will join Hazel May on the field.
Dalton Varsho got the comeback going for the Toronto Blue Jays. That was the first home run allowed by Blake Snell since June of 2024. Why is he such a tough matchup for you? You're one of the best hitters in the league against lefties.
He's just one of those guys that's got a really good fastball, and that slider plays really well off of it. he made some good pitches the first at-bat. I just missed it. And then second at-bat, got my pitch and didn't miss it.
Addison Barger certainly didn't miss it. That was his third home run of the postseason. You've helped him a lot defensively there in right field. In his first full season in the majors, he's put on so much power to this lineup. What stands out to you most about what he does at the plate?
He stays selective aggressive. Trusts his plan, his approach, and it's honestly so cool to see because as a young guy coming up through the league, you try to figure out what everybody's trying to do to you, and you got to figure out how to be able to balance that. So keep doing what you're doing well, but obviously keep learning and growing.
Trey Savage is going to keep learning and growing. He didn't have his best stuff tonight, but what did you think of the way he really kept this ball club in this game?
Yeah, he grinded. 3 innings. I mean, it was great for us. Honestly, he passed the ball to the bullpen, and the bullpen did a great job. So, honestly, it was a great job for him to kind of stay composed and only give up 2 runs.
Great job, Dalton Varsho. With your help, the Blue Jays just picked up their first win in a World Series game in 32 years. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Dan, back to you.
That is Sportsnet's Hazel May talking with Addison Barger and Dalton Varsho. Both hit crucial homers in the Blue Jays 11-4 win. We'll step aside when we come back. We'll get you the totals, the play of the game. You might have an idea of what it is. And then we will get you over to a World Series Game 1 winning edition of Blue Jays Talk. Stick with us. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's off the fence, and the Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays win 11-4 in Game 1 of the World Series, taking a 1-0 lead in the series over the LA Dodgers. We welcome you back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. Plenty of fans hanging around still to reminisce in this huge win. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, let's get right to the point. Trey Savage, a little bit shaky, but he gets through 4, only gives up 2, limits the damage, stranding a lot of runners. On the other side, Blake Snell cruised through 3. Well, not totally cruised. They had traffic, but he got through 3 without giving up a run. Then Dalton Varsho ties it in the 4th inning with a 2-run homer, but the real magic came in the 6th. The Blue Jays ended up sending 12 batters to the plate in that inning. They were already up 5-2 when Addison Barger stepped up. 2-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Right center field. Hernandez back on the track. Gone! A grand slam! Addison Barger blows this game wide open. 9-2 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th. The first ever pinch hit grand slam in World Series history. Barger did it left on left.
And you said it, left on left. Not only was it a pinch hit, it was left on left against Anthony Bonda, who throws 96 miles an hour. What a swing from him. You heard him in that interview with Hazel after the ball game. He blacked out. It was a big moment. It was probably one of the biggest moments for him, although he's come up with gigantic home runs over the course of the season. I mean, what a moment for him. What a moment for these fans. And you have to look back to the beginning of that 6th inning, and it was really simple. Bo Bichette walks. And that's it. That's all I got for you.
Bo Bichette walks, and it kind of just unfolded from there. Base hit for Kirk, hit batter. A lot of singles until the Barger grand slam. And then you had a Kirk 2-run homer that made it 11-2 at the time. Shohei would homer to make it 11-4. But the bullpen cruised on from there. And Chris, with almost everyone outside of Toronto in the baseball world picking the Dodgers, not like the Blue Jays have won anything of significance yet, but they do start the World Series right. They win Game 1, 11-4.
Well, they did exactly what you're supposed to do when you basically come up against an incredibly talented team. You have your game plan, you execute your game plan, and you do everything that you're supposed to do. The Blue Jays put a lot of pressure on Blake Snell early. They elevated the pitch count, something they talked about doing. And then essentially they got to the bullpen, and then they just put it to the bullpen, and that's the weak spot of this Dodgers team, the bullpen. And the Blue Jays really showed it tonight. What a ball game! What a moment! I'm just excited that I was here to witness it.
Incredible. The first win in a World Series for the Blue Jays since Game 6 of the 1993 Fall Classic. They take it 11-4 the final. 4 runs on 6 hits, no errors, and 6 left for the Dodgers. The Blue Jays with 11 runs on 14 hits, no errors, 5 left. Trey Savage only went 4, so Sir Anthony Dominguez gets the win. He is 2-0 in the postseason. Blake Snell with his first loss of the postseason snaps a streak of 5 straight playoff wins for Snell. He's now 3-1. No save in the lopsided game that took 3 hours, 13 minutes in front of 44,353. The Blue Jays lead the series 1-0. They will try and build on that tomorrow. We are on the air again at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, perhaps the best of the 4 Dodgers starters slated to go in this series, will match up with Kevin Gausman. First pitch coming a little bit after 8 Eastern. We hope you can join us then, and we appreciate you tuning in tonight. For our technical directors, Stephen Coyle, Andrew Adams, and Tom Young, our producer, Nick Blackmore, our host, Joe Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your night, and get your calls and texts in. For the first time in 32 years, you can call in about a win in the World Series. Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
So, Kevin Barker, I guess those of us who picked the Dodgers to win this series, I mean, some people were picking it in 5, some picked it in 6. Do we have to take a step back and reevaluate things after tonight, or was this just one of those nights?
Yeah, I don't think we do, because half of the guys in this room picked the Blue Jays to win in 7, so not everybody in here has to take a step back. I do think because of the way that the at-bats looked from the Blue Jays, I really do think you have to, give kudos and credit where credit's due. And just the at-bats that they rolled out there was unbelievable. I mean, you just look at Blake Snell. He had 10 swing and misses. He had 22 in his last start. That's all you need to know. Like, they showed up, and just to have that quality at-bat after quality at-bat, I mean, it was throughout the entire lineup. And then you get the homers that you got. I mean, that's just sort of icing on the cake. It's by no means over, but boy, this was a great start.
Yeah, listen, the Blue Jays beating the Dodgers 11-4 in the first game of the World Series. We kind of talked a little bit about it on Blair and Barker. You win 2 games, or you win at least one of 2 games here. You go in L.A., win 1 of 3 there, and bring it back home, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself. But my goodness, when you're up 1-0 in the series, and it looked the way it looked tonight, I don't know, man. If you're a Blue Jays fan, I think it's entirely permissible to maybe dream on this thing a bit. And if you want to do that with us, you can call us at 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. The text line is always open, 590-590. The Blue Jays scoring 9 runs in the 6th inning, sending 12 batters to the plate. That is obviously a franchise record, but more importantly, our friend Mr. Jeff Passan got the folks at ESPN Stats to do some digging, and that is the most runs in an inning in a World Series game since the Detroit Tigers scored 10 in Game 6 of the 1968 World Series. They went on to win that game 13-1. So that is the type of night it was for the Toronto Blue Jays. Addison Barger with the first pinch hit grand slam in World Series history. And Kevin, they've been playing World Series for a crap of a long time.
Yeah.
Addison Barger's blow, obviously the big blow of that inning. Dalton Varsho got it started.
Yeah.
Alejandro Kirk with the home run.
Yeah.
But I mean, really, I'm looking at my scorecard here, and the offense is nice and everything. But Kevin, I mean, unless I missed something here, after Andres Jimenez was called out and strikes to end the 4th inning, the Jays did not strike out. And we talked about their ability to make contact.
Yeah.
And the question was always, the Jays don't strike out much. They make contact. How will that play against the Dodgers pitching staff that is dominant?
Yeah, can they slug against pitching like this?
Can they slug just enough? Well, they did more than just enough.
Absolutely. Well, you could tell. I mean, we just go down the list here. Kirky was in swing mode, right? The first 2 at-bats, he saw 17 pitches. He swung at 10 of those. The more you swing at it, the more you can calibrate it, the better chance you got of catching it a little inch out in front. When you do, that line drive he hit to right field, that single sort of got it started. The homer, obviously, that he hit to left center was on a heater down. Like, you get yourself in swing mode, you're just calibrating everything, gives you a better chance. The Addison Barger thing, you're facing Banda, sinker slider. You want to see it up, right? You saw the sinker up, you take the Big Daddy hack, you're calibrating. You saw the slider, that's a spinner, it was up. Because it's a little change of speed, you can catch it a little more out front. You can stay through it enough. Caleb Joseph has said against lefties, he's moving around the batter's box a little bit, which helps just point of contact.
Well, that's something you've talked about, wondering why guys don't do that a little more. Because it used to be done a lot.
Yeah, it's changing point of contact, right? Against certain guys that are trying to attack you a certain way, you just want to change where you're making contact. Just allows you to not have to wholesale every change you need to make in the batter's box. You're just sort of changing where the point of contact is, which is a big deal. And the Dalton Varsho thing in the first inning, he had a little front side pull. In the second at bat, he self-corrected that. He stayed through it a little bit better. He got it down a little sooner. That's what it's all about at this level. That as quick as you can make an adjustment gives you a better chance of having a positive result in your next at-bat. And I mean, it's 1 through 9, Jeff. I don't even know what to say. I'm fired up. Even the Nathan Lucas coming off the bench and having the pinch hit 9-pitch walk with the bases loaded. I mean, it's at-bats like that. I mean, I guess we shouldn't be shocked about this because we've been seeing it all year. But for them to actually do it in a game that means this much, and it's almost like they don't change a thing. I mean, they say it, then they actually go out and do it, which is pretty awesome. And, before we move on here, we got to give Trey a little bit of credit. I mean, that's about the worst start he's had as a big leaguer. I mean, he just didn't have it. Split finger, what he threw. He threw 80 pitches, only 10 of those to split finger. You tell that thing just wasn't working. For whatever reason, it was a bunch of sliders.
29 sliders. And there must have been sequences, Kevin, where he threw 6 or 7 sliders in a row.
Here it is, though. It's the bend, don't break mentality, right? It's the second inning with the bases loaded, and you get Andy Paez to chase the 3-2 slider. It's if you throw enough of them down, a dude that's hitting at the bottom of the order is going to chase one of them. That's exactly what happened. You're throwing sort of your kitchen sink at a guy like that, and then the Ohtani bat right with the bases loaded up 1-0. The Dodgers were. That thing could have went off the rails in a hurry, but for him to throw the elevated fastball up and in to get ahead and then flip the slider down and away later in the count, which was that 2-1 count to get the ground out, that's huge. I mean, that for me was the biggest 2 at-bats in the game. We talked about it holding the deficit with that Ohtani creature walking to the plate. That's special stuff. So just gave the lineup a chance.
Dalton Varsho tied the game with his 2-run homer in the 4th inning. The Dodgers took a 2-0 lead against Trey Savage. Shohei Ohtani, 1 for 4, 2 strikeouts. He did hit a 2-run home run in the 7th inning. Walked in the 9th inning with 2 outs. Almost got picked off. I mean, I think he was.
What they were watching.
Well, I mean, there wasn't. It's the old thing. Did you see enough to overturn the call? Obviously, they didn't in New York. But my goodness, given the way the fans treated Shohei Ohtani, if they could have ended the game with him being picked off first base down by 7 runs.
If that's Barker,
that would have been
Ohtani,
that would have been something. And highlight of the night, the fans serenading Ohtani with "We Don't Need You" in the 9th inning, which I'm all in favor of stuff like that.
You are?
Yeah, I know the baseball gods, yada yada. Whatever. Who cares? I'm all in. I'm all in favor of that. Bo Bichette started. Listen, John Schneider managed. 11-4. You're going, well. I mean, you get all those home runs. You have that big inning. What did the manager do? Well, the manager started Bo Bichette at second base. He got him out after he opened the 6th inning with a walk. Put IKF in as a pinch runner. Addison Barger was again a pinch hit, hit grand slam. And he went to Mason Fluharty at the right time. Fluharty did what he had to do. He used Fluharty, Dominguez, Fisher, Bassett, Lauer. Big thing for me, Kevin. I understand it's not all about Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani, if I'm not mistaken, saw 4 different pitchers tonight. He saw Yasavage twice. And then he saw, who did he see? He saw Fluharty. He homered off of Fisher, and then he finished the game drawing a walk off Eric Lauer. And one of the things John has talked about all postseason is trying to limit the number of multiple looks teams get off of his relievers. And that was... just a really good job of managing by John. Got Savage out when he needed him. Didn't get him out too early.
Yeah.
Didn't get him out too early.
Yeah.
And, I mean, man, game 1 of the World Series. We haven't had one here since Carter walked it off in 1993. The place was electric.
It was.
Like, we're in the auxiliary press box. We're down in the right field corner, folks. I mean,
can't even see us.
You did yourself proud tonight. That was loud. I walked around a bit in the 6th inning. I didn't see too many people sitting down. People were standing throughout the game. It was just a great night for the Blue Jays. And Kevin Gossman goes tomorrow.
Yeah.
And man, oh man, I'm not going to say it, but if they go up 2-0, and he's got Yamamoto. Yamamoto's arguably their best starter. Oof.
Well, I think they're going to need a little bit better start from Kevin tomorrow, right? I mean, if he was over there watching Trey, fastball command's important. Trey didn't have a lot of that, right? His velocity was down a little bit. It was very erratic. The misses were big. Big misses mean the pitch count goes up. The pitches per hitter go up, which is a big deal. Just doesn't allow you to get to your best pitch. And when you can't, it sort of looked the way it looked. So Kevin tomorrow, for me, the velocity needs to be there, but on the edges. If he can attack the edges, start getting some called strikes down with the fastball, get them in swing mode, and then they'll start chasing that split finger a little bit more. And against them righties in the middle of the order, start being a little unpredictable with his 3rd pitch, which is that slider. Pitch a little. That's my point. Pitch a little, live on the edges. You can do that. Maybe tomorrow the lineup will get him the lead, which would help attack the zone a little bit better. But, I mean, if you can't feel good about yourself as a team today, after going, what you did to this team with everybody talking about the Dodgers the way that we and everybody else has been talking about them for the Jays to show up the way they did. Jeff, I mean, that's really pretty awesome stuff.
There's still a fair number of fans around the ballpark. A lot of them gathered over by the, I guess, is that TBS? Is that the TBS set, or is that the, sorry, that's Fox.
MLB Network.
No,
right there.
Derek Jeter and David Ortiz and Alex Rodriguez. Derek Jeter, David Ortiz, Alex Rodriguez on the first base side, MLB Network on the third base side. Wonder what they're saying. And it's funny because I say this. There were more members of the U.S. media who were cautioning people against writing off the Blue Jays than a lot of people think. You talk to folks like Tim Kirkchin, the folks that are here. They weren't running with the boy. If it goes to 5 games, they'll be lucky. I think people who have watched the Blue Jays a lot this year, and a lot of those guys have seen the Blue Jays. Yeah. They've all said the same thing. If they stick to their approach, and if they can wear down the Dodgers starters, they got more than a shot.
Yeah, they got a little something you can't explain, too, right? I mean, I think that's what it is.
Yeah, Tim, remember we talked to Kirkchin? He said the same thing. You know what? He said, never underestimate stuff happening. Like, there is a year where stuff just happens.
It happens.
And you can't explain it.
It's like the 3-2 slider to Paez.
Yeah.
And the ground out to Ohtani with the bases loaded in the second inning.
Before we go to the phone lines, what'd you make of Bo?
Yeah, he looks hurt to me. I mean, look,
he made that play at second base. That throw, we noticed he took a long walk back to his position after making that throw. I thought he was limping a little bit. We saw John Schneider getting him out of the game. I mean, good grief. Bo Bichette got him base twice. That's a pretty good night for Bo Bichette, given what he's coming off of. And I really love this. First inning, dude hasn't played in 6 weeks. Counts 3-0, green light, singles, moves Vladdy to third. They didn't score, but that was a positive sign.
Well, I mean, you just answered the question. What I got to add to that?
Okay. Bucky in Nashville, you're on Blue Jays Talk. What's up, Bucky?
Bucky.
Oh,
you guys doing good tonight?
Brendan, no, we'll go to Brendan in Snow Lake, Manitoba. My bad.
No, Bucky's
okay,
there.
Well, you know what? Let's go to Bucky, and then we'll go to Brendan. How about that? Bucky in Nashville. What's up, Bucky?
All right, guys. How's it going? I got a couple of takes for you here.
Bucky, what happened to your voice? Were you yelling a lot tonight?
I was. I've been yelling the whole time. It's the wife's ready to divorce me here in Nashville.
It's all right.
Well, I mean, if we can step in if there's an issue there. We can talk her off the ledge if that's the case. I mean, we're multi-talented. At least I am.
There you go. Hey, first take tonight is Vegas lost a lot of money tonight. Hey, everybody against the Jays.
Yeah. It is. Again, as I said, there were a lot more people in the States, I think, giving the Jays a little bit of a chance here than a lot of people think. And I think especially people, as I said, who really follow baseball. What'd you make of Trey Savage, man? No, I mean, it wasn't the best night for him. Dude's only 22 years old, though.
Yeah.
I guess we've lost Bucky. I mean, with his voice being the way it is.
Well, maybe his wife was yelling at him.
Could be.
You never know.
Well, I mean, it's entirely possible. Where we're going? We're going to Brendan and Snow. Let's go to Brendan and Snow Lake, Manitoba. Don't want to shortchange my Manitobans. All right. Let's go to Sarah in Toronto. Sarah.
Hello. Hi.
Hey, Sarah.
How are you?
Hi, Sarah.
Good, thank you.
Hi. I'm one of those Montreal Expos fans who feels like I'm getting a little back on that Rick Monday home run of 1981 that dashed our World Series hopes. But really, I called to say I was actually in Exhibition Stadium in 1982 when the Jays got their first ever regular season pinch hit grand slam home run. Do you know who hit it?
No clue, and I have too much respect for you to quickly to talk very slowly and quickly pull out my my iPhone and try to find the answer. So I'll let you give me the answer. I have no clue.
Because it was Jesse Barfield.
Jesse Barfield. Wow.
So Field and Barger. that's all. And have a wonderful night. And good for Trey. He's 22. He did great.
Thanks, Sarah. I appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, just, Kevin, you did a lot of pinch hitting.
Yeah.
It is, and you talk to guys who do it. We used to have conversations with Cliff Floyd about this because this is what Cliff did at the end of his career.
Yeah.
He's the hardest thing he's ever done is pinch hitting.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, this guy, relatively young kid, he's played a lot this year.
Yeah.
Kevin, he came off the bench in Game 1 of the World Series and hit a pinch hit grand slam off a lefty. A lefty on lefty grand slam.
Well,
that is insane.
Yeah, I think it's a little easier now than it was when I tried to do it because of all the machines and, just how prepared they are when it comes to when they're throwing it, how hard they're throwing it, what you need to look for, right? I mean, it was obvious that Barger was looking up. You see it up, you let it fly. I mean, he's a sinker slider guy. You don't want to swing it something down, and, it just so happens got a slider that was up and in, and he didn't miss it. Again, this is 2025 Jays to where it's just that next man up mentality, and it's 13 against 1. And John said that to us many, 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 many times that he's going to use the entire roster. The roster needs to be ready. And because he's been using them all season, this time of the year, it's not like a surprise to him. It's just, they can fill that pocket to where we need to be ready. I need to be ready in this certain pocket because, this situation is going to come up and I need to get myself ready. So, I give kudos to everybody. And that Nathan Lucas at bat, sort of, that is big time. I mean, he got down, he battled, he had the big walk with the bases loaded. Addison Barger then gets it down, gets it singing. I mean, it's a pretty special team right now, Jeff. They're a lot of fun to watch.
They really are.
They are.
They really are. Brendan in Snow Lake, Manitoba, thank you for calling back. How are you?
Good, gentlemen. I just wanted to mention I was on my flight from Edmonton, and I had my phone in the aisle showing everybody the game, and everybody got up and cheered after the final out was recorded. It was one of the special kind of moments that I'm going to remember where I was watching that series finale. But, from this game and going forward in the series, I just kind of feel like this is a blueprint of what they need to do offensively going forward. Wear that starter down, make him work. Like they made Blake Snell almost throw 30 pitches in that first inning. They got him up to 100 by the time he was out in the sixth with the bases loaded and nobody out. So 5 innings plus 3 batters. Just continue to do that against the rest of the Dodgers starters. Wear them down. Don't let them get any easy outs. Battle, and that's what this team has done all year, all postseason. And you keep doing that, and I like their chances going forward in the series. Thanks for the time tonight, and you guys have a good evening.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's Blake Snell had, 10 days off. And one of the things I really liked about the Blue Jays approach, and you mentioned this, and Tim Kirkjian said the same thing as well. We were chatting a little bit. He said, these guys just don't cut themselves out.
No.
And to be in Game 1 of the World Series, realize that a guy who has been dominant through the postseason is scuffling, and be patient enough to wait him out, which is what they did in a lot of at-bats. They waited him out.
Yeah.
Again, kudos to David Popkins, to the hitting coaches, to the staff. They had these guys were ready tonight. These guys were ready. They had an approach. They had a plan. It worked.
Yeah, well, they're very aggressive, right? I mean, and I think they put the Dodgers on notice that they have 3 strikes. If you don't make a quality pitch in 3 strikes, they're going to beat you. Like, I think it's really that simple. No matter how hard you throw, what kind of breaking stuff you have, if you don't live on the corners or the edges and set them up, they're going to beat you.
11-4, the Toronto Blue Jays have won the first game of the World Series. They won it handily, out-hitting the Dodgers 14-6. A 9-run 6th inning put this thing to bed. Game 2 goes tomorrow back here at the Rogers Center. Kevin Gossman will be on the mound against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. We got a lot of calls to get to. Don't worry. We're going to be here till 1. We'll get to the calls. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. 590-590 is the text line. We're going to step away, do some business, come back. Promise you we'll get to you. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL three-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlets, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Congratulations to take it more big picture. You're 1-0 as a World Series manager. How does that feel?
It feels great right now. You know what I mean? It's in about 10 minutes. Tomorrow's tomorrow, you know, so I'm happy for the guys. I'm happy for the way they all kind of did their part today. For me personally, for the next 10 minutes, coolest part of my day was catching Cito's first pitch. This guy's a legend, you know, and to hear him say the things he did about my team and me, pretty damn cool tonight.
That is John Schneider, manager of the victorious Toronto Blue Jays. The Blue Jays beating the LA Dodgers 11-4 in Game 1 of the World Series tonight. He is talking about the first pitch that was thrown out by Cito Gaston, who, of course, managed the Blue Jays back-to-back World Series champions. There was a great moment after the first pitch. The Sportsnet cameras caught it. Cito grabbing John kind of around the neck and had some words for him that you could tell by John's reaction meant an awful lot. And got to say, by the way, the whole pregame thing today, anthems included for L. Williams.
Tremendous.
It was tremendous.
It was awesome.
It was absolutely, it hit all the right notes. And so shout out to MLB and the Blue Jays, the people responsible for that.
They hit a grand slam.
Because it was something. And again, you know, I judge it based on how the fans react to it. And, you know, every time we have a big game here in Toronto, you know, they bring out that huge maple leaf flag in center field.
Yeah.
They didn't have it today. They had the choir that was out in red and white. form a Canadian flag and unfurl the maple leaf. It was really. I mean, I'm old and cynical, and the national anthem isn't always my thing. I'll put it that way. But I got a little shivers.
Yeah, I did too. I got an opportunity to FaceTime my father during that. You saw me trying to do that just because I wanted my father to be a part of that. He thought that was one of the coolest things he's ever seen. So, yeah, if he loved it that much, I was loving it, and it was a great start, and that's expected here. They've been hitting home runs all year, Jim.
Yeah, they really have. Yeah. They've Marnie and her folks here they've just done a terrific job, and it's a great environment. Man. It's funny going on social media and seeing a lot of writers, a couple of guys saying, "Hey, why didn't you guys tell me about this place? Like, why did nobody tell me about this place? This is the coolest ballpark I've been in all year." So shout out to the folks that had a hand in that. Addison Barger's Grand Slam, I guess the individual highlight of tonight, if you had to pick one, Dalton Varshaw's home run. Certainly that. I think that kind of lifted. We talk about lifting the tension out here. Dodgers were leading 2-0. Trey Yesavich was scuffling. Yeah. Dalton Varshaw's 2-run shot, you could just feel it. It just it was almost like, okay, game on, right? And then that 9-run sixth inning materialized, and it was, just a whirlwind. What were we looking at? I mean, I wrote this down. 2 home runs, a hit by pitch, 2 walks, 4 singles. A typical, you know what it was? It was a typical Blue Jays inning with a grand slam thrown in. How about that?
Boom.
John in Hong Kong, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. Thanks for taking my call. Watch all the games here. They are on in the morning, so that's reasonably easy to do. And I always listen to your podcast afterwards. You guys are my favorite sports podcast. Awesome. Listen to a lot of them. So thank you for all that you do. It's a good night. You're working hard. I really appreciate it.
Awesome.
I was at...
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. So, look, I was at the Seattle collapse, the 9-1 game. I watched the 92 World Series, Game 6 from Taipei, where I was a student at the time. I was back in Toronto for 93, celebrating the Joe Carter walk-off. I was on the plane for the Bautista home run. As I mentioned, I was at that Mariners wild card collapse. But, this team, I have to say, feels very special. My 94-year-old father watches all the games. He's in Sarnia, and he listens to your show. It might be a bit too late for him. It's midnight now. But if he's listening, I'd say, hi, Dad. His name is Al. I'm watching my kids here. My one son in the UK, and my 2 kids are back with us right now. And my wife, just absolutely special, spectacular victory today. My question to you fellas is, I recall a few weeks ago, one of you, I can't remember who, said that you thought that this present team is good, but not quite as good as the 2015 team.
That would be me.
I guess what I'd like to say is, yeah, okay. Do you still feel that way?
Well, I mean, as good as I thought that team was, they never made it to the World Series, let alone kicking the snot out of the heavy favorite in Game 1 of the World Series. So I would have to say no. But that 2015 team, it was different than this team. That 2015 team, they could grind teams down and all that, but they were loaded with pretty well-established veterans. They had just about everybody who could hit a home run on that team. But in terms of – so I'll say this, John, and thank you very much for the call. I'll say this. I think that team had better individuals than this team.
Yeah.
This is the better team.
I think you're right. I mean, that team might have had a little bit better pitching than this one, 1 through 13. But you can't argue the way this team's come together. And, it's a different guy every night, right? I mean, Addison Barger with the grand slam, obviously Kirky with some big hits, Dalton with a big hit. Like there was a bunch of guys that were passing the baton that way. But, I think just 1 through 26 and which roster you'd rather have, push comes to shove. I don't know how you couldn't argue it would be this one. Really. I think this one is.
This one's off.
It would be hard to beat.
This one's awfully hard. This one's awfully hard to keep down. Like this one, when they smell blood, they really take it to an extra level. Again, a 9-run inning. And keep in mind, this doesn't. You can see that in the regular season. This doesn't happen in the World Series. It's the most runs we've seen in an inning since 1968, when a very good Detroit Tigers team scored 10 in Game 6 of that World Series. It turned out to be a 13-1 victory for the Tigers. So you don't. 9-run innings don't happen against anybody, and they generally don't happen against a team like the LA Dodgers. But I have to tell you this. It's very simple. We've talked about this. To me, the area where I think neither manager totally trusts their bullpen, despite what John Schneider says about I trust my guys. He has to. I would think neither manager completely trusts their bullpen, but I really do think Dave Roberts has less trust in his than John, and I think Dave Roberts more than John manages to keep his bullpen out of the game. With John, I think it's how he uses his bullpen, how he uses his different relievers. I really get the sense Dave Roberts wants to stay away from that bullpen, and that was what everybody said going into this. If the Jays can run the pitch count up, and they did that against Blake Snell, and force Dave Roberts to manage, force him to spin the dial and pick the right arm to come in here, you got a chance.
Well, I think, John, and the approach is the third time through, right? It's how dare we let the starter face the top of the order for the third time. Dave Roberts wants to sort of unleash those four guys and get out of the way. Tonight he couldn't. Tonight it was, the Jays battling again. I think it was the Blake Snell 10 days off. 10 days is a long time.
It is a long time.
For a guy that has that much power, that spins as much as Blake does, and relies on that arm speed changeup down and away to righties, that's a big ask to come back, after 10 days and be that elite guy that he was in his last start. It's a lot to ask.
Can I ask you this, Kevin? Does being up 1-0 change the way John Schneider manages Kevin Gossman tomorrow?
Absolutely not. I mean, if he's going, John.
Longer leash?
Oh, I think we're seeing Schneid's now. I do think he'll go with his gut. I think it's early enough. I think he trusts his guys. He mentioned that right in Game 7. Who do you want to see running out of the pen? The numbers are telling me one thing. My gut's telling me another. I want to see this guy running out of the pen, the Bassett's, the Gossmans of the world. I think he'll see how it's playing out. If Gossman's got his good hater, good break on the split finger, maybe have 2 or 3 different ones. We saw that in his last start, right, where he could, get some called strikes, have it running, have one that's 12-6. If he's got all 3 of those and locating the fastball, John will be okay getting out of the way. I really do believe that. And to make it a little easier too, Jeff, up 1-0 instead of being down 1-0.
Yep. Aaron in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on. The previous caller kind of took my point, but Barger really called it for the Jays game plan.
That's why we love him. Quite frankly, why we employ him. He's supposed to be right.
Early and just attack their bullpen. But you guys, what I really wanted to talk about was Schneider's management of this, which you guys kind of just got into. I thought it was fantastic. I mean, he's looking like a genius bringing in Barger for the pinch hit. I mean, that's a bit of luck. But also, I love just pulling out Bassett and Lauer at the end of the game to not let them see Hoffman and Varland, right? So I'd love your reaction to that. And then I just have one weird question, which is, do you know why Andreas Jimenez always wears sunglasses on the back of his head at night inside? Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. I have no idea.
No, I could find out.
I do know it's a thing. I do know that
he's wearing them tonight in a dome.
Every now and then when we're outdoors, sometimes you flip them to your back as well. It's a ball player
Not
thing.
At nighttime on my head.
Well, no, not at nighttime. Nobody wears sunglasses at night. Corey Hart does. You don't get that reference, do you? Corey Hart. You don't get that reference.
I do not. No, I do not.
Okay, that's fine.
No.
Anyhow, and don't worry, because my guess is that anybody under the age of 30 probably doesn't get it either. So, but no, I have no idea. I have no idea why he does that.
I could ask.
Yeah, I mean,
I could find
whatever it's doing, it works. Whatever it's doing, it
kept
works.
Catching it, picking and a grinning over there.
Yeah, he really. And again, we talked about the bottom of the order, man. They're kind of in the middle of everything. You look down at the end of the night and you go, he's always on base.
Yeah.
Is Ernie's average under 500 now for the postseason?
Yeah, I think it's under 500, but it's over 400. So he's been really good. Play coverage.
That ball he hit tonight, you looked at me. That's
like, I mean, that's consistent.
That single was.
Yeah, he does a lot of things. He does a lot of things.
435, Ernie Clemente
go. I mean, it's just, it's sort of like he rolls out of bed and don't overthink it. Go up and be yourself. I mean, it's simple. It's repeatable. And he just looks for a pitch. He sees the ball out of the hand. If it's close, he swings at it because he's got better bat-to-ball skills than most do. That's called plate coverage. But, yeah, I mean, that's sort of the 1 through 9. That's I've loved that John hasn't moved him up either. You could have very easily put that dude in the 2-hole. Mm-hmm. Especially when Davis Schneider's sort of not playing and kind of looked the way he looked tonight, and you really don't have one of those against the lefty. You could sure put Ernie up in that 2-hole, but he didn't because he wants to lengthen the lineup. He wants it to be a little tougher down there for a dude to work through. He don't want no windows for that guy to take a little break. And just again, I mean, it's everybody pulling in the same direction, which you got to kind of love. And yeah, John had a really good night, right?
Further to the caller's point, John had a really good night tonight.
He did, right? I mean, give Trey credit. He made a pitch when he had to make a pitch. I mentioned that second inning, that Paez pitch. You had to set that up the right way. You had to throw multiple pitches in the same spot to get him to swing at it, right? You're at the bottom of the order for a reason. And then to throw the 0-0 fastball up and into Ohtani, that's where you try and get him out. I mean, if you miss, you got to get it in there. But for him to get a strike called in there and then to get him out the way he did, sort of fanny out, you could tell Ohtani early was cheating. You see that fanny out, sort of the alligator arm looking swing. You could tell he was trying to cheat to get the barrel to the spot to beat the guy to where he wanted to throw it, and it was good pitching. It was one of those sort of pitches that'll, allow your manager to do whatever your manager wanted to do, and then the lineup sort of took over and was the lineup.
Chris in St. Mary, Ontario.
Hey, how's it going?
Going well,
hey,
Chris.
Buddy.
Good. Thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely.
I just want to say, fish don't jump in your boat, and neither do winds. You have to go out and get them.
Words to live by. Words to live by. Okay, having said that, who had the best cast tonight? Does that make sense? No. who pulled in the biggest fish? Let's put it that way. Who pulled in the biggest fish?
Jeff.
I mean, I am not the happy outdoorsman, so.
I think Barger.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think Addison did. Thanks, man.
Good
Appreciate
one.
the call.
Nice.
That grand slam was just.
Yeah. Jeff, you can tell how prepared they are. It's like you face a lefty who's, and John, I would think, knew that if he brought Barger in, he was going to get that lefty. You have to be prepared for what he's throwing, what you're attacking. You take the one down, you swing at the one up. Because you're prepared enough to know that even if, you don't face a dude a ton. It's just how prepared I think everybody is. And when they're getting called on, it's like they're not getting called with their pants down. And I think that's it, right? It's the sort of the preparation before the game's getting called up to the talent that you're trying to, establish in each at bat when you're between the lines, this kind of thing. So, yeah, I mean, they're here for a reason because – even if you have more talent than they do, you're not going to out-prepare them, which is, I think, just a tribute to everybody, all the coaching staff, the khakis. Boy, yeah, first time all year. Yeah, everybody's doing their part.
Yeah, I'm sure. Listen, when John makes that move, he knows Dave Roberts is going to bring the left-hander in.
He could tell who was in the pen.
He could tell who was in the pen. I don't know if that necessarily had a decision on who came in. Did Lucas had already come in the game, right? Had he? Yeah, Lucas had already come in the game. He had the 9-pitch walk. He'd already come in for Miles Straw. So I think it was almost logical that Barger was going to come in. I mean, again, this is John thinking here. I mean, you've got that lefty bat. That inning you can tell that inning spiraling out of control. You've already had You've already pushed 3 runs across.
Yeah.
You've got nobody out.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to, when else are you going to use Addison Barger? You're not going to pinch it for Vladdy. You're not going to pinch it for George. You've already put IKF in the game for defense. I mean, that's your time to use Barger.
Yeah, and it's sort of like when you get him ready, you tell him he's coming in a certain place, right? I mean, our Sportsnet cameras did a good job of showing him in the cage, taking swings, right? And it's kind of like using that pitcher. You get that pitcher in the bullpen up, you might as well unleash it, right? I mean, he's prepared for it. So you just don't want to sort of dry hump. And again, it's, the caller's point. John had a really, really, really good night. Everybody's prepared. It's like that moment's just not too big. They've been in big moments for a while. Ever since about July 3rd, they're prepared for this.
Yeah, and I would also say that since July 3rd, in some ways, they've had a target on their back as well.
No question.
I mean, you win. We can talk about how some of the U.S. media views the Blue Jays, et cetera, but they were in first place from the end of July on. They did win the AL East. They have a little bit of cachet. Like, I'll say this, and people always talk about the media. I guarantee you the Dodgers didn't take them lightly. At this level, you don't take anybody lightly. You just don't.
No, but if I'm Yamamoto and I'm sitting over there, I'm thinking to myself, dang, they got 3 strikes. I better make 3 quality pitches, because if I don't, they're going to work them. They're going to foul them off. They're going to fight. They're going to be tough outs. And if I hang one, there's going to be a bunch of dudes getting that one-way ticket to back leg. And I mean, again, it's just, you sort of, when you're fighting and clawing the way they are, and now all of a sudden they're starting to change the inning by hitting the homer, that might take them to a whole different level. So, yeah, I mean, it's only one game, and it's fun to, put the cart before the horse. And the Dodgers aren't going to go away. They're a really, 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 really good team. But, man alive, like everything that you can close your eyes and think about if you're a Jays fan and in the organization, boy, it came about tonight.
Do you think, John? Do you think the? I mean, I don't think I'm going to ask it anyhow, just because it really is a sports talk radio question to ask. Think challenging that call up 7 going to piss off Ohtani, piss off the Dodgers?
I think he was out.
I mean, yeah. Well,
I think that's why they challenged him.
Having said that,
I think that is very sports talk radio.
Well, yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think John does it because he thought he was out. And you got 2 challenges, use one of them.
Yeah, and you never know, right?
I mean, again, if that's Barker, go get him tomorrow.
Dale in Halifax here on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm pumped up, man. I was out playing pool. I stopped playing to watch that 9-run inning. I believe we have 14 guys that are deeper than the Dodgers just because our 14 guys have played like this all year. I think they've been in bigger situations like this all year. I'm just so impressed with Toronto, and we set a lot of firsts in these playoffs, so who knows, maybe the stars are aligning right for us.
Yeah, Dale. Hey, let me ask you something. We get callers from all across the country, and obviously our show, Blair and Barker, goes across the country. We hear from a lot of people. I gather you're out at a fine drinking establishment tonight, one of Halifax's many fine establishments. What was the mood like? Yep. What was it like? Is everybody watching this?
90% of the people were playing pool, but also stopping to pay attention to this game. The place went nuts when he hit that grand slam. Like you didn't hear a pool ball hit another pool ball. All you heard was just everybody screaming.
Did you make some money tonight? Most importantly,
just out with a couple of work buddies. Just Friday after work, long week, and we knew the Jays game was on. We went to go watch that, and just relax, basically.
Nice. What's the name of your buddies? Give them a shout out.
My cousin Jeff and my cousin Patrick.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the call, and I'm glad you had a good night.
Yeah, it's good to see Bo back in the lineup. I think that first inning hit and the few defensive plays, I think that also put a charge in the squad too.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. Listen, it was noticeable when he was introduced. The crowd reaction, and it's just, I mean, I gotta say, you know what? I mentioned to Barker, we're watching the video board does the lineup, runs the lineup out there, and and I said, man, it seems really odd to see Bichette in that second base position. And then as soon as the game started, I thought, no, this is the way it's supposed to be. It doesn't matter where he is. Bo's in the field, Vladdy's on this is the way it's supposed to be. Shortstop, second, it doesn't matter. This is the way it's supposed to be. And it just felt right. It really felt right.
Yeah, again, I get back to that. Give John credit, right? I mean, he's trying to score runs, and he has, I think, a better chance to score the amount of runs he wants to score, if Bo's in it than if he's not out of it. So, yeah, it's a big deal. I just can't believe that you saw that big scoreboard from where we were sitting.
I got good eyes, man. I'm like Aaron Judge. I got the old fish eye.
You were leaning over, way over, and looking way to your right.
I got these glasses work, man. It's not that hard.
I had to look at my phone.
You just have to lean forward.
I was way underneath.
No, you weren't. You're over right here. Don't be. You're way to the right of that.
You know better.
You're better than that. You're way to the right.
I couldn't see. I had to look down on my phone to even know what was going on.
Well, yeah.
Half the time my internet wasn't working.
Welcome to life in the auxiliary press box. In right field. I like it. There was a fair amount of room. Tim Kirkjian sitting there.
Yeah.
Now, I know what the problem with you is. You're going, I'm Mr. Big Time here, and they stuck me out here with all the jabronis out in right field.
That's
what you're thinking.
That's what
you're thinking. You're thinking, man, I'm out here. I could die out here, and they wouldn't find me for another week. And then all of a sudden, Kirkjian's there, and you feel better because, hey, a real baseball dude is here. That's life in the auxiliary box.
Well, I could only see third of the field.
That's all you needed to see.
I was like, and then I had a computer and a phone and a watch and I still couldn't see it because the internet wasn't working. And it was like 3 minutes late. I was looking at yours and Daniele's and finally it's fun that you could see the scoreboard from where you were sitting.
Some of us aren't afraid to get out of our seat and stretch and look. Yeah. I have no idea what this is about, but it sounds pretty funny. This was Davis Schneider talking about Addison Barger sleeping on his couch. Yeah, we got to hear this.
Was Barger on your couch last night?
He was, yeah.
Did his lease run out or something?
Or like his family's coming in. He came in tonight, and so he needed me or needed someone. He was staying with Miles, and then stayed with me last night. My girlfriend's here, so he was like, "Can I sleep in the bed with you guys?" And I was like, "No, sleep on my couch. Sleep in the pool. It's a pull out, yeah. But it was squeaking all night,
Comfort the back. Pull-out couches are the most uncomfortable thing imaginable.
It was so funny. I looked over and I just see him just sleeping there in the middle of the night, and he's a head case, but he's funny.
Where's he sleeping tonight?
He has his place tonight, but it was just like a last-minute thing, and he kind of needed somewhere to stay, and I was like, "Just stay with me," or
I feel like he has to sleep on your couch.
I know that's what my parents said. I was like, he can sleep somewhere else tonight, though. Yeah. But it's just we have that team chemistry, and
how far is your apartment from here in the city?
We're staying at the hotel. Yeah, we have a room overlooking the field, everything. And we woke up at 9 a.m. and
you have one of the...
Yeah, they gave us one of the rooms. We woke up at 9 a.m. and they were doing the intros at 9, and we could see the chorus singing, and we're like, what the hell's going on? It's so early.
You have the suite, so you have the bed, other room.
Yeah, there's a little top thing that the bed's on and the pull out, and Bart just left there.
There you go.
Wow. I mean, there really is a team bonding exercise.
I mean, he's a baseball player with a buddy.
Yeah.
That's what you do. I did that. It's not shocking that...
Yeah, but you did that in Mexico and places
I did that everywhere. I mean, that's not shocking that you let a buddy sleep on your couch. Did
AJ let you sleep in his couch?
I slept everywhere. I'd sleep wherever I wanted to sleep. I just wouldn't ask. I'd just show up and sleep there. If I needed a place to stay, I'd just go wherever.
So who were your roommates when you were with the Blue Jays?
Josh Towers was one.
Oh.
That was one. AJ, I stayed with AJ a lot. After that, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
That's two. That's it.
Okay. That's fine. It's just
that's what you do when you have buddies.
Yeah, of course.
I think Addison just had his third child too.
So he space is at a premium.
Yeah, it's he's been a busy guy.
Yes, he has. He has. And he was very busy tonight. He hit a grand slam. So I guess I don't know. Does that mean that we need to pick a J to go sleep in Schneider's couch every night?
Absolutely. I think they all should.
That's
me.
Go sleep at Schneider's couch. Get off. Hit a home run. It's funny how it works. 11-4, the Blue Jays have beaten the Seattle Mariners. Game 1 of the World Series is history. Game 2 goes tomorrow night. If you're listening to us in Toronto, we're still on Sportsnet 590, The Fan online. you can listen to us as well. But for the rest of you on the network, thank you for listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball. Canada's team is making history in your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Tri-City, Ottawa, the GTA, and all across Ontario are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, they are a proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Global superstar Ed Sheeran, live in Toronto. Ed Sheeran, Loop Tour, North America 2026. Due to demand, third show at it. Live at Rogers Center, August 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.ca. The brand new album Play is available everywhere now. Ed Sheeran, promoted by Messina Touring Group.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
Got PC Optimum points? Claire does, and shops the bonus redemption event at Shoppers Drug Mart to get more free stuff for her points.
If I redeem 50,000 points, I'll get $65 off. That's an extra $15 in value. I see a treat in my future.
Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs October 24th to 29th, in-store and online. Don't miss this chance to get more free stuff for your points. Only at Shoppers Drug Mart. Proudly Canadian-owned and operated. Restrictions apply.
Get winter ready, Toronto. The Toronto Ski and Snowboard Show is back. Shop till you drop at the Canadian Ski Patrol Ski Swap with exclusive show specials. Plus, purchase your ticket online and score a 2-for-1 lift ticket voucher to 6 Ontario areas. That's over $80 in savings. See the website for details. The Toronto Ski and Snowboard Show. Now open through Sunday at the Better Living Center. Get your tickets now at torontoskishow.ca.
Everyone's got a pro. Need tires?
I've got a pro.
Car making a weird sound?
I've got a pro.
So who's that pro? The pros at Tread Experts. Until December 7th, get a $70 Bridgestone prepaid MasterCard when you buy 4 eligible Bridgestone tires. Or save up to $120 with 4 eligible Blizzag or Winter Peak tires. Find a Bridgestone Tread Experts dealer at treadexperts.ca/locations.
From tires to auto repair, we're always there. TreadExperts.ca.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Ernie Clement with a go-ahead shot on the first pitch of the night.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
2-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Right center field. Hernandez back on the track. Gone! A grand slam! Addison Barger blows this game wide open. 9-2 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th. The first ever pinch hit grand slam in World Series history. Barger did it left on left.
Really cool moment for him. First pinch hit grand slam in World Series history. You know, that's a really cool moment. Addie's been so big for us this year, and I hope he doesn't know who's pitching tomorrow.
That is John Schneider talking about Addison Barger. That was Ben Schulman's call. Addison Barger's grand slam, part of a 9-run 6th inning. The biggest offensive inning in a World Series game since 1968, the Detroit Tigers scoring 10 runs. Was it in the 8th inning of that game? 6th inning, whatever. They scored 10 runs in Game 6 and went on to win 13.
You're funny.
13-1. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess
it was some inning.
It was one of the innings. It was one of 9 innings. Does it really matter? Probably not. It is Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. 11-4. The Blue Jays waxed the LA Dodgers in the first game of the World Series at the Rogers Center. It is, of course, the first World Series game here since 1993, and it was quite a night from the opening ceremonies to the ceremonial first pitch with Cito Gaston and then Trey Savage making the start, Addison Barger, Dalton Varsho kind of lifting, kind of just hitting a 2-run home run that just kind of, it was like you could see everybody just exhale as soon as that ball went into the stands. And just a great night all around. And hey, get to do it again tomorrow night. Kevin Gossman against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. It's like 12:35. That's a hell of a lot of syllables for a person my age this late at night to try to pronounce.
You nailed that.
Without alcohol. Kyle in Nova Scotia, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So just want to get into the start by Trey Savage. I think the game could have got away from us real quick, right? And he was out there battling all the whole night. And, if he doesn't make a couple of those big outs, a couple of those big strikeouts, like, this game could be a whole different game. Like, I know the offense was going to get all the credit, and, there was a couple massive home runs and that grand slam by Barger, man. I love seeing that. But that kid stepped up, 22 years old. That was pretty impressive. Would I love to see 6 innings of shutout ball? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think you're ever going to see that. But if he can go 4 innings and give me 2 runs on the board, man, I'll take that all day and twice on Fridays. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate the call. Today's Friday, isn't it? So you take it twice today.
Look at what he did.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That is good. So, of course, that... do we have it? Show? Sorry. Of course, that we're big fans of Dan Plesac of the MLB Network. We've had him on Blair and Barker several times. And, I'm going to try to set this up without giving it away. But Dan Plesac, before tonight's game... was asked for, kind of an X factor.
What you do to me all the time.
When somebody's, when you're kind of running out of a question, you drop the, what's the X factor tonight? Put your buddy on the spot.
Oh, you do it all the time.
Hope that he gets it right. Well, they did that tonight with Dan Plesac. And this is Dan Plesac, former Blue Jays pitcher, before the game.
Bad intentions. Addison Barger, not in the starting lineup, but he will come off the bench and be a left-hander off the bench. And I'm telling you what, he's going to run into one, and the Rogers Center is going to come unglued. You picked a guy that's not in the starting lineup. Not in the lineup. He is going to come. He's going to get a pinch hit at bat in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning, and he's going to send this place into a frenzy. Wow! How in the world? How did you know? How did you know? Because he's bad intentions. My home run hunch. You said he's not even in the lineup. He wasn't even in the lineup. I said, Greg, he's coming off the bench. Bad intentions. Dan Plesac's a genius.
That is Craig Amsinger and Dan Plesac. Bad intentions.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? That's a T-shirt waiting to be made. If you're Addison Barger now. And providing you're not sleeping on Schneider's couch tonight, I mean, maybe bad intentions. I mean, that's great.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, I think Dan hit it. I think John Snyder hit it. That dude's been huge all year. I mean, he's taking a step forward. He's moving around the box. He's educating, guessing. He's prepared when it comes to facing lefties, what you're looking for, what you should be swinging at, what you should be laying off of. I mean, I'll say it this way. Where would they be without Addison Barger, Jeff?
Well, they probably would have won this game maybe 7-4.
You think?
I'm doing the math. Grand slam.
I mean, you'd add a little extra pucker factor without it.
Yeah.
Which is never a good thing. We've seen Louis Varland.
Okay.
We've seen
That's true.
Jeff Hoffman.
Yeah, that's true. Steve Vancouver, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
No problem. How you doing?
Not bad. A lot better after that game. I just wanted to say that, Schneider called a great game. Been a long year and made a lot of early polls all year and had a lot of patience this playoffs and it's paid off big time.
Yeah,
Everyone waited their best time of the year to play their best, and he's waited this time of year to coach his best as well.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. We appreciate the call. Yeah, listen, the longer the season goes, the longer the postseason goes on, the more a manager gets second guessed. The guys that don't get second guessed are generally the guys that are sitting at home or in the golf course right now. And, all you ask from a manager, we've talked about this, at least for me, have a reason you do it. Try to put your guys in positions where they can succeed and go from there. And sometimes, sometimes you're going to screw up and your players have to pull your chestnuts out of the fire. It does. It happens every now and then.
Yeah.
But, man, he was on point tonight from the lineup, from the way he took Bo out of the game. I know it, 11-4, it looks small, but just not risking the double play. It
wasn't 11-4 when he took Bo out.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying 11-4. You lose track of that, but taking a guy out and not risking the double play is that's Schneid's. That isn't John. That's Schneid's making that call.
Yeah, I think we got to give Petey a little credit, too. When I asked him in that Avail a couple days ago, and I asked him who's getting that pocket right, the two lefties and the righty.
He said Mason
1, 2,
Fluharty.
3, and he said Fluharty. So he got him first. And then Sir Anthony, 3 righties and a lefty. Fisher got 2 righties and a lefty. And then you got such a big lead. Who cares after that, right? It's Bassett and Lauer. So, yeah, it's sort of, I don't want to say scripted, but you got it where it's those lanes. You can sort of, if you're paying attention, you can kind of guess along who John's going to go to when he's going to go to him. It'll be interesting here going forward. There will be a time when Brendan Little comes running out of that pen. That's sort of, he's going to get that pocket. It'll be sooner or later. He's on your roster. He's going to get a chance to get a couple big outs for you. So there will be some times where, fans are looking at the TV with one eye. But as of tonight, it worked.
Here's what you got to look at. It was garbage time tonight. He didn't use Brendan Little, so clearly he thinks Brendan Little still has some utility for the Toronto Blue Jays.
That's fair.
Andrew in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just want to get your opinion on the Bo Bichette poll tonight. So I'm just interested to see if you feel he's going to continue. If you think he will continue a couple more games or the rest of the series, and obviously he made a double play there tonight. Do you think that might have impacted him?
No.
As well as would it have been a better decision potentially to put him as a designated rather than put him out in the field?
Yeah, no, thanks for the call. Listen, if that happens tomorrow, John will probably do the same thing. No, listen, George Springer's the guy in this team. With all due respect to Bo, George Springer's been the guy this postseason along with Vladdy. George Springer's been the guy most of the year. You know why? Because he hasn't been playing in the field that much. Kevin made this point. You put Bo in the lineup. I'm not saying there may be a game where John decides that he has to DH him. Again, it's going to depend on how effective Bo is at the plate. But there may be a game where John decides he's going to DH Bo. But you got to keep George healthy, and don't forget George had that knee thing. George DHing and then running in and getting treatment on his knee and coming out and running in and getting treatment on his knee that's kind of the way I want to play this. The way I want to play this going forward.
Yeah, I would assume when Bo's playing, he's playing second, right? He took him out at exactly the right time. They were up 2-1. He had a leadoff walk, right? If John was paying attention, which I know he always does, if he's not another coach, you could tell the way he was walking around.
Yeah.
You could tell after the play he made up the middle on the throw, he was walking gingerly. It just didn't look right. Even the double play that he hit into, he turned it on a little. But you could tell whenever he was sort of trying to break it down that he wasn't fully 100% with the way he was feeling. So John's going to do his best to always try and put his player in the best position. And when he sees a guy and knows the guy's going through it, he'll do what he has to do. The scoreboard will tell you everything.
Yep.
I mean, that's basically what this comes down to is you got a somewhat of a lead. They were ahead. You want to add on. Lead-off walk, you take him out of the game.
11-4, the Blue Jays have drawn first blood in this best-of-7 World Series. Matt and Stovall, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Going well.
This is the third time I'm calling in. The first time I told you about the boys falling asleep, and they actually fell asleep listening to you guys now, so that's great.
Nice.
We don't like to put people asleep, though.
They're boys. That's fine.
Well, they're 8-4. They
that's okay.
loved it.
Oh,
Today,
that's fine.
Nice.
We were at the ALDS. We saw Game 7, and to witness Game 1 of the World Series is unbelievable. For me to experience that with my wife and my boys, it's amazing.
Can I ask you something? What did you like? Obviously, the Jays won. Barger hit a home run. What did you like best about it? Just the park, the mood, because we're up in the press box here. We don't really get to, we didn't get to walk around and see what the fans were thinking and that. Like, what did you like best about it? What did the kids like best about it? What did your wife like best about it?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked it. Actually, I made a note about that. The first thing I wanted to talk about was the national anthem. It was respectful. Everyone was cheering for both sides. It was energetic on both sides of it as well too. You saw Freddie Freeman whispering the Canadian national anthem as well. Got a big cheer. The energy was amazing. We were also here for the Thanksgiving game as well for Trey, where the energy wasn't as great. There was a big difference there, but today it was amazing. Also, the things that you were talking about as well, too. Everyone around us noticed Bo, little Ginger, around second base after he made that throw down the middle, which was, by the way, a great throw for someone who hasn't played in 7 years or so.
Yep.
And just Snyder, just to see Cito and John kind of having some words after that pitch, it gave me goosebumps to think about, passing the torch. I'm sure they didn't give state secrets there to one another, but just to see that come through. And I really want to give kudos to John Snyder, because everything or the perspectives that everyone has, so-called had for the past years, he's on a different level right now.
Yep.
His demeanor, how he's talking, the jokes about, Ohtani, returning the hat. He's calm, cool, and collected. And in my opinion, you take from your leader.
Yep.
So if your team sees that, they see how calm you are. I love how he says we're winning one game at a time, one series, which in their case is one game at a time, is unbelievable. For Barger, especially coming up and hitting that, it tells you, they have the right, they're prepared, they're energetic, and they're calm, cool, and collected, just like the manager right now. Yeah. So again, thanks a lot, guys. Hopefully, I'll call you again tomorrow for another win.
Perfect. Absolutely. Thanks very much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I mean, I consider John a friend. I'm not as close to him as Kevin is. I wasn't a roommate. I wasn't a teammate. I haven't seen him in the nude or anything like that.
Come on, Jeff.
Well, I mean
that's a bit far, don't you think?
It's true. It's a teammate. Well, I mean, it could be after dark. But I was going to say...
He never slept on my couch.
Huh?
He never slept on my couch.
Okay. But I am going to say that, and I've talked about this, you watch him at the podium, and the podium at the World Series isn't always the easiest place to be. There's some managers that don't know how to handle it. It's different. It's different for a lot of reasons. There's more media. People who are asking questions don't know you as well. So, you may have said something that the local guys would just kind of nod, or the local people would nod because that's Schneid's, and it can come off differently to people who don't know him. I think he's really growing into the role. I can't say enough about him. I think he's really growing into the role. If you get a chance, go back and listen to his media availability today, and he talks about how he changed from being an interim manager, and it was Yeah.
John and Snides.
Yeah, but just beyond that, just the realization that at some point it's okay to tell someone off. Yeah. Everybody, as he says, everybody has a boss.
Yeah.
But you got to know your place, but you also have to know your parameters, and quite frankly, you have to know what fights to pick.
Yeah,
that's what he's really.
Yeah, he's got better players too. I mean, that's huge, right? I mean, you can't come on there and be confident about what you're trying to sell.
He had a pretty good team against the Mariners.
I said he's got a good team.
Yeah, but
John's got a good team.
But his team that lost in that wild card to the Mariners, they weren't horrible. They had Teo, they had Lourdes, they had Bo. They had Vlad. It wasn't a horrible team. Obviously they're not. That team didn't make the first game of the World Series. But,
I mean, it's how prepared you are. It's about.
And this is his team. The difference is this is his team. That wasn't his team.
Yeah, he was trying to sell a different message to that team than he is this one, right? And again, when you're saying it with some stern, something behind it, I think the players, at least I did whenever I had a manager do it that way, I would listen a little bit harder.
Let's go to Julian in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. What's up, Julian?
What's up? Sorry, I'm screaming all night down at the bar. My throat's pretty raw. How you doing?
We're doing well. How are you doing is a bigger question there, Julian. I'm a little...
You sound like you're going through it, bud.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned.
You all right?
No, I was screaming all night. I was yelling at the projector. I was watching the game on the projector with a few of my buddies, but
awesome.
It was I was born in 94. I never lived through 92, 93, and 2015 was. The Blue Jays have meant a lot to me, and my dad's relationship and stuff. So it's just awesome to see a big win tonight. I'm not with them or anything, but we were texting and stuff. But yeah, I just really want to talk about Barger and the fact that two of our lefties went yard on. I'd assume I haven't watched the Dodgers much this year, and I assume Banda's their top lefty. I'm not sure. But our two lefties went yard on their best lefties, and I'm wondering, do you think that makes the Dodgers a bit more likely to go to righties? And just the fact that I was hanging out, I'm recently moved back home to Corner Brook. I'm here working, and the Blue Jays has brought me close to a few guys here, and it's just awesome that sports can bring you close to some people and make some friends. So yeah, we got to see the game tonight, and we're 2-0 watching the game at this particular place. So maybe that's where we watch the rest of them, and I got to spend a bit more money, but whatever. If the Jays win, it's totally worth it. You guys have a great, awesome night, and I love you both. Cheers.
Oh, thank you very much, Julian. I appreciate that, and shout out to your father as well, and everybody in Newfoundland. And that just kind of shows you again the national reach.
Yeah.
Of the Blue Jays. Listen, I guarantee you there are a ton of bars across the country tonight. A ton of bars across the country tonight where people are watching the Blue Jays game. And further to Julian's point, I mean, we kind of just touched on this, but Alex Vesia has been left off the Dodgers roster. He's out due to a personal family matter. Needless to, Dave Roberts talked about it today. It's a pretty consequential matter.
He's a huge dude. He's left-handed.
And he's left-handed, and he's filthy. He's filthy. He's one of the guys Dave Roberts trusts. So
he would have been in that Barger spot.
Yeah, bingo. Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. Dave Roberts is going to have to manage around that. Anthony Bonnet. Now he does have. I think he's still got 4 lefties in the bullpen, but nobody to compare to. To Alex Vesia, and that plays into John's hands. Yeah,
it's the blueprint. Is to get to their pen. The Sasaki and the Blake Trinan. Those are probably your two best guys. But other than that, man, it's good cooking down there.
Listen, so we've heard from Corner Brook, Newfoundland, Ontario, Vancouver, Hong Kong. Heard from a lot of folks across the country tonight. It's been a great night to be a Blue Jays fan. Great night to be a Canadian baseball fan. 11-4, the Toronto Blue Jays have taken the first game of the World Series. Game 2 is tomorrow at 8 o'clock right here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Sportsnet Radio Network, and, of course, on TV, on Sportsnet. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage starting tomorrow afternoon, right up to first pitch. And then, of course, we'll do Blue Jays talk after the game. So thank you for listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball. Canada's team is making history in your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in the Tri-City area, in Ottawa, the GTA, and all across Ontario are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road. Just like a great playoff baseball team, Crown Rust Control, they are a proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
Got PC Optimum points? Claire does, and shops the bonus redemption event at Shoppers Drug Mart to get $15 in value.
I see a treat in my future.
Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs October 24th to 29th, in-store and online. Don't miss this chance to get more free stuff for your points. Only at Shoppers Drug Mart. Proudly Canadian-owned and operated. Restrictions apply.
The fall get-together is here at Canadian Blood Services, which means it's the perfect time to grab your crew, hit up a donor center, and experience what you get when you give together. It's not just about donating blood and plasma. It's about showing up and feeling like we actually did something.
Jesse, you're up.
Awesome. Be right there. Book an appointment today at blood.ca.
All eyes in the baseball world turn to Toronto. Baseball's biggest stage, the Fall Classic, the 2025 World Series starts tonight at Rogers Center. The home Toronto Blue Jays take on the Titanic Los Angeles Dodgers. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, Stephen Coyle, and Tom Young are our technical directors. Right on left, the 2-2. He got him! Savage punches out Ohtani. Welcome to the World Series. He got him on a splitter, one down.
There's not many people in Major League Baseball that can make Ohtani look like that. An awkward swing way out in front. He threw a few good fastballs and then at bat, and then mixes in the split finger there. It looked exactly like a fastball right down the middle and then broke below the strike zone. What a pitch.
Freeman hunched over, and the 1-2. Rolled over to second. Bichette charging. Early play for him. He gloves. Throws over to first like he's been playing second base his whole life. A 1-2-3. Top of the first inning for Trey Savage. Punched out Ohtani to keep it 0-0. We go to the bottom of the first where Blake Snell matches up with George Springer. Guerrero on first, 3-0. Bichette swings and hits a soft grounder through the right side, a base hit. Vladdy makes a turn at second. He'll go to third. Teoscar Hernandez's throw bounces in late. Welcome back, Bo Bichette. A single in the first. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. Right-handed hitter batting over 300 in the postseason. 1-1. And it's lined up the middle, a base hit center field. Hernandez gets the wave around third. Varsho gloves, he'll throw into third. And Kike Hernandez starts the scoring with an RBI single. Bunchy into second. It's 1-0 Dodgers in the top of the second inning. So a full count now with the bases loaded and Ohtani on deck. Payoff pitch to Pages. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pages expecting a challenge pitch. Chased a slider below the knees, 2 down. 2-1 pitch. On the ground toward first. Over the bag, it stays fair. Vladdy gloves. He'll go to first to end the inning. A lot of traffic, but not a ton of damage. The Dodgers get a run on 3 hits. They leave the bases loaded. It's 1-0 LA. Middle of the second. Savage's payoff. And it's hit on the ground right side through a base hit. Charging forward, Straw getting the wave bets. The throw goes into second. They have Freeman hung up between second and third. Jimenez gives off to Clement, who will tag Freeman for the out. Into second goes Will Smith. Smith with an RBI single to make it 2-0 Dodgers. 1 out, and Will Smith in scoring position, top of 3. Payoff pitch. Hit on the ground up the middle. Backhanded Bo Bichette throws across his body to first. It's a good one right on the money to Vlad. Nice play by Bo Bichette. Up to third goes Will Smith, and Bo was back on the familiar shortstop side of the bag for that throw. 2 down. Savage home. Swing and a miss. He got him. Got him to fish for a splitter way outside. Gives up a run in the inning, but considering he walked the first two, pretty good recovery from Trey Savage. It's 2-0 Dodgers. Game 1 of the World Series. Middle of the third. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Hernandez swings over top of a slider. Fourth K for Savage and 1 out here in the top of the fourth inning.
When you don't get ahead, when you don't throw strikes, the opposing team tends to lay off those off-speed pitches, the split finger, the slider below the strike zone. They're easier takes, but when you pound the strike zone early, you get ahead, you'll see swings like that on the split finger below the strike zone.
79th pitch on the way. And he got him. Struck him out on a slider in the dirt. Back-to-back Ks this inning. 3 in a row overall. There are 2 down in the top of the fourth.
That's one of the nastier ones I've seen. It looks like a backup slider, but that's just the movement on that pitch. Every once in a while, it'll almost act like a split finger or like a left-handed slider. That one was perfect right there below the strike zone.
2-0 Dodgers. Bottom of the fourth. Dalton Varsho up. Snell's pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Center field. Pages turning at the wall. It is out of here. On the board in the World Series, Dalton Varsho with a 2-run homer. 2-2. Blue Jays and Dodgers in the fourth. And they are human, Chris. The Dodgers put their pants on just like everyone else. Dalton Varsho goes left on left and takes out Snell to center.
Blake Snell has been very tough on left-handed hitters. Dalton Varsho doesn't care about that stat. He gets the fastball, and he rips that thing out to center field. What a swing from him. We have ourselves a ball game, and that's why Trey Savage getting through those tough innings is so important. He was able to give this offense a chance, and here we are 2-2 in the bottom of the fourth inning.
That ball went high off the batter's eye in center. A 423-foot blast on a four-seamer. Cutter sweeper, the 2 pitches for Fluharty. Everything moves glove side. Kick in the 2-2. Called strike 3. Sweeper at the knees. Down goes Ohtani, 1 out.
Ohtani didn't like that call, but that was a great pitch. Maybe a hair below that strike zone. Mason Fluharty has a ton of confidence, even against Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani's now 0 for 2 career against Mason Fluharty.
Right-hander set at the belt. And the 2-2. Called strike 3. 98 on the outside corner. An upset Teoscar Hernandez talking with Will Little. 1 down in the top of the 6th. 2 taps to the plate, Hernandez. He looks out to Dominguez. The righty set. And the 1-2. He got him. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Struck him out on a sweeper. 2-2 tie, middle of the 6th. Snell kicks and fires. And the pitch hit him. Fastball ran up at 96. Varsho spinning away in pain. And he will go down to first. Snell has been a little bit off with command all night. Certainly, obviously no intent. But that has got to be his night, you'd figure, as he hits Varsho in a full count to load the bases. Dave Roberts comes out of the Dodger dugout. And Blake Snell, the first of the 4 aces for the Dodgers, cannot record an out in the 6th. He's removed from a tie game 2-2 with no outs and the bases loaded. He's 0-1 to Clement. Swinging a liner, through into left center. In to score IKF. Station to station go the Blue Jays. Kirk into third, up to second. Varsho. Ernie Clement gives the Blue Jays their first lead of the series. 3-2. Bottom of the 6th of game 1.
This guy just continues to come through in big situations, not trying to do too much. A lot of guys would try for the big hit, that hit in the gap, or even a grand slam in that situation. Not Ernie Clement. He was trying to go up the middle. All he was doing was going station to station, moving the line, and giving Nathan Lucas, who's now pinch hitting, a chance to drive in another run.
3-2 again. Inside ball 4. Lucas dumps away the bat. That's an RBI walk. It's 4-2 Blue Jays. Still bases loaded. Still nobody out in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, just like Ernie Clement before him, he is not a selfish player, doing everything for his team. He is okay taking the walk, taking the RBI, and getting to first base and allowing Andres Jimenez to come up to the plate with the bases loaded, and still nobody out in this inning.
4-2 Blue Jays, bases loaded, no outs. And the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a liner, down in right field, base hit. Into score Varsho. They go station to station with a late holdup for Clement. Carlos Fabulous watched the throw in, decided not to push it. It's 5-2 Blue Jays. The bases are still loaded. There's still nobody out bottom 6.
Andres Jimenez had a very nice approach there, shortened the swing up. He got a changeup over the heart of the plate, didn't try to do too much, got the barrel to it, and absolutely ripped that thing through that hole on the right side. What an important hit for him. You have to keep adding on, especially against this Dodgers lineup.
2-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Right center field. Hernandez back on the track. Gone! A grand slam! Addison Barger blows this game wide open. 9-2 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th. The first ever pitch hit grand slam in World Series history. Barger did it left on left.
Ben, this is just getting ridiculous. It is absolutely insane how many guys come through, how many different guys come through on a daily basis for this team. When it's not Vlad, it's Barger. When it's not Nathan Lucas, it's Ernie Clement. What a fun team. What a fun moment.
Chris, they have a 7-run inning. Everyone's hit except Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They built this whole inning without their best player coming up yet. Multiple pinch hitters and a pinch runner, and they are up 9-2 as many of the prognosticators try and remember who's supposed to be David and who's supposed to be Goliath in this series. 9-2 with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th, the game won. 9-2 Blue Jays, 2 out, flat on first. 1-0 pitch. Kirk drives it, left center and deep. Racing back, Pages looking up at the fence. See you later! You just can't stop him right now. A 9-run inning, a 2-run homer. It's 11-2 Blue Jays in the 6th.
This is the hole in this team. It's the bullpen. We knew that coming into this ball game. We knew that coming into this series. The Blue Jays are proving that.
A look at first, the 2-2. Called strike 3. Slider top of the zone gets Pages. First out of the World Series for Fisher. And the first out of the top of the 7th. Runner on first. And an 11-2 lead. Kick in the 1-2 again. And it's lifted out to right field. Barger's out there now. He's backing up toward the fence, looking up, and that ball is gone. Home run, Shohei Ohtani caught a hanging curve for his 6th homer of the postseason. It's 11-4 for the Blue Jays in the top of the 7th. 1-2 to Betts. Check swing, pitch was low, appeal to first. He went, strike 3. Fisher punches out Mookie Betts, 2 down.
That was a great slider, probably his best slider of the outing so far. A really nice strike-to-ball slider, getting one of the best in the business out in front for strike 3 and a big second out.
11-4 Blue Jays, top of the 8th. 1 on, 1 out. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Muncy couldn't wait long enough on the 72-mile-an-hour curve. 2 down.
Perfectly placed. Looked like it was right down the middle and then just broke to the bottom part of that strike zone. Alejandro Kirk was set up right down the middle. That's where you want that pitch. You want that batter to think that's a good pitch to hit, and then it just sinks right below the strike zone, perfectly placed.
Most of them up already, but the holdouts rise now with 2 outs in the inning. Teoscar Hernandez on first in a 1-2 count against Enrique Hernandez. 1-2 pitch. He got him. Strikeout swinging on a fastball. Scoreless inning from Bassett around a walk. Middle of the 8th. 11-4 Blue Jays. Eric Lauer is asked to finish off this game. 11-4 the Blue Jays lead as Lauer takes a breath and offers to Tommy Edman. Pop up. Back behind the plate foul. Kirk onto the back warning track. Makes the grab. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 9th. Eric Lauer stretches his arms out. Glove now just above the belt. Into the wind, the lefty's 2-1. Pages lines the ball right field. Charging Barger gets there to make the grab on the slicing liner. 2 down. The Blue Jays in out away from knocking off the Dodgers in game 1. Still a runner on first, Ohtani. Still an 11-4 lead. 2 outs, top of the 9th. Lauer trying to finish it off. 2-2 again. He got him. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Blue Jays take a 1-0 lead in the World Series on the back of an 11-4 blowout win over the mighty Dodgers.
Yeah, the Blue Jays did exactly what they needed to do. They put pressure on Blake Snell early. They elevated that pitch count. Trey Savage wasn't perfect in this outing, but he gave the Blue Jays a chance. He made big pitches when he had to. Eventually, the Blue Jays offense came through, and I mean, it's pretty incredible. This was a fantastic game from the Toronto Blue Jays on offense and defense, and they get a very